Good morning. It's day 130.
What is that? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good to see y'all all back again. I hope y'all had a pleasant weekend. Miss Love, y'all can call your next witness, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. The state now calls Officer Adrian Pitts to the stand.
I can hear you, but I don't know if it's through the mic or
Okay.
not. You can try the other one.
Sure thing, Your Honor. I will.
Raise your right hand. You swear firm testimony you give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I did.
Absolutely. State and spell your name, first and last name for the court.
Officer Adrian Pitts, Adrian
Good,
Pitts, Pitts.
good morning. Can you hear me quite all right?
Yeah.
All right. I am going to position this like so I can have the use of my hands. Officer, Mr. Pitts, are you employed?
Yes.
Where are you employed?
The Atlanta Police Department.
And how long have you been employed with the Atlanta Police Department?
Approaching 14 years.
And what is your title?
Police officer.
Okay. Have you received any special distinctions as a police officer during your 14 years?
Tactical field operator.
What do you do in that capacity?
Assist SWAT, barricade gunmen, active shooter situations, stuff like that.
Is that also known as TFO for short?
Yes.
And what are your duties and responsibilities as a tactical field officer with the Atlanta Police Department?
Active shooters, barricade gunmen, assistant SWAT. Barricade gunmen.
And if you would come just a little bit closer to the mic.
The
and
problem
project.
is the mic won't move, so we're gonna try to move that at lunch.
Okay. And this is both of them. Okay.
I'm gonna give you this mic. We've got all right, so that you can face that way.
Okay.
All right. Can you project and see if it works?
Test.
There we go. All right. Are you post-certified, Officer Pitts?
Yes.
And have you been post-certified during the entire duration of your employment with the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes.
And were you post-certified on April 28th, 2015?
Yes.
All right. I want to turn your attention to the date of Tuesday, April 28th, 2015. Do you recall working that day?
Yes,
Okay. What, if anything, do you recall about working that day?
about 4:06 hours that morning, I was dispatched to a person shot.
All right, so now when you say 4:06 hours, what do you mean?
4:06 in the morning.
Okay, all right. You stated that you were dispatched to a person shot call. Did I understand that correctly?
That's correct.
Okay. Were you alone or were you accompanied by a partner?
I believe initially I arrived alone, but other units did arrive
Okay.
shortly after I got there.
And when you were dispatched to this call, how did the call come through?
Person shot at 1428 Dale Avenue.
Okay, that was a poor question on my part. Let me ask a different way. Was it over the radio? Was it a phone call? How did you get dispatched?
I was dispatched over the radio.
And when you were dispatched to that person shot call over the radio, was a location given?
Yes,
What was that address?
1428 Adele Avenue, Northwest.
All right. And were you wearing a body cam that day?
No,
Okay, why not?
body cams had not been issued at that point.
You just mentioned the address of 1428 Adele Avenue Southwest. In what county is that address located?
Fulton County.
Are you familiar with that community that address is situated in?
Yes.
And what can you tell the juror, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, about that particular community?
It's a lot of single family homes, older Black families own their properties for years and decades.
Okay. Are you acquainted with that particular area?
Yes.
All right. How are you acquainted with that particular area?
Patrol over there. I was assigned to the beat that the shooting took place on. I'm very familiar.
Okay. What zone is that in for Atlanta Police Department purposes?
Zone 1.
Okay. And what beat is that located in?
Beat 104.
Now, can you distinguish for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a zone is and then a beat?
So the city is broken up into 6 zones. Every zone has 2 sectors. Each sector has 7 beats, and that's just the area of responsibility that each individual who's assigned to the beat handles.
You can continue. I wasn't interrupting.
That's it.
Okay. All right. With respect to a beat, the particular beat that you were responding to on the day of April 28th, 2015, how long had you worked that beat?
At that point, maybe about 2 or 3 years, but I've been inside that area for a very long time.
The address of 1428 Adele Avenue Southwest, what, if anything, is situated there?
Residents,
Okay. Is it an apartment complex or a single family home?
single family homes.
All right. And can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what, if anything, you saw upon your arrival to that location on April 28, 2015?
Upon my arrival, I saw shell casings in the street, driveway, property damage. Front of the house had been shot up. Vehicles in the driveway had been shot. I think one vehicle in the street also was damaged by gunfire.
All right. Where were these shell casings? Excuse me. Where were these shell casings that you just mentioned located when you arrived?
The shell casings were
just a brief indulgence. All right, I think we got it.
so the
No, we didn't. It may be mine. I project as best as I can, Judge, if that helps to eliminate that distraction from the court.
I can hear. If somebody over at the far side of the room cannot hear y'all, just let me know.
Okay.
Go
All
ahead.
right. We're told to be pretty loud. All right. So you can continue with your answer. If you need to re-ask the question, I can.
Please.
Okay, all right. You described just a few moments ago that you saw several things. I believe the last question I posed to you was, where were these shell casings that you spoke of earlier?
The shell casings were in the street directly in front of the home
Okay,
and inside the driveway of the residence.
all right. When you arrived to the location, was it nighttime or daytime?
It was early morning. Sun was not up. It was night.
What was the weather conditions on that day?
Clear.
Okay. Was there anyone outside preliminarily when you arrived to that location?
Outside in the street, no, not that I remember.
What was the atmosphere like? Was there? Can you describe the atmosphere, if you will, for the jury?
When I arrived, it was very still. You could tell that something had happened. Approached the house. If I remember correctly, the front door was open, but it's like a steel security gate was closed, and there's a gentleman standing in the steel security gate.
Okay. Before I move to what you just said, I want to go back to something you said earlier. You also indicated that there were damage to vehicles that you saw preliminarily when you arrived. Do you recall saying that?
Yes.
How many vehicles do you recall at this time being affected by the defects?
3.
Okay. Do you recall the make and models of said vehicles?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what those vehicles were, make and model?
It was a red Infiniti. I believe that was in the driveway. It was a blue Dodge Charger. I believe that was also in the driveway, and a blue Chrysler Pacifica parked on the street.
Was the Chrysler in the street?
I believe it was on the street.
Okay. Are you sure about that?
I'm not 100% sure. 10 years ago.
Is there anything that would help you refresh your recollection at this point?
I can go to my report if we have a moment.
Yes, if you would just give me a brief moment. Your Honor, I am going to approach the defense with your permission, of course. All right. With a copy of not approaching the witness, Your Honor. Right. Take a look at this clean copy. I'm going to take this from.
Appreciate it.
Take a view of that. And then when you refresh your memory, you can look back up at me and we'll continue. All right.
Okay.
Has your memory been refreshed?
Yes.
All right. Can you now respond to the question that was posed?
You need to give it to me one more time.
Sure.
Yeah.
Where was the Dodge? Where was the blue Chrysler Pacifica?
I believe the Chrysler Pacifica was in the driveway.
Okay. All right. Okay. Now, can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the tag numbers associated with said vehicles?
If I could go to the report.
Sure thing, yes, sir.
Okay. So the Chrysler Pacifica was a Georgia plate, Paul Charlie Sam 5023. The Dodge Charger was a Georgia plate, Paul Victor Yankee 5663.
Okay.
Red Infiniti. It's going to be Paul Whiskey King 8190. It's PWK 8190.
Okay, all right. Now, I would like to ask you with respect to each of those vehicles, do you recall by any chance, for the ladies and the gentlemen of the jury, where the defects, bullet defects to those vehicles were located around or about?
Yes, the red Infinity had defects and damage to the front hood in the front windshield. The blue Dodge Charger had defects to the front hood, front windshield, and the blue Chrysler Pacifica had defects to the driver side rear panel area.
Correct. On that early morning of Tuesday, April 28, 2015, were you at all able to speak with the owners of said vehicles?
No, I don't remember.
Okay. Were you able to speak with them ever after you finished with this particular location responding to you?
No.
Okay. Did you attempt to, or did anyone from your department or precinct or zone try?
I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure I did not.
You described earlier that there was property damage to the home located at 1428 Adele Avenue Southwest. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Was there any damage to your recollection to any of the other homes located on Adele Avenue?
No, all the damage was focused on the house, and I guess the vehicles were damaged as a result of the house being shot up.
And when you say the house, is it my understanding correct that you're speaking of the 1428 Adele Avenue Southwest address?
Yes.
All right. Earlier, you provided a brief description about what it looked like, that being the house that you just described. You stated that there was a gate. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember the color of that gate?
White.
Okay. And when you say a gate, are you referencing a door that appears to be as such, or a physical gate that prevents one from coming into the premises of the property?
It's like a metal security gate that goes in front of the front door. It's common on a lot of houses in the area.
Do you reference a gate in your report?
Yes.
Okay, and is that what you had in mind when you wrote that report?
Yes.
I am now going to show you what has been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 8, Kappa Kappa, Your Honor. And I am showing the defense, that is, what has been pre-marked as State's 8, Kappa Kappa. I am now approaching the witness, Your Honor, with your permission, with State's Exhibit 8, Kappa Kappa.
You may
All right.
freely approach the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Pitts, you are now holding State's Exhibit 8, Kappa Kappa. From appearance, what is it that I've handed to you?
This is Adele Avenue. Looks like it's going to be to the west of the address.
Okay. And is that the general area that you responded to depicted in that particular exhibit on April the 28th, 2015?
Yes.
And does that exhibit fairly and accurately depict the area of 1428 Adele Avenue Southwest as you remember it on the day that you responded to the shots fired call on April 28th, 2015?
Yes.
All right. At this time, Your Honor, the state now moves to admit State's Exhibit 8 Kappa Kappa into evidence and request permission to publish, subject to your approval.
It's admitted and you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your prior to publishing State's Exhibit 8 Kappa Kappa, the state is going to first start by publishing State's Exhibit 5 Kappa Kappa. And well, the screen's not working, so I'm going to direct your attention to the monitor above you.
It's working, it just takes a second.
Sure thing, Your Honor.
Well, I don't know if the witness, can you see it on the screen in front of you?
Yes.
All right.
Oh, okay, all right, that one's working. Okay, Officer Pitts, can you tell us, the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you recall this particular location that is depicted in State's Exhibit 5 Kappa Kappa?
Yes, it's going to be the 1428 Dale Ave. It's going to be the house. If you're looking at the picture to the right with the white metal gate.
Okay, and when you say to the right, just so that we are on the same sheet of music, are you referencing the home that has vehicles within the driveway?
Yes.
All right, and when you responded to that location, did it look like how it does on this particular exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, and I am just going to use this clicker so that it can ease transition. All right, now turning your attention to State's Exhibit 6 Kappa Kappa, which has already been admitted into evidence. What are we looking at here for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Officer Pitts?
That's going to be 1428 Adele Ave. It's going to be the house with the white vehicle driveway.
And I would ask, transition to the next exhibit. State's Exhibit 7 Kappa Kappa. Is this, what are we looking at here?
1428 Adele Ave, house with the white vehicle in the driveway.
And is it fair to say this is just a wider view of the same area that you responded to?
Yes.
And using this exhibit that contains this wider view, can you point to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, or describe, better yet, the general area where you saw the shell casings when you responded at 4:06 a.m. on April 28, 2015?
In the driveway right there, about where the car is going to the street.
Okay, I have a pointer. It's working. Semi. All right. I'm so sorry. Okay. When you say driveway,
So right about, yeah, right about there where your pointer is.
And when you say in the street, as it relates to the shell casings, are you talking about where the pointer is moving across?
Yeah, about there.
Okay, all right. I'm now turning your attention to State's Exhibit 8 Kappa Kappa, which has just been admitted into evidence. It's just slow. Just a brief indulgence. Okay, I apologize. All right, Officer Pitts, as it relates to State's Exhibit 8 Kappa Kappa, which is now being published on the screen before you, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury which direction this angle of this particular photo is facing or directed towards?
This is Adele Avenue to the west of 1428.
And when you say, of course, there we go. Okay, that direction headed that way where the cursor is moving is considered west in this view?
That's correct.
All right. And did you happen to see any shell casings in this particular viewpoint when you arrived?
I don't believe so. No.
Did you see anything of value during your particular investigation in that particular area of Adele Avenue?
Not if I remember, no.
Earlier, you spoke about you saw shell casings, and I want to continue to probe on that. Do you recall the amount of shell casings that you saw at the scene of the incident?
About 32.
Okay. Do you recall or remember the caliber of shell casings that were in your viewpoint?
Yeah, 223 caliber and 7.62.
You said the last one you said?
7.62.
7.62. Okay. Do you have training or experience firing a rifle?
Yes.
And in your training or experience as an officer, what type of rounds fit into a rifle?
223, 7.62.
And in your training and experience as a law enforcement officer, does a rifle require one or two hands to hold?
2.
Okay. In your training and experience as one who has fired a rifle, is this one that is a single shot firearm or one that shoots in rapid succession?
It shoots multiple rounds.
All right. Just a brief indulgence, Your Honor. All right. Senior active, 80 active, you can pull down 8KK for a brief moment. All right. When you arrived, Officer Pitts, to 1428 Adele Avenue, which is reference to the shooting, did you ever at all count the amount of bullet defects that you saw in the cars or in the home?
I don't remember, but I do remember seeing the bullet effects of residents in the vehicles.
Did you recall there being a lot or a few?
It was a lot.
Were all of the defects that you saw when you responded, did they appear to be fresh?
Yes.
And in your training and experience as a law enforcement officer, how do you distinguish what is fresh versus which is old in terms of bullet defects?
You're going to have, when you have fresh damage from bullet holes, you'll have smaller microparticles from the material still scattered about on the surface of whatever you're looking at.
And these microparticles that you're describing, are they microparticles from the object or material that has been defected by
Yes.
the bullet, or it's microparticles from the bullet itself?
It's going to be from wherever the object was that was struck.
And is it fair to say that these microparticles that you're describing, that they're small, are they?
Yes.
But based on your training and experience, it's fair to say that you know what to look for.
Yes.
Is it also fair to say that you've seen multiple such types of? I can rephrase, John.
All right.
Have you seen multiple defects to property before?
Yes.
And is that what informs your ability to, is it fair to say that is what informs your ability to look for such microparticles in other crime scenes?
Yes.
Are these microparticles that you're describing anything of such value that someone that would come behind you could collect?
I understand that.
Let me rephrase. Is that something that you would normally collect, microparticles?
No.
Okay. Does it have any value outside of you being able to detect whether the bullet defects are old or new?
No.
Okay. All right. I want to turn your attention to the moment where you said you arrived to the location. Did you ever get out of your vehicle?
Yes.
And how were you dressed on that day?
In uniform.
And were you in a marked or unmarked police car?
Marked police car.
And did you ever walk up to the home of 1428 Adele Avenue Southwest?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you do or say during that time?
I met a gentleman, black male, medium brown skin tone. He was at the door wearing a Fam America brown sweatshirt. I asked him if he had been injured. He said that he had not
I'm
been.
going to object to the hearsay.
Sustained.
Your Honor, if I may respond. This is the course of an active investigation, and this is the effect on the listener. He informs what will come next.
Just move on to your next question.
Sure thing, Your Honor. All right, I'll move on to the next question for you. This individual that you described, you just provided a description. Was he tall or short?
I can't remember.
Okay. Do you recall if he was taller than you?
I don't think he was now.
And you described the shirt he was wearing that you said had Fam America on it somewhere. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And when you saw that shirt, did it have any value to you when you saw that name?
Fam America at the time was a prominent gang in the area.
Objection. I'm going to object as to improper foundation and move to strike.
Can you lay the foundation?
Sure. I can ask a few preliminary questions now. Sure thing. What training or experience do you have with gangs in that area?
Plenty of experience. Sometimes that we get information from investigators to keep an eye out for this type of clothing or this type of coloring or these type of tattoos that would indicate gang affiliation.
Okay, and was that your first time seeing?
Excuse me, I'm going to object to that testimony again and ask it to be struck. It violates our ability, the confrontation clause, our ability to question where this information is coming from. It is hearsay. I would ask that that answer be struck.
Overruled.
Okay. You can continue with your answer if you had any.
That was it.
Okay, all right. And with that particular background in mind, was this incident to which you responded the first such time that you had ever seen such indicators of clothing as you described?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, all right. And in your experience, based on what you had learned prior to that moment in your training, did that language on that sweatshirt have any value to you as a law enforcement officer with such training and background?
Your Honor,
Yes.
I would renew my objection. Indicate there's not proper foundation that's been laid.
I'm sustained at this point.
Okay. All right. Have you ever had formal gang training?
No.
Okay. But have you ever had interactions with gangs?
Yes.
And have you come to learn prior to April 28, 2015? Let me rephrase this question. What identifiers, to your knowledge at that time, in April 28, 2015, did the gang, as you described, Fan America have?
Sometimes they wore clothing that had their.
Sustained.
I'm gonna move on to another question. At that time that you saw this individual with the shirt and indicator that you described, language, Fan America,
Yes.
what, if anything, did you do after that?
I went to the home and looked for an injured party.
Okay, when you say you went to the home, are you saying you went in the home?
I went inside the home and looked for an
And
injured party.
when you went inside of the home, what, if anything, did you see or do?
Spoke with the person who was struck by gunfire. If I may refresh my memory.
Sure.
The victim, Denise Renee Bell.
I want to ask you a little bit before we transition to what you did in the home. I do remember what you said last.
Yes.
Orienting you back to what you said when you met the individual, the male at the
Yes.
front door. Can you describe around or about his age?
He looked to be in his mid to upper 20s.
Okay. What was his demeanor?
He was calm.
And when you entered the home, did you actually, in fact, see an injured party?
Yes.
And where about in the home do you recall her being?
She was in a rear room of the residence.
Did you ever get a name for her?
Yes. Her name was Denise Renee Bell.
Were you ever given a name for the male that met you at the front gated door that you described earlier?
No.
Did you ever ask?
No.
All right. Did he remain the entire time that you were completing the course of your investigation?
No.
Okay. Where, do you recall where he may have gone?
No. He's gone.
Do you recall at what point he left the property?
While I was speaking with the victim, he left. When I asked where he went, nobody knew.
I'm going to object to the hearsay.
The answer is nobody knew anyway. so. Sustained.
Your Honor, may I this one?
Move on.
Do you recall what relationship, if any, this unknown black male in this Fan America shirt had with the victim in the home?
Your Honor, to the extent it calls for hearsay, I would object.
I'm sorry, but I couldn't hear what you said.
To the extent that that response calls for a hearsay, I would object.
I'm sorry, re-ask your question. I was focused on what you said and I've lost what the question was.
No problem, Your Honor. All right. Do you recall what relationship, if any, the unknown black male in the Fan America shirt had with the victim?
Okay, sustained to the hearsay objection.
Do you know if he resided at that location?
No.
How familiar are you with Club Crucial?
Fairly familiar.
All right. And how are you familiar with Club Crucial?
Club Crucial is a nightclub that is in the zone. It's on Pinkhead, down at Hollywood Parkway.
When you say the zone, what zone are you referencing?
Zone 1.
And being that it was in the zone, is it fair to say that you would pass by there?
Yes.
And how often would you be in that area, specifically where Club Crucial is located?
Typically, we would patrol and post up outside the club, opposite side of the street, when it's in operation.
Why would you post up across the street from Club Crucial?
Sometimes it does attract a rowdy crowd.
And how often would you post up?
Every night was open.
Okay, and how often, to your knowledge, would it be open?
Mondays, Fridays, Saturdays, and maybe Sundays.
And to your knowledge, was Tuesday, April 28, 2015, the early morning hours from when that club would have been letting out?
Yes.
And were you doing directed patrol over there prior to responding to 1428 Adele Avenue Southwest?
I can't remember, but I'm sure that I was.
Okay. And would you do it alone?
No.
And around or about how many law enforcement officers would be a part of that directed patrol team?
Maybe about 2 or 3 units.
When you say units, are you talking about vehicles or persons?
Vehicles and persons. So 2 or 3 officers.
And do you know the hours, if you recall roughly about the hours of operation, not the days, but the hours of operation for Club Crucial?
I recall that it closes at about 3.
Based on your dispatch call, about how long after Club Crucial, excuse me, let me rephrase it, I got tongue tied. Based on your dispatch call, about how long after Club Crucial formally closed did this gunshots fired call come in?
A little more than an hour.
About how far, to your knowledge, is Club Crucial from 1428 Adele Avenue Southwest?
1428 Adele Avenue is probably a few miles south of Crucial. Maybe about 3 or 4.
Okay. Are you familiar with an Officer Clinton Hayes?
Yes,
All right. And are you familiar with him having patrolled in that particular zone?
yes.
And do you know if he would have been patrolling in that zone around or about the time you were assigned to it?
If we were both working that night, then he probably was, yes.
And would he have also been one who is, I'll rephrase that question. Actually, we'll discard that question. Do you know if he was doing directed patrol on that particular day?
I can't remember.
To your knowledge, what was the busiest night for Club Courtroom?
Objection, relevance.
Very relevant, huh?
Overruled.
Mondays and I believe Saturdays.
I am now showing you what has been previously admitted as States Exhibits 2 Tango through 6 Tango, and they will be published on the screen. Just a brief indulgence, Your Honor, while we get that technology.
No problem.
It's now coming on the screen, States Exhibit 2 Tangos. Right. Decent evidence. Yes. And these, Your Honor, for the court's edification, they were admitted through Officer Clinton Hayes. That's right. Showing you now what has been admitted previously as States Exhibit 2 Tango. And you now see it on the screen. What are we looking at here?
That's the front face of Crucial.
And is this how you remember it to have looked in April of 2015?
Yes,
Okay. And is Club Crucial still open and functioning by any chance?
yes, it is, but I don't work at night anymore.
And does it still look like this, or has it changed to your knowledge?
The red stripe is no longer there, and they have a security gate in front of both driveways.
Right, and I am now transitioning your attention to States Exhibit 3 Tango. All right. What are we looking at here at States 3 Tango?
That's Crucial.
All right. Do you see the red stripe that you saw in the last exhibit?
No,
Right. Do you see the security gates that you just talked about?
yes,
And were those security gates there in 2015?
no.
You know around or about when those gates were placed there?
No, maybe last year or so.
Now showing you States Exhibit 4 Tango. Where do you see the brown structures on that property?
Yes,
Were those brown structures there in 2015 to your recollection?
no,
Do you know around or about when those brown structures got there?
no.
And is it, what are we looking at here?
That's Crucial from the parking lot.
Do you see any tire tread or marks on the ground on this exhibit? Or,
Yes,
all right. To your, and based on your training experience, why would marks like that be on the ground?
Your Honor, that would call for speculation. I'd object.
Overruled.
tire tread would be on the pavement because maybe somebody was driving and doing donuts.
Okay. Is that what that looks like to you? A donut?
Yes,
Is that some of the rowdy things that you described that would happen over there?
yes,
I'm showing you the final state's exhibit that will be published from this category of State's Exhibit 6 Tango. What are we looking at? What is the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what are the ladies and gentlemen of the jury looking at here in State's Exhibit 610?
That's still the parking lot of Crucial, but it's the facing east.
Okay, and what street is that running perpendicular to the building?
That's going to be Donnelly Hollowell Parkway.
Earlier, you stated that Club Crucial was about 2 miles or so from 1428 Adele. About how much time in terms of minutes would it take for you to get from Adele to Donnelly Hollowell Parkway, where Club Crucial is situated?
Maybe about 4 or 5 minutes.
And when you say 4 or 5 minutes, are you talking about driving or are you talking about walking?
Driving.
And to be sure, is Club Crucial and Adele Avenue in the same beat?
No.
Okay. Do you know what beat Club Crucial sits in?
Crucial.
Overruled.
Crucial is one of the 109 speed.
Right. I want to turn your attention back to the moment when you entered inside of the residence situated at 1428 Adele Avenue. Earlier, you stated that you saw the gunshot victim. Can you describe around or about her age to you at that time?
Mid-20s, late 20s.
Can you describe her demeanor?
She was excited. She was upset.
How was she positioned, if you will, inside of the home?
I can't really remember, but I believe she was, when I spoke with her, she was lying prone on her stomach.
Did you happen to get a date of birth for the victim when you were investigating this particular incident?
Yes.
All right. Would you have included that? Would you have included that in your report?
Yes.
And are you sure at the time that you made contact with her that she was in her mid to late 20s?
Let me refresh my recollection.
All right, I'll give you a few moments to refresh and then look back up at the concepts. Okay. I'm going to ask you a different question that I think I want to circle back first.
Okay.
A few moments ago, did I hear you correctly when you said that she was excited?
Yes.
All right. When you approached her and saw where she was positioned, did you see where about on her body she was struck by a bullet?
The upper right buttocks.
And was she alive, alert, conscious?
Yes.
Is that yes to all three?
Yes, she was alert, conscious, and breathing.
And was she in need of emergency medical services?
Yes.
And were emergency medical services called at that time?
Yes.
And do you recall who called?
I requested Grady EMS to come out and transport female.
Did you speak with Ms. Bell ever after that day?
No.
During your investigation of this matter, did you learn if there was anyone else did you see anyone else in the home while you were there?
Yes.
All right. About how many persons did you see and observe?
From the start, when I got there, there was 6.
Okay, so do you recall the names of those persons?
Yes.
All right. What are their names?
The other 4 individuals who were inside the residence, if I can go to my report.
Sure.
Taiwan Marquise Marsh, Cecilia Davis, Diamond Mills, Zaranisha Coakley.
About how old did these persons appear to you?
They all appeared to be in their 20s.
Late or early 20s?
Probably about mid-20s.
Do you know if they were residents of that particular home or passersby?
Calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Did you, all right, what was their demeanor like when you encountered those 4 individuals you described?
They were all upset and excitable.
How were they dressed?
They were all wearing street clothes, like they had been up.
At 4:06 in the morning?
That's correct. All but, I believe, 1 female.
Just a brief indulgence. At the time that you made contact with these 4 individuals, was the male in the Famerica sweatshirt still present or gone from the premises?
Sustained. Well, actually overruled. That particular question wasn't asked before. Go ahead.
You can answer.
The male in the brown Fan America shirt, he was no longer at the location.
Is that, so you, earlier you described that there were 4 persons inside there at that time, inside the home, that is, at that time.
At that time, when I initially arrived, we had the male in the brown Fan America shirt, the 4 people that I named just a moment ago, and the victim.
Okay. Was there ever a time that you spoke with anyone else?
Yes.
What were their names?
If I go to the report.
Sure.
So while at the location, a Kanisha Harris arrived.
How was she dressed?
She was dressed in street clothes.
Did she come into the house?
Yes.
What was her demeanor?
She was upset as well.
About how old did she appear to you?
About in her 20s.
Okay. Did she come alone?
I'm not sure.
All right. I want to talk about their activity inside of the home a little bit further. While inside of the home, can you describe the interior of the home for the ladies and gentlemen?
The interior of the home had what looked to be other bullet holes in the wall into the interior, but it had been plastered over and covered each individual hole.
Okay. And when you say plastered over, can you describe a little bit more detail, if you can, for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what you mean by that?
Like repaired. The bullets came through the home, and then someone came through and put drywall plaster over each individual home or hole.
And did you also see new bullet defects inside of the home that weren't plastered?
Yes.
Did you? Do you have personal knowledge of when that those older bullet defects were present at when they got there?
Yes. Well, I did premise.
Personal knowledge. Personal.
Oh, no, no.
Okay. Was there a time that you exited the home at 1428 Adele Avenue Southwest?
Yes.
All right. And what, if anything, occurred at that point?
I spoke to a resident who lived in the neighborhood.
What was that resident's name?
If I can go to report, Anthony Travis.
And about how old did he look to you?
About in his 20s, maybe upper 20s.
Did you initiate contact with him, or did he initiate contact with you?
He initiated contact with me.
All right. What, if anything, did he tell you at the time he initiated contact?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
May I respond, Your Honor?
You bet.
It is, in fact, present sense impression, and it is also going to be an effect on the listener himself.
Your Honor, it's neither of those two things.
Hang on. Let me hear what he's saying.
What he is going to testify, what I am saying, we expect the testimony to be, is going to be tantamount to a present sense impression. If I may approach to further clarify, I don't want to put that on the record.
Do you want to come up to the bench? conferences quickly, and it's a good time for break anyway. And officer, you're welcome to step outside for just a few minutes. All right, I don't know, maybe we need to take a look at that case since we're all just looking at it for the first time, because a present sense impression exception doesn't have to be somebody perceiving it at the actual time they are telling about it, the actual time they're perceiving it. It can be, but it can be immediately after as well. So the question is sort of like, how much time can go by for it to still be considered immediate? And I don't know if you know what you expect the witness to testify to, but
Yes, it should be. 1 through 4, JJ. Yes.
Yes. And Your Honor, may I ask the court to, for the insight related to that case, if I would, Your Honor?
did you say 370 Georgia 757?
That's correct, Your Honor.
And I don't know, was there a pinpoint site?
I mean, Division 5.
All right. Do you have any idea what do you expect the witness's answer to be when you ask him the time that elapsed?
I expect that he will say that it was sufficiently close enough for the exception to apply in this particular set of facts, Your Honor. But I will say that I will not make a misrepresentation to the court. I will do as the court is instructed, nonetheless, while still reading this case law to further bolster my belief or the state's expectation that and support that it's sufficiently close enough in time.
Okay, well, I doubt if he's going to answer the question. It was sufficiently close enough in time in order to get this within the exception. I'm asking, can you step back out? I sort of gave you that instruction as though it was an option, but we'd actually like for you to stay out till we call you, but you didn't know that. So 370 Georgia 757 and nothing's coming up. Georgia appeals, that makes a difference. Okay, sorry. So do you have any idea, Mr. Brown, the amount of time he's going to say elapsed?
I would say about 20 minutes, but I want to confirm that before I stick that and make it.
Well, I mean, obviously, but okay, well, I don't know if 20 minutes is going to get you within the
At the
exception.
most, I should say.
I guess we'll see what he says, but.
Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
when the court has an opportunity, what I would suggest, and what is probably appropriate, is for the prosecutor to give the court, and I think you asked for this, a proffer of what the witness would say. The
Mhm.
Brantley decision does give, in Division 5, gives a pretty specific definition of present sense impression. And I don't know that there's been a case that says, well, 5 minutes is good, 20 minutes is good, 25 minutes is good. I don't know. I've not seen one that goes with that much specificity. But I think the case is clear, and the case law, other than Brantley, is clear that there has to be a significant amount of, I use the word contemporaneity, if that's a proper word, has to be sufficiently contemporaneous to be free of any sort of misrepresentation by the witness. And although it doesn't have to be immediately contemporaneous, the witness doesn't have to be making a statement right at the time they're observing it. I think the cases contemplate that it has to be made very soon in time thereafter. And at this point, without a proffer, we just don't know what time period we're talking about, so that we know whether it meets the definition of no.
Okay, well, yeah, I see substantial contemporaneity, which that's a word I've never heard before, of the event and the statement to negate the likelihood of deliberate or conscious misrepresentation. So if that's what we're evaluating, then this may be within that. So thank you for pointing that out.
We don't know.
Is there any indication in this Brantley case how long past the event the grandmother's statement was?
I'm looking.
They have unhelpfully declined to include that information within the case, it appears.
I do not see it, Judge.
So,
Your Honor,
yes, sir.
if I may, at this point, I just want to turn the court's attention to 4 Kappa Kappa, which has been admitted into evidence. It is the call for services report that was admitted prior to this witness testifying.
Okay.
And the court inquired as to the amount of contemporaneity
Uh-huh.
that took place between the statement and the call.
Uh-huh.
And with that exhibit, I do have an answer, Your Honor.
All right.
The call was received at 4:06, and Officer Pitts arrived at 4:08.
Okay. Right. So I'm asking, any idea how long after the event he spoke with whomever this witness is?
I
And
can ask-
you were saying you think within 20 minutes, so.
Yes. May I ask for a moment to speak with witness to give a proffer as to what I expect that outside of the court?
No, our position would be bring the witness in. Let's have the witness answer that question.
Yeah, agreed. You can just ask him to step back in.
Your Honor, you want him on stand for that question?
Yeah,
Okay, I just want to be sure.
if he knows.
All right. Officer Pitts, it's a little different. It's not a couple people sitting over here.
Okay.
I have a couple of questions to ask you for the court's purposes. If you recall, around or about which time do you recall the call coming in for service?
We already know that. Just get to the point.
Sure. Do you know around or about the time that elapsed between you arriving to the scene and speaking with Mr. Anthony Travis? Was it hours or was it a few minutes?
Minutes.
Okay.
Y'all want to ask him anything about that?
Yes, please. May I?
You may.
May I stay here, Judge, and if I speak to the
You
microphone?
can, yes.
Officer Pitts, is it?
Yes.
All right. On that note, were you the person that spoke to Anthony Travis?
Yes.
And you indicated previously you got to the scene and you went inside, spoke to some people. So give us an estimate as best you can from the time of your arrival to the time you actually speak to Mr. Travis or he comes to you. How much time had passed?
Maybe about 15, 20 minutes.
15 to 20 minutes?
All right. Thank you. You can step back outside. All right. My ruling would be that's close enough in time to negate the likelihood of deliberate or conscious misrepresentation. So I'm going to permit that as a present sense impression. exception to hearsay. Does anybody need to use the restroom before we have the jury back? All right, let's all take as quick of a break as we can because we've already been out about 15 minutes. Thank you.
One of my esteemed colleagues from across the aisle here, I believe that he is here as a representative from one of our communities. And I haven't spoken with him, so, I know him to approach.
All right, what's your name? Okay, I'm sorry, I hadn't seen you in a while. You looked familiar to me, but
Everybody thinks I'm dead.
okay. Are you asking to approach without the defense?
No, make a mistake. That's fine. That's one from the record. I'm representing Mr. Backward, okay, and I understand he was picked up on material witness. I would ask the court to release him. He's got sickle cell bad. When he was picked up, he was just exited the hospital. They had to do 2 blood replacements, transfusions. He's in a hospital, or he's in Brady right now. That Brady, he's in Fulton County Jail. He's got pneumonia. He will not live, Judge. I talked to the family. In the last 4 months, he's been 10 out of the hospital 10 times. He's extremely sick. He will not survive in Fulton County. I would ask that he be released, and I'm going to be in touch with him. He will come to court when you ask him to come to court.
Go ahead.
If not, he won't live.
All right, so the information I got this morning, and y'all, this was actually what I wanted to discuss on the record, had we, at the bench conference, had we gotten started at 8:45, like I asked for us to get started. So anyway,
I'll wait if you want to do this later.
no, this has nothing to do with that. But the information that I got this morning from the sheriff's office was that he is in Grady.
Your Honor,
So I don't know how recent your information is.
I talked to family 2 a.m.
well, we've spoken with the sheriff has informed us since that time, and that was what I wanted to bring to the court's attention.
Okay.
I didn't know that.
Judge, and I think that this is a matter that I can speak with Mr. Shive about. I don't know if he wants to fully flesh it out now, but I did want to approach the court with the information and the defense with the information we had. There's more information than just that.
Okay, why don't we just, let's have a bench conference. But I would like to be able to just talk about it without them all huddling at the bench. So just don't record this, please. And you're not supposed to.
Hey, I was muted, so I wasn't saying anything. I was just saying I wasn't at work. And I am going to put it back. I was muted, so I wasn't saying anything. I was just saying I wasn't at work. And I am going to. I was muted, so I wasn't saying anything. I was just saying I wasn't at work. I hear myself on the other TV. I hear myself on the other TV.
So what a great hodgepodge day of all these different things. Now we are going to look at this, and you can see it was filed yesterday. It registered through at 4 p.m. And this is in the Supreme Court, state of Georgia. Brian Steele's the appellant, and the state of Georgia is the appellee. This is in relation to the contempt. So, brief of Georgia Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers. So, GACTL, as amicus curiae in support of appellant Brian Steele. So namely writing this, we have new names. Well, we might know some of these names, but they're different from the names on the previous amicus brief. We've got Hunter Rogers, Maisie Lynn Burton, Jessica Jones, Greg Willis. And, they're going to give us table of contents. This is always how amicus briefs should be filed. What are you here for? What's your general argument? And we get a good summary from this table of contents here. So, one of the arguments is Attorney Steele was vigorously advocating on behalf of his client, and his refusal to violate attorney-client privilege is not criminal contempt. So that's one of the arguments we're going to see. And B, Judge Glanville should have recused himself from the contempt proceedings because he provoked the extraordinary circumstances giving rise to the alleged contempt and became personally embroiled with Attorney Steele. So if you ever want to get the top level, amicus brief always should contain a table of contents like this, or they could be rejected. So let's get into it. And again, why this is so long, they have the June 10th transcript attached, as well as the supplement from Doug Weinstein, the supplement to Diamante Kendrick's motion for mistrial, which also contained the June 7th ex parte transcript. So this brief is going to look at both of those transcripts for the two different ex partes that we know about. Now we're going to skip some of the tables of authorities, but you can see how much case law goes into something like this. This is a whole page. And then we get a bunch of statutes that are going to be applicable, and then some others. And when you see stuff referenced like this, this is usually highly credentialed legal analysis that we're referencing because it's almost like an expert witness when you see stuff under and other cited in an amicus brief. Now, they have to state their interest as friends of the court. Amicus means you're a friend of the court, and you're filing this on interest, maybe not just of the defendant themselves, but of a greater principle, of a greater concern for society. So the Georgia Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers, we're going to call that GACTL for the rest of the document, is a private member-funded, is a private member-funded statewide organization. Be careful about that word organization. Comprised largely of criminal defense lawyers. GACTL has a particular interest in the proper application and development of Georgia's criminal law, particularly when it involves a defense attorney's right to vigorously advocate on behalf of a client. GACTL has a vested interest in ensuring that defense attorneys are not subjected to criminal sanctions for fulfilling their ethical duties. This includes the duty of maintaining the sanctity of the attorney-client privilege relationship and attorney-client privilege communications. Punishing an attorney for fulfilling their duties sets a dangerous precedent that could severely chill the defense bar's ability to provide competent and ethical representation to defendants facing criminal charges. So you can see right here from this paragraph, even though this is being filed kind of on behalf of the appellant, that party, which is Brian Steele, they're stating a broader interest. GACTL members strive to be vigorous advocates, and as the United States Supreme Court held in Maness v. Myers, 419 U.S. 449 and 1975 case, an advocate should never be subjected to the penalty of contempt for protecting a client's rights in good faith. GACTL firmly insists that all defense attorneys in Georgia must be free from the threat of contempt for respectfully and honestly disagreeing with the trial court, making a record, and refusing to breach attorney-client privilege. To hold otherwise, what's the problem if we don't do this and protect this? To do otherwise, to hold otherwise, would discourage defense attorneys from vigorously advocating on behalf of their clients and encourage judges to abuse their power. So this is our impetus, this is our why, our mission. This is particularly true when the attorney is trying to protect a client in the center of an important controversy with a determined judge attempting to impose his personal will on the attorney with whom he has become personally embroiled. Gachtel urges this honorable court to find that holding an attorney in criminal contempt for refusing to violate attorney-client privilege not only harms the attorney-client relationship, but also jeopardizes the proper administration of justice in all cases. So the ripple would go across the entire ocean. Now, factual background. So we're going to hear some things that are repeated, but remember, the Supreme Court might not be aware of absolutely everything. So the factual background helps the the judges on the Supreme Court get a background on what was going on. It's the context within which they'll consider this amicus brief argument. Amicus adopts, it's amicus, whatever. I'm going to do that panel on pronunciations one day, I promise. The amicus adopts and supplements the statement of facts in appellant's brief. On Friday, June 7th, 2024, Chief Judge Earl Glanville advised all parties in open court that he would address whether witness Kenneth Copeland, here we're going to just call him Copeland, intended to testify the following Monday, June 10th, 2024. Judge Glanville told all parties to return at 8:30 a.m. on Monday, including Copeland's counsel. Judge Glanville did not take the bench until 11:52 a.m. on Monday, June 10th, and gave no explanation for the nearly 3.5-hour delay. Judge Glanville did not inform the defense, including attorney Brian Steele, counsel for Jeffrey Williams, of the existence or substance of that morning's ex parte hearing involving the court, prosecutors, Copeland's counsel, and other court personnel. And they cite the June 10th transcript. I think that's really to get us a listing of who was present. That's what they're citing here for pages 4 or 5. The court did not disclose Copeland's exculpatory statements made in chambers to the defense. So, Brady material. After taking the bench on June 10th, 2024, Judge Glanville called the roll and asked the state if there was anything he needed to take up before Copeland was called to testify. And then the state says, nothing from the state, Your Honor. Mr. Steele, you don't have to if you don't want to. That's okay. Attorney Steele says, I want to. Judge Glanville, all right, go ahead. Attorney Steele, I don't think what's going on. Last I heard, you said there would be a hearing this morning with his lawyer. I don't know what's going on. I think I read that wrong. I don't know what's going on. Last I heard, you said there would be a hearing this morning with his lawyer, and we have been in the dark since. Glanville, okay, Mr. Copeland had the opportunity to speak with his lawyer, Ms. Bumpus. And it is my understanding he's going to testify. That is the latest I can give you, okay? So we're going to bring Mr. Copeland out and see what happens. So great summary by Glanville of what happened in that 3 hours. Oh yeah, he talked to his lawyer, that was it. After the lunch break, Attorney Steele made a motion citing his constitutional obligations under 6th and 14th Amendments to the United States Constitution and the corresponding sections of the Georgia Constitution, requiring Steele to make a full and complete statement to the court. The jury was not present. While Attorney Steele was disclosing what he learned about the ex parte hearing that took place that morning, Judge Glanville interrupted and said, how did you find out about any of that? Attorney Steele informed Judge Glanville that he was not going to answer the question, citing attorney-client privilege and attorney work product privilege under Rule 16 of Georgia Rules of Professional Conduct. Attorney Steele, you should have told me. What I want to know is why I wasn't there. Judge Glanville was personally offended by this. When Judge Glanville told Attorney Steele he had 5 minutes to give him an answer, Attorney Steele responded that he did not need 5 minutes and he wanted to continue. Judge Glanville did not allow Attorney Steele to continue and left the bench while Attorney Steele was doing his best to make a record. Judge Glanville later acknowledged that Attorney Steele had a right to make a motion after learning about the ex parte hearing, but claimed that Attorney Steele put himself in a particular position he's in regarding the alleged contempt. In addition to preventing Attorney Steele from making a full and complete record, Judge Glanville did not allow Attorney Steele to properly respond to the allegations of contempt. Judge Glanville told Attorney Steele, I don't want to know about your problems at this point in time. Judge Glanville was only concerned with how Attorney Steele learned about the ex parte hearing. Not, and this is quotes, not the substance of information Mr. Steele received or whether the ex parte conversation was proper. When Attorney Steele asked Judge Glanville why they could not discuss the substance without him having to provide his source, Judge Glanville responded, "Because you got some information that you shouldn't have gotten." Is anyone else, even though like we've gone through this, we've seen it, we've watched it, is anybody else like feeling like they're taken back to the moment and like, I don't know, getting irritated about it all over again? Let me keep going. Judge Glanville accused Attorney Steele of hiding behind Rule 16. When Attorney Steele cited Comment 5 of Rule 16, Judge Glanville responded, "You can't violate something and then use the privilege." Judge Glanville oddly explained that the privilege in 16 would occur if you were in the right place, right time to begin with. You weren't. Yeah, so put him in a catch-22. Judge Glanville claimed that somehow Attorney Steele had surreptitiously gotten information in regard to the court's private ex parte conversation with a party. Judge Glanville accused Attorney Steele of eavesdropping to get information that was not meant for him to hear at that particular point in time. Judge Glanville accused Attorney Steele of contorting and perverting the process by getting information they shouldn't have had, and then saying the court did something wrong and that we should be entitled to have the transcript. Judge Glanville accused Attorney Steele of getting the information allegedly from an improper methodology, from one of two ways. He either eavesdropped, or somebody did tell him what was the sum and substance of the court's conversations, and that would not be permissible. I think that he had a conversation with somebody and he got some information that he shouldn't have gotten to begin with. Now, one other thing I'm noticing as we're reading this, are you guys noticing something repeated very often that we don't see in, when the other judges or the state talks about this issue? What are we seeing repeated over and over again? What phrase? What are we seeing the difference here? And yeah, you guys are saying we've got some feeling like it's happening all over again, feeling the same way. But we've got a phrase that these attorneys from Gactyl have no shame in using as much as they can. Ex parte, ex parte, ex parte, ex parte. We're not calling it an in-chambers meeting. So we'll continue here. So Judge Glanville accused Attorney Steele of putting the court at a disadvantage because I didn't invite you into that particular proceeding and I don't think you had the right to be there. Judge Glanville accused Attorney Steele of, quote, running a very thin professional responsibility line when Attorney Steele requested a hearing with all witnesses who were present during the ex parte communications. Judge Glanville continued, I don't think that you have cover at this point in time. I think that you have blown your coverage at this point because I do think that somebody told you some things that violate privilege. Judge Glanville alleged that Attorney Steele and other lawyers for the defendants got the information in a way that was not lawful to begin with. A prosecutor acknowledged that she did not know if the information was leaked to Attorney Steele's client from someone who was in chambers, or if the information was leaked directly to Mr. Steele. I love reading this because it really hones down that the state, yeah, they're giving two possibilities, but both of those possibilities operate on the premise that it was a leak. And a leak implies what? That it's something that shouldn't have happened, shouldn't have been disclosed. And what's the ultimate problem here if we have exculpatory information going down at this in-chambers ex parte meeting? Exculpatory information should be closed, whether or not they held that meeting with or without defense present. But the two options we're getting from the prosecutor, who the court is backing up, it was either leaked or it was leaked. And the judge is saying you had no right to come across that information. So you must have been eavesdropping or got it surreptitiously some other way. It's great reading this. After holding Attorney Steele in contempt that afternoon, Judge Glanville sought to go forward with trial without Attorney Steele present. Judge Glanville accused Steele's co-counsel, Attorney Keith Adams, of extorting the court by refusing to go forward without Attorney Steele. An appellate court will review my decision for abuse of discretion. Well, here we are. According to Judge Glanville, Mr. Steele put himself in this particular position by refusing to disclose his source. Judge Glanville eventually allowed Attorney Steele to continue representing Mr. Williams at trial after the state requested that he do so. Judge Glanville told Attorney Steele that he would be taken into custody whenever they finished court that afternoon if he did not tell him his source. Judge Glanville alleged that Attorney Steele interfered with his ability to administer justice because it is a violation of the sacrosanct nature of the court's ability to hold ex parte conversations without those being broadcast to other people. Judge Glanville's order finding Attorney Steele in contempt is devoid of facts showing that Attorney Steele posed an actual or imminent threat to the administration of justice. The order also failed to identify facts showing that Attorney Steele knew or should have known his refusal to answer the judge's questions about his source exceeded the bounds of permissible advocacy. So even if the Georgia Supreme Court doesn't care about any of this, the context, the backing context, which I think was laid out great, the actual contempt order was deficient on the elements needed. So this paragraph is a short, concise, kind of separate issue that tacks onto this. Judge Glanville denied Attorney Steele a contested criminal contempt hearing before an impartial judge. When Attorney Ashley Merchant, counsel for Attorney Steele, asked Judge Glanville to recuse himself from the contempt proceedings because he was a witness, Judge Glanville responded, "I'll let an appellate court decide that." Attorney Steele was singled out as the only attorney held in direct summary criminal contempt or questioned about the source of information regarding the ex parte hearing, despite other defense counsel having the same information. Judge Glanville acknowledged he was not asking other defense counsel about the source. "Well, I asked him, so I didn't ask you." Judge Glanville sentenced Attorney Steele to the maximum jail sentence and denied Attorney Steele a supersedious bond without good cause, which we know the Supreme Court ended up granting. So this is an interesting paragraph here too, because, you know, it makes sense to me once it's laid out, but I just didn't really give consideration to, you know, it's also an additional issue if you're not holding other criminal defense attorneys for coming upon the same information. And then you explicitly state, well, I asked them, so I didn't ask you, as your reason for focusing on one only. So great, great stuff. Judge Glanville decided sua sponte, so that means on their own, without a prompting from either party, to steal the transcript and would not release it to the defendants or counsel for Attorney Steele. When Attorney Merchant asked for a copy of the transcript because it is germane to the contempt, Judge Glanville replied, "It's an ex parte matter, so you're not going to get it unless the appellate court wants to see if it's accepted. But I'm not going to give it to you at this point in time." Earlier that day, Glanville had stated, and we caught this, you guys, the chat was calling this out in real time. After Ashley Merchant said that in court and got denied by Judge Glanville, everyone was like, wait, he said earlier, we record these conversations so they can be reviewed later. If and when the case gets reviewed, an appellate court will make those decisions. When the case is reviewed on appeal, if I am wrong, then certainly the appellate court can tell me. Imagine reading this as one of the Supreme Court judges presiding over this. Isn't it just kind of like poking the bear? Okay, sure, we'll tell you. It is recorded and taken down, so if it needs to be reviewed later, it gets reviewed. Judge Glanville said he was not going to order the transcript as of yet, because if the case should be reviewed, the appellate court would have that particular ability to do that. Judge Glanville reversed his position and subsequently entered an order on July 1st, 2024, regarding his decision to release the entirety of the transcript of the June 10th, 2024 ex parte conversation. The transcript of the June 10th, 2024 ex parte hearing revealed that Judge Glanville told Copeland he, the court, wanted to hear Copeland's testimony. Although the state initially requested the ex parte hearing, Judge Glanville implied it was the court when Copeland was brought into chambers. Look at the emphasis. If you guys aren't on the screen, I'm going to try to read it. Judge Glanville, so the first word of Judge Glanville speaking here from the transcript that's being cited is I. Me, I. It's bolded and it's underlined. Judge Glanville says, I just wanted to bring you, Copeland, over and let you talk with your attorneys and see if there is anything that you need to ask of your counsel or Miss Prosecutor or the state or the court before we bring you out this morning, because it is, we would like to hear your testimony, and we is bolded and underlined. Copeland made numerous exculpatory statements to the judge, prosecutors, his counsel, and other court personnel. Quote, I did these crimes, I'm telling you that. Quote, I have never been truthful a day in my life until I just made this statement right now. Quote, so I didn't tell you I lied on them to get myself out of the situation? The prosecutor suggested how Copeland could testify about matters previously discussed. A prosecutor told Judge Glanville he, quote, might want to close his ears, before informing Copeland he would not be prosecuted, quote, if he confessed to a murder on the stand. And that's all in quotes. If the state did not have independent evidence. At one point, Copeland inquired about the statute of limitations for murder, an offense alleged in the underlying indictment. Copeland's involvement in the murder of Donovan Thomas is a substantive fact in issue. Substantive, U.S. pronunciation. Copeland was advised in the ex parte hearing that he would not be prosecuted for perjury even if they knew he was lying. Quote, if I know right now he's lying, I know he's lying. I'm not going to charge you because I don't know your reason for doing that. The prosecutor gave Copeland legal advice on various issues, including the statute of limitations for crimes she and Copeland discussed that she independently researched. The prosecutor told Copeland he, quote, had spent enough time in prison for YSL. Whether Copeland was incarcerated, quote, for YSL was a substantive fact in issue. The prosecutor mentioned prior inducements for Copeland's testimony in the form of living arrangements. Now, this is a footnote here that says Copeland was not concerned about his safety. So remember, that was what they tried to hint, that it could have been for safety concerns. Copeland was advised that he could not be prosecuted for anything in federal court or other jurisdictions. The immunity order expressly states that Copeland, quote, shall not be required to produce evidence that can be used in any other court of the state, the United States, or any other state. Holy moly, do I love reading that. There we go. This is Gactyl. This is multiple defense attorneys saying, the advice he was given on this immunity order. This is the quote. This is the quote. Within the immunity order itself, contradicting what Hilton told Copeland in this ex parte meeting. Hallelujah. Doesn't this feel really validating? Doesn't it feel good to see some emphasis, because we've read this line on this stream. We've looked at it on X. We've talked about this, so many of us. But now we're seeing a bunch of attorneys like, hello, look at this quote. It says shall not. This is very, very validating. Thus, Copeland does not appear to have immunity in any court other than Fulton County Superior Court, pursuant to Judge Glanville's June 7th immunity order. Isn't that, look at that, the validation. There we go. There we go. Whew. And while I'm taking a breath here, shout out to, we had Amy E, the beautiful Amy E says, directed over here after Classy's live. Thanks so much for coming over, Classy. Y'all hit the like button for Kat. Happy Friday. And I'm sure, my mods are always on top of things. But here's a quick link drop just in case. And always love hanging out. I love to tune into Classy Beats, but I also love hanging out with Amy over in the chat over there. So make sure you go over there and hit the like button. It'll help you get your YSL content fix and then some. Thank you so much for showing the love and support, Amy and Classy. And Rice Street dropping 5 memberships. I see you guys. I was like, make Rice Street great again. What's going on in the chat? Rice Street's trying to bring in new members. Shout out to Rice Street, our resident Rice Street in the chat. Thank you so much. Mark in Texas says, big fat 0 on the credibility scale, talking about the Bungtuk pleas. I also think Love's threat to revoke went over like a lead balloon. Yeah, just like... I would love to see Love make an argument to rebuke yet somebody else at some point in the future. She's bound to keep trying. R for rebuke. Mark in Texas also says, S Satchel, my X handle. Oh yeah, we're going to get some debating. Tom Telly Rand would have fun with discussions like this. And you know what? Mark in Texas, you have great insights. Let me drop your X. X.com. Because I love seeing you pop up on my feed. And I feel like there are some people in this chat that use X that are kind of on their own island on X. And if you guys are looking for more YSL people, you can share your handles in the chat. This is Mark in Texas because I have it handy. But super informative. I loved your insights on, the plea agreements in general. And I would love to see some back and forth there. Bilal sends the dollar. Thank you so much, Bilal Brown. Happy Friday to you. Okay, and Steven Satchel, I'm not on any social media, sir. Love you guys both. Thank you for both bringing insights. And yeah, let's reread this last part. Let's reread this paragraph, you guys. Thank you, NJB. Let's look over here. Let's read this paragraph. I'm going to pull this off the screen so you can see the bottom. Well, I guess since it's another page, we'll do that. And this is a huge paragraph. So we go through all of these quotes about the things Copeland was saying. You know, can't I, the prosecutors say, you know, he won't be prosecuted if he confessed to the murder on the stand. The judge should probably close the ears. Then Copeland inquires about the statute of limitations for murder, an offense alleged in the underlying indictment. Copeland's involvement in the murder of Donovan Thomas is a substantive fact and issue. Now, this is what we're going to really see argued, is the advisement. So we know that there's one issue of the exculpatory evidence not being disclosed by the state, and then the judge acting like the defense didn't have a right to it. But what about this legal advice given to Copeland? Copeland was advised in the ex parte hearing that he would not be prosecuted for perjury even if they knew he was lying. Quote, if I know right now he's lying, I know he's lying, I'm not going to charge you because I don't know your reason for doing that. End quote. The prosecutor gave Copeland legal advice on various issues, including the statute of limitations for crimes she and Copeland discussed and that she independently researched. This is a very slick way of saying she independently researched and got it wrong. The prosecutor told Copeland that he had spent enough time in prison for YSL. Whether Copeland was incarcerated, quote, for YSL was a substantive fact and issue. Now, here's the beautiful part. The prosecutor mentioned prior inducements for Copeland's testimony in the form of living arrangements. Footnote says Copeland was not concerned for his safety. Copeland was advised that he could not be prosecuted for anything in federal court or other jurisdictions. The implication that between these lines here is they're doing this all just to induce his testimony. What does it take to induce testimony from Copeland? The promise that he would not go to jail, the promise that he would not have to do time. That's all he cared about. He wanted his freedom. The immunity order expressly states that Copeland, quote, shall not be required to produce evidence that can be used in any other court of the state, the United States, or any other state. Thus, Copeland does not appear to have immunity in any court other than Fulton County Superior Court, pursuant to Judge Glanville's June 7th, 2024 immunity order. So that's a huge paragraph. That is a huge, huge paragraph there. And I know we've all been like racking our brains like this immunity order doesn't seem gravy. How did they double down in court to say he's protected federally? And we've got highly credentialed. We have Gactel saying he's not actually protected in any other court except for Fulton County Superior Court under this order. So it goes on to say, another prosecutor disclosed attorney-client privilege information between Copeland and his counsel that the state, quote, overheard. They are going to hammer you. So the state is violating attorney-client privilege by disclosing onto the record what Melnick said. They said they overheard it. Quote, overheard. The prosecutor asserted in open court that the state was concerned, quote, information disclosed in an ex parte setting got relayed to the parties who were not privy to that. Bold, the whole purpose of the ex parte request was so that did not happen. There you go. Judge Glanville said the hearing was ex parte because that is what the state asked me to do. In his July 1st, they are hammering this down so beautifully. Like point for point. This is such a clear argument. I'm loving it. In his July 1st, 2024 order, Judge Glanville found that he complied with CJCR 29 by releasing the entirety of the transcript of the June 10th, 2024 ex parte conversation and providing the parties an opportunity to respond. Judge Glanville clarified in footnote 5 that, quote, the opportunity for the parties to respond will be reserved for later, subject to whether another judge finds the recusals warranted here. According to Judge Glanville, the only thing discussed between the state, counsel for Mr. Copeland, and this court was the understanding of Copeland's immunity agreement, which we know the result was still not him having clear understanding. Judge Glanville found that his June 10th, 2024 ex parte communications with the state were proper, pursuant to Rule 2.9, where no party gained any tactical advantage and where the transcript of the proceeding will be released. Judge Glanville's, did I miss a footnote? Okay, no, I didn't. Judge Glanville's July 1st, 2024 order does not include any reference to the additional ex parte communications between prosecutors and Judge Glanville that occurred shortly after court ended Friday, June 7th, 2024, the day Copeland was taken into custody for invoking his Fifth Amendment privileges. We have two footnotes in that sentence. So in the first half, we have Exhibit B citing, this is where we get the June 7th transcript brought in through the appendix, the exhibits here. They're citing Diamante Kendrick's motion for mistrial. And then footnote 3 says Judge Glanville refused to give Attorney Steele a copy of Copeland's immunity order when he asked for it on Friday, June 7th, 2024. Not yet, sir. It doesn't apply to you yet, Mr. Steele. The immunity order still had not been provided to Attorney Steele or any defendants when court resumed on Monday, June 10th, 2024. And I don't really, maybe they'll keep going. Maybe they'll get to this in a future page, but remember Shart, like sometime later was still asking, we've still never seen the immunity order. So the substance of the Friday, June 7th, 2024 ex parte hearing between the state and Judge Glanville was revealed to Attorney Steele and the defendants after Judge Glanville was recused from the case. During the Friday, June 7th, 2024 ex parte communication, so the Friday, a prosecutor advised Judge Glanville that the state would be looking for a remedy for, quote, Melnick's insertion of himself over the weekend and that she wanted to inform Judge Glanville so that you are not caught off guard Monday morning or Saturday night or Saturday afternoon. We find it and send it to you. Exhibit B at 14. At the end of the meeting, Judge Glanville told the prosecutors, quote, if you find anything, we'll see where Monday leads us. And that's from Exhibit B. Melnick's interest was a concern that the prosecutor raised at the beginning of the Monday 10th, 2024 ex parte hearing, in line with the concern that she expressed on the record on Friday. According to Judge Glanville's July 1st, 2024 order, on the morning of June 10th, 2024, Judge Glanville was informed by his litigation manager that attorneys for the state requested an ex parte conversation with the court. The subject matter of the ex parte conversation is not told to the court in advance.
Was he able to describe to you at that time the methods of transportation, if any, for that particular shoot?
Yes.
And earlier you talked about the ages of the persons you interacted with that day.
Yes.
Do you recall the dates of birth associated with it?
Not off my memory. I would need my report.
Okay. I am now approaching you again with what has been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 500R. And I'm going to give you this is the exhibit again. And when you've had a moment to refresh your recollection, please look back up at me when your memory has been so refreshed.
Yes.
All right. So what is the date of birth for the victim, Ms. Denise Bell?
January 21st, 1956.
Based on that date, would she have been in her mid to late 20s?
No.
Okay. What about the dates of birth for the other persons that you interacted with on that early morning of April 28th, 2015?
Yes. Refreshing my memory, Miss Diamond Mills was born 10/30/1995. Mr. Travis or Anthony Travis, 2/27/1959. Cecilia Davis, 11/13/1962. Diamond Mills, 10/30/1995. Zuranisha Coakley, 7/15/1994. And Taiwan Marsh, 3/14/1997.
Have just a few more questions for you, Officer Pitts. the shell casings that you talked about, you saw earlier, did you ever collect those for evidentiary purposes?
The crime scene tech collected the casings.
And do you recall who that crime scene tech was that came to that scene?
I believe it was Turner. His name was Turner.
And do you know who called him out to that scene?
That would have been me, if I'm remembering correctly.
And without saying anything that he said, do you normally have any kind of interaction with him prior to him getting started with what he does?
No.
Just a brief indulgence.
Sure.
And around what time did you leave the scene?
I can't remember.
Okay. And do you recall who all was still there when you left?
No, I don't remember.
And did that conclude your involvement with this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, say passes.
All right, are there defense questions for this witness?
No questions on behalf of Mr. Williams.
None. All right, coming up.
Hello. Good morning.
My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell. All right. You arrived at the scene, and it sounds like within 15 to 20 minutes you were speaking to a Mr. Travis.
Anthony Travis, yes.
Okay. And Mr. Travis was, to your understanding, not someone that lived in that residence.
That's correct.
Okay. And he approached you on the street as you were leaving?
I believe that he spoke with an officer standby, and then when I got out there, he approached me.
Okay. And he gave you a description of the person whom he saw shooting at 1428 Adele Avenue, correct?
Correct.
Okay. He described that, and he gave a description also of a car, correct?
That's correct.
He said one car left the scene, one car, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And he described the person shooting a gun that had a banana clip, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And he described that individual as a black male?
That's correct.
Short black male, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And did you get a height range, or was it just short?
I believe it was just short.
Okay. And he described that gentleman as having dreadlocks, correct?
That's correct.
The shooter being short black male with dreadlocks.
That's correct.
You won't. Yes,
May I approach with 410 wide and 413 wide?
you may freely approach the witness, yes.
Thank you. Could you look at 410 wide?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm not going to ask you the identifications of any of those individuals, but do you see an individual wearing, do you see a date on that poster?
Objection, Judge, relevance.
I don't know what,
I'm sure
It
my
is,
client
so.
doesn't match the description.
okay, that was an inappropriate way to answer that. I don't even know what the exhibit is, so I can't rule on it.
I would ask that we approach, Your Honor.
All right.
True in hindsight, considering the exculpatory statements made by Copeland that were not disclosed to the defendants and Attorney Steele's belief that the ex parte hearing involved coercion and witness intimidation. The positive value in Attorney Steele's vigorous advocacy far exceeds any privacy interest surrounding Judge Glanville's ability to conduct ex parte hearings with prosecutors and a sworn witness. The gravity of the RICO case involving many serious charges, including murder, is clear. Like the prosecutor who was erroneously held in contempt when he refused to go forward with trial, Attorney Steele was professional and respectful of the bench in carrying out his obligations and responsibilities as counsel for Mr. Williams. So we're going to In re Berger, a Georgia appeals case from 2003. Attorney Steele simply refused to violate his duty of confidentiality to Mr. Williams to protect Mr. Williams and the sanctity of his attorney-client relationship. Attorney Steele repeatedly explained to Judge Glanville why he could not reveal the information. Conversely, Attorney Steele was threatened with confinement early in the proceedings without any showing of contempt. In re Brookins, that's a Georgia appeals, 1980, there is nothing indicating that Attorney Steele's refusal to violate his ethical obligations by disclosing privileged information, his source, was such an open, serious threat to orderly procedure that instant and summary punishment, as distinguished from due and deliberate procedures, was necessary. And that's Harris v. United States, 1965. Tons of case law. Attorney Steele's refusal, and remember, if we get a response to this, the state already said that they don't want a part in responding to this. They don't feel like they're a party. I don't know how they can kind of argue that when, with Fani Willis helping to draft the immunity order, that seems intimately tied in with June 7th and June 10th. But maybe the Supreme Court will agree that the state itself shouldn't be a party. This is really just Glanville. Whoever has to respond to this, whoever the Supreme Court deems is the party that needs to respond, needs to address each of these. And I'm waiting to see the response. Will we even get case law arguing a counterpoint for half this stuff? Will we see them try to reinterpret the purpose of this ex parte meeting?
In black and white shirt.
Yes.
Does that gentleman have dreadlocks in that
Your Honor,
picture?
I'm going to object on the same basis that we have on the bench. I'll ask for a continual objection because for the reasons that were articulated.
Does that gentleman have dreadlocks in that picture?
No.
Okay. And what is the date of that post, if you can read it?
4/28/2015.
Is that the same day as this incident that you were referring to in their testimony here today?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to look at 413Y and your 413Y. Is that another picture of that gentleman?
Yes,
And you would agree that that picture also shows that he does not have dreadlocks?
that's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, may I just publish? And Your Honor, once the jury is done with those photos, I don't have any further questions.
Do any other defense attorneys have questions for this witness? All right, does the state have redirect?
Yes. Your
Mic
Honor.
back on. All right. All right, I'll give them just a second. And then you may do your redirect. When you asked to publish, I actually thought you were going to publish it electronically because that's how we've been publishing. And this is fine, but it does take a little bit longer
I apologize. We didn't have the electronic copy available.
of this. Okay, it's fine. And if you want to, yeah, if you want to collect them after the jury's finished, before you present your redirect and just put them back up with the court reporter, that'll be fine. Thank you.
I am now collecting, Your Honor,
All right.
state exhibits for 13 line. I am starting with State's Exhibit 413. And 413 Yankee, and I am handing it to the witness. I want to ask you a couple of questions about that exhibit, which is in your hand.
Yes.
On cross, you were asked a few questions by Mr. Stillwell's attorney. I want to ask you, do you know Shannon Stillwell?
No.
Do you know when that picture was taken?
The date says 4.
I want to ask you, I asked the answer to the question. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
It's timestamped, yes.
Okay. Do you know that if that was the date that the picture was taken or that the date that it was posted?
I'm not sure.
Right. I want to turn your attention to State's Exhibit 410, Yankee. Do you know Shannon Stillwell in the plat?
No, but I recognize him in the photo.
Okay. All right. Do you know when that picture was taken?
It's timestamped 4/28/2015, 11:50 a.m.
Do you know if that was the time that it was taken or the time that it was posted?
I do not know.
Did Mr. Travis show you a picture of the shooter on the day of April 28, 2015?
No.
And on cross, you were asked a few things about what he said. Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what he told you. Exactly what he told you.
Mr. Anthony Travis told me that prior to the shooting, a black vehicle was sitting to the west of the residence, 1428 Adele Avenue. Black male with dreads, short black male with dreads, got out and started shooting at the house with a machine gun that had a banana clip.
Okay. All right. And what, if anything, happened, or did he tell you after the shooting occurred?
He did fill out
No. My question is what, if anything, did Mr. Travis tell you the shooter did after he was done shooting?
he got into the shooter did go back to the same black vehicle and leave in the black vehicle.
Okay. Do you know if Shannon Stillwell was driving that vehicle?
No.
Do you know if Trontavious Stevens?
No.
Do you know if Trontavious Stevens is 5'4"?
No.
Do you know if he wears dreads that are in his head?
No.
Do you know if Mr. Open based on the questions that were asked.
I'm going to object as to leading.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may I respond?
You can rephrase your question.
All right. Have you ever seen the pictures that were placed in front of you as State's Exhibits 413 Yankee and 410 Yankee prior to Mr. Sharp showing them to you today?
No.
Do- And do you know whether or not Trontae Stevens is a member of YSL?
No.
No, I do have a few more questions. You testified that there was a banana clip that Mr. Travis described to you, correct?
That's correct.
All right. In your training or experience, is banana clip the type of formal terminology used to describe such things?
It's the improper terminology for a magazine.
When you describe a magazine, what do you have? What do you understand? Or what are you communicating to the jury?
In reference to this report with Mr. Anthony Travis, I believe he was talking about a rifle magazine, kind of similar to the one I have mounted on my vest.
How is it shaped?
In the shape of banana.
And what is the purpose of this magazine or banana clip, as Mr. Travis described?
It feeds ammunition to the firearm.
Did Mr. Travis tell you at that time whether or not he knew the shooter to have emptied the magazine or the banana clip?
No.
And what kind of rounds would be put inside of a magazine for a rifle?
223-762.
And what shell casings were found on the scene of the shooting, crime scene of 1428 Adele Avenue Southwest?
223-762.
And when Mr. Travis described to you what he observed the shooter to do, did he tell you if the shooter got into the driver or passenger side of the vehicle?
I don't remember if he told me.
And based on your training and experience, about how many rounds can a magazine for a rifle hold inside of it?
With a, depending on the type of magazine, 223 magazine can typically carry about 30 rounds.
And about how many rounds, shell casings were found on the scene to your recollection?
32.
Do you know how many people were inside the vehicle based on what Mr. Travis communicated to you on that evening?
I do not.
I have no further questions.
All right, Mr. Short, any recross? All right, thank you for your time, officer. You are excused. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the state now calls to the stand crime scene technician Alfred Turner.
Can all of the attorneys do everybody a favor and have, when you know we're going into this sort of redirect, have your witness at the door ready to walk in, please? Thank you.
Raise your right hand. You swear affirm the testimony you give the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth? I do. Have a seat. State spell first and last name for the court. Stop with the mic, please.
It's Alfred Turner, ALFRED TURNER.
Good morning, Mr. Turner. Are you employed?
Yes,
And where are you employed?
City of Atlanta Police Department,
And how long have you been with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
30 years.
And what is your official title at Atlanta Police Department, at the Atlanta Police Department?
I'm a crime scene supervisor.
And have you always been a crime scene supervisor?
No,
What was your title prior to becoming a crime scene supervisor?
I was a crime scene tech.
Okay. And what do you do in your current capacity as a crime scene supervisor?
What I do is I supervise a team of 5 crime scene techs. And what I do is I monitor their ability to collect evidence, process evidence, and testify in court.
And what were your duties as a crime scene technician?
It was similar, except I wasn't supervised then, but I had a supervisor at that time.
And when or about did you become a supervisor at the Atlanta Police Department's crime scene technician department?
That was in 2015.
Do you remember the month?
I believe it was like August, maybe.
About how many crime scenes would you say you've processed in your 30-year career?
Maybe around 7,000, 8,000.
How do you ordinarily become aware that there is an active crime scene for you to process?
What we do is we monitor a radio on a main channel, and we are dispatched through the department by a zone officer.
And what does it mean to secure a crime scene?
Secure the crime scene is usually what the officers do. What they do is once they call us to a scene, then they actually stand by and just monitor the evidence and victims who may have been involved, and then they call us out to start to investigate it.
Why are crime scenes secured?
They're secured so evidence won't go missing.
And what is crime scene tape?
Crime scene tape is what's used to block off the crime scene, so we won't have crowd control.
Crime scene tech Turner, Supervisor Turner, do you have a standard method by which you routinely process a crime scene?
Yes.
And could you describe that process for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Usually what I do is if I have a crime scene, I initially talk to either the investigator or the officer that's on the scene so I can get a kind of overview of what happened. And from that point, I either work into the crime scene and out the crime scene, or either with the information that they given from where it began to where it actually ends. And at that point, I'll start taking photographs, and then I'll start marking evidence, and then I'll start collecting evidence at that time.
Do you, about how long does it take to process a crime scene?
It varies depending on the crime scene. If it's something like a high profile scene, sometimes it can be days. Something like a homicide, maybe 3 hours. Shootings, 3 hours. Bank robberies, maybe about an hour and a half or so.
And in your current capacity as a supervisor, do you still process crime scenes at all, or is that not the case?
That's not the case. I usually go out to make sure the team is don't have any issues with anything, and make sure that we're giving the best job to the city as possible.
When you did process crime scenes, how did you determine where to start processing your crime scene?
Again, usually the officers will give us a kind of a run through of what happened. And then from that point, you can kind of see how the crime scene kind of go, by visual looking at it.
Earlier, you spoke about taking pictures at a crime scene. Do you recall testifying to that?
Yes.
And is there a certain method by which you take pictures?
Yeah, you just basically take overall photos of everything that you see at the scene, and the evidence. You take photographs of where the evidence was. You kind of take it far back, and then you take it close up, so you can kind of pinpoint where it was.
What do you do with the pictures after you take them?
I download them and turn them into our photo lab.
How do you go about the evidence collection process? Is there a certain way you store evidence?
Yes, we have a storage room. We also have a evidence room at the police department where evidence is actually taken, or our evidence can be sent to our crime lab or either GBI crime lab.
How do you take the evidence? Do you put it in your pocket and go to the lab, or what do you do with the evidence?
No, the evidence is bagged, tagged. It usually have the complaint number, the victim, the time it was collected, what's inside the bag, the time it was collected, and I have my initials on every piece of evidence that I collect. And then at that point, it's either process it if it needs to be processed. And then if it doesn't need to be processed, then we'll send it to either a crime lab so they can process it from that point.
Do you run any types of tests on evidence that is collected from the crime scenes that you used to run?
Yes, we print evidence. We have different methods of processing that we use.
What type of tests would you normally run on, say, shell cases?
On shell cases, we usually run, we'll print those with black powder. We usually super glue them first, and then we use black powder to process them.
What does super glue do for testing the shell case?
What super glue does is it actually lifts the prints up and kind of make them rise. And then after that, if they're on there, you can kind of see them, and then you can use the fingerprint powder to actually take the print off of it.
In your experience as a crime scene tech, have you ever gotten a fingerprint off of a shell casing?
No.
Why not?
Usually the casings are too small, but we try all the time.
Do you prepare, well, did you, in your former capacity as a crime scene tech, not a supervisor, prepare crime scene diagrams?
No.
Why not?
We used to do them when I started back in '93, but then it was taken over by the investigators. So the investigators or the officers do the actual diagrams now.
What is a crime scene record?
A crime scene record?
A record, a report?
Oh.
Yes.
Okay, a report. A report is what we actually do when I take photos. I have to do a log of each photo that I take. When I take evidence, I have to do a actual log of every piece of item that I take. And then I actually have to do a whole narrative of what I did from beginning of the crime scene to the ending of the crime scene.
Why might you prepare crime scene records?
It's needed for court purposes. For one, it's needed for my records. It's one. Photo Lab actually has one to actually make sure that the photographs match the picture that was taken. So every piece of item is used to show that all these things were documented properly.
Do you recall working on April 28th, Tuesday, April 28th, 2015?
Yes.
All right, and do you recall, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what, if anything, you recall about working that day?
I was called that a shooting occurred at 1428 Adel Avenue Southwest. And Officer Pitts advised that he needed photographs and evidence collected at that crime scene.
Okay. And to your knowledge, what is located at that address?
When I actually got to the address, I noticed that there was a bunch of shell casings in the streets, in the yard. A few, I think it was 3 vehicles had damages from gunshots, and the residents had a bunch of gunshot damages to the residents.
Did you see any people at the scene?
Yes, I did. I saw some other officers, and I believe some investigators was there, but again, that was in 2015.
Do you recall what time of day it was or around or about when you arrived?
Around 4 o'clock in the morning, because I work on midnight shift.
Do you recall the weather conditions at that time?
I believe it was just kind of cool, but
Better question, was there sun up or was the sun down?
no, the sun was down. It was dark.
Was the crime scene secure when you arrived that day?
Yes.
By any chance, would you recall who secured it?
I would think that Officer Pitts would have secured the scene.
Did you go to the crime scene alone or were you accompanied by anybody?
I was by myself.
Okay. So did you in fact process this crime scene that is under discussion at this time?
Yes.
What was the first thing that you did on Tuesday, April 28th, 2015 to process this crime scene that we're talking about?
Do you mean when I arrived on the scene?
Yes, sir.
I talked to Officer Pitts so he can kind of give me an overview of what happened.
And did you, as you described earlier, for this scene, put evidence placards down?
Yes.
And did you take pictures?
Yes, I did.
And did you collect evidence?
Yes.
And what evidence did you collect?
I collected 34 shell casings.
Do you recall what type or size of shell casings they were?
Yes.
Or is it not apparent to you at this moment off the top of your head?
I just didn't want to get the number wrong.
Okay. Would anything help refresh your recollection?
Yes, I can.
I'm going to approach the witness with what have been remarks. What would refresh your recollection?
If I looked over my notes.
Okay. I'm going to approach the witness with what has been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 10 KK, and I'll allow you to look at this and see if your memory's been refreshed. I'm going to take that so that you can look at that.
Okay, there were 223s and actual 7.62 by 3.9, which is assault rifle shell casings.
As it relates to this crime scene that we're still talking about, how many evidence placards did you put down that day?
34.
And 34 placards went next to what evidence?
Each shell casing.
And did you take any pictures of these placards next to the shell casing?
Yes, I did.
And do you recall about how many photos you may have taken that day?
I think it was a total of 128.
Okay. Would you recognize those photos if you were to see them today?
Yes.
All right. I am now approaching the witness, Your Honor, with what has been pre-marked as State's Exhibits 11 Kappa Kappa to 138 Kappa Kappa.
All right.
Yes. And please take a brief moment to just look back over those. And when you've done looking at them, angling them away from the presence of the jury so that they're not able to
Oh,
see those exhibits. Yes, sir. And then look at me when you're done. chance to review those exhibits?
Yes, yes.
And, do they, what do they reflect?
They reflect the crime scene that I took photos of.
What is the address of that place?
1428 Adale Avenue.
And where did you take those photos?
That was on April 28th, 2015.
And are those photos that you are now seeing as states exhibits 11 Kappa Kappa to 138 Kappa Kappa fairly and accurately represent the crime scene of 1428 Adele Avenue Southwest as it was on the day that you were dispatched to that location on April 28th, 2015?
Yes.
Have they been changed in any way?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, the state now moves to admit states exhibits 11 Kappa Kappa to 138 Kappa. Your Honor, and request permission to publish subject to your rule.
All right, those are admitted and you may.
Yes, Your Honor, and I will be only publishing just a few.
All right, thank you.
All right. Mr. Atkins, if you would publish states exhibit number 11 Kappa Kappa, and crime scene Turner, you will see a populate on the screen behind you and on the laptop before you. So.
Okay.
Now showing you states exhibit 11 Kappa Kappa. Crime scene Turner, can you, supervisor Turner, excuse me, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it is that we're looking at here in this exhibit?
That was basically a photo of the street area on Adale Avenue.
You described earlier overviews of, you take overviews of pictures. Is this one such type of photo?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of this overview?
It's just basically to show the actual street and actually what the photo shows from a distance.
Now showing you what has been admitted as states 14 Kappa Kappa. What is being shown in this exhibit?
That's also an overall photo of Adale Avenue, and I was showing the actual residents from a distance.
Is this the opposite direction from the previous exhibit that we're looking at in terms of direction?
Yes.
What else do you see? Well, pause that. Turning now to states exhibit 16 Kappa Kappa. What do you see here in this exhibit, sir?
Again, it was just a close-up photo of the actual address with the vehicles parked in the yard.
And I am taking the cursor. Can you see that cursor on your screen?
Yes.
What address pertains to this building where the vehicle appears to be parked in the driveway?
That's the 1428 Adale Avenue.
Turning now to states exhibit 20 Kappa Kappa. Is this the same vehicle that was shown in the previous exhibit?
Yes.
And do you know, did you mark or notate this same vehicle's presence in your report?
Yes.
And do you know what type of vehicle this is based on this picture?
I think that's a Chrysler Pacifica.
Turning your attention to states exhibit 41 Kappa Kappa. Is this another view of the same vehicle that was shown in the prior exhibit?
Yes, that's just a photo of the front of the vehicle.
And why did you take photos of this vehicle?
Because it had damages to it.
Okay, what type of damages did you observe at that time?
It had gunshot damages.
Showing you now states exhibit 32 Kappa Kappa. From what angle of the vehicle was this photo taken?
That was just showing the driver's side and also the yard. You're just showing the driver's side and the yard of Adale Avenue.
Now showing you states exhibit 30 Kappa Kappa. What is that mark that appears to be on the vehicle right where the cursor is circling about? The delay, where the cursor is pointing to just below.
That's a gunshot that's the rear driver's side quarter panel.
And to your recollection, do you recall about how many defects or gunshots to this vehicle you took pictures of?
Not to be exact.
turning your attention to State's Exhibit 31, Kappa Kappa, and I am again moving the cursor where it's dragging to this area. You see there where I'm encircling. Do you see that?
Yes,
Why would you have taken a photo of this particular area?
because there also is a damage that possibly came from a gunshot as well.
I want you to look a little bit closer to the bottom of State's Exhibit 31, Kappa Kappa, where you see this indentation in the vehicle where the cursor is placed. Does that tire appear to be inflated or deflated?
Appears to be deflated.
And do you, excuse me, right, you see that cursor?
Mhm.
And does that deflate it? Excuse me, actually, I'll go to that. Right. Now showing you State's Exhibit 17, Kappa Kappa. What type of vehicle are we looking here in this exhibit?
I believe that's a Dodge Charger.
And did you also notate this particular vehicle in your report?
Yes,
And why would you have taken special notice of this?
because that vehicle was also parked on the sidewalk at the same address and also had damages to it.
And I am now, just a brief moment, State Exhibit. Okay. Showing now State's Exhibit 19, Kappa Kappa. Do you see this rear photo of this vehicle, same vehicle?
Yes,
All right. And is this just another such view of the vehicle, four quarters of it?
yes, just a different angle.
All right, showing you State's Exhibit 23, Kappa Kappa. Why would you have taken a frontal view of this?
I took a frontal view because there's a damage to the front hood of it, where it's parked at.
Do you see where this cursor is moving towards at this time? All right, it's kind of delayed, but there we go. You see that area right there? It's darker than the rest of the concrete.
Oh, yes.
Does that appear to have been from the damage, or do you, to your recollection, was that there prior?
I'm not sure. I just took a photo of where it was parked, so I'm not really sure if it was there before.
Now showing you State's Exhibit 24, Kappa Kappa. Supervisor Turner, what is this marking or hole, if you will, on the hood of the Dodge vehicle?
There's also a damage from gunshot to the, I guess, front hood of the vehicle.
Now showing you State's Exhibit 25, Kappa Kappa. Is this, do you see this indentation on this vehicle where the cursor is attempting to put? There we go.
Yes. That's it.
And what do you know that to be based on your training and experience?
And that's also gunshot damage right there on the top hood.
Are there two markings in the same vicinity on this exhibit?
From my experience, it looks like the gunshot went through the hood and kind of stopped at that top part.
Turning your attention now to State's Exhibit 33, Kappa Kappa. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury why you would have taken such a photo?
And also this vehicle in Infiniti was parked in the same driveway, and it also had damages to it as well.
Do you see anyone in front of the home?
Yes.
Did you get a chance to speak to them?
No.
All right. Now showing you State's Exhibit 36, Kappa Kappa. Can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the damage that you observed to be from bullet defects on this particular vehicle that was there?
Yeah, we had damages from the passenger side front hood, and I believe it's a damage to the passenger side rear door, I believe.
Is that a separate defect from the first that we just observed in the prior exhibit?
Yes.
And this is State's Exhibit 38, Kappa Kappa. Now showing you State's Exhibit 39, Kappa Kappa. Is this another defect that you observed on that day, on that morning, on the same side of the vehicle?
Yes.
All right. Is this, what view are we looking of the vehicle, and why would you have taken this?
And that's just show the rear of the vehicle, showing the tag of it.
And why would you have taken pictures of the tags of these vehicles?
We usually make sure that the tag matches the actual vehicle.
Now showing you State's Exhibit 42, Kappa Kappa. Why did you take this photo?
It's the front of the residence.
And but why would you have taken this photo?
We like to show that that this is the actual the photo of the residence is actually where majority of the damage is actually happening at.
And now showing you State's Exhibit 43, Kappa Kappa. Why, what is the purpose of this photo that he took?
It shows that the front window of the residence had multiple gunshot damages to the window.
On this photo alone, from this viewpoint, are you able to describe or count how many gunshot defects you see in this window?
No.
Showing you now State's Exhibit 44, Kappa Kappa. Using this photo, is this the same window that was shown in the prior exhibit?
Yes.
And from this, can you count for the jury how many defects you see to this front window here?
1, 2, 3. It looks like about 3.
Utilizing State's Exhibit 44, Kappa Kappa, how many defects do you see?
And on this one is 2.
Do you see?
Section.
Get closer. You see the cursor?
Yeah.
All right. Is that a defect?
Okay, it disappeared.
Still right there. Cursor. All the way at the
Okay.
bottom.
It's not on mine, but
Oh,
yeah, but that'll be 3.
okay. All right. Is this a different photo or a different view of the same front window that had defects?
Yeah, it's just I think it looks more like a closer up photo, but the same window.
Is this a different defect than the 3 that we just previously looked at?
I believe it was just higher. The photo looked like it was just higher up.
All right. What about this one in State's Exhibit 47, Kappa?
That's one defect.
I'm sorry?
It's just one gunshot.
Okay. Is this a separate from the previous 3 that we just saw?
It was quite a few, so I'm not really sure.
All right, no problem. Okay. All right. Now turning your attention to State's Exhibit 48, Kappa Kappa. What are we looking at here?
This is an overall view of once I took my initial photo of the actual street. This was to show you that the actual shell casings were out there, but without the numbers, you wouldn't have been able to see them. So the numbers actually show each shell casing where they were actually laying.
Is this an overview of some of those placards that were placed out there?
Yes.
Objection 403, cumulative, waste of time.
Your Honor, these are separate photos and they're all, I've actually truncated this considerably, so
Okay, well, get it.
it's not gonna be all.
Let's
over.
move through it as quickly as possible.
Sure thing, Your Honor. State's Exhibit 49, Kappa Kappa, is this yet another view over, a different angle of the similar view of the placards?
Yes.
All right. Okay, again, is this a different view of the beginning of the numbers from which you started, with the placards?
Yes.
And that is State's Exhibit 51, Kappa Kappa. All right, showing you State's Exhibit 53, Kappa Kappa. Is this, what do you see here?
It was a marker number 11 of a shell casing.
Is it away from the rest of the shell casings or placards that you saw or put down that day?
Yes.
Okay. Showing you State's Exhibit 52, Kappa Kappa. What,
Same objection, Your Honor, cumulative, waste of time.
All right, I mean, at some point, it certainly becomes that, so please, utilize the ones that are necessary to be able to tell the
sure, Judge.
incident.
I am
Beyond
going
that,
to,
move on. Go ahead.
I'm going to fast forward. And I'm going to point your attention to State's Exhibit 67, capital, capital. All right, here we have State's Exhibit, capital, capital. What are we looking at here?
Shell casing 1 and 2.
And do you recall which shell casings those were in terms of size?
There was 223s.
All right, showing you State's Exhibit 68, capital, capital. Is this a separate shell casing from those that we saw in the previous exhibit?
Yes.
All right, do you recall what size this was?
I would have to look at my notes to be exact.
Sure. Between the two, excuse me. All right, showing you State's Exhibit 69, capital, capital. Does this capture the shell, another shell casing that you discovered?
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 70, capital, capital. You put down another placard. Is this a different shell casing from the other?
Yes.
And does it go in sequential order to what number?
Yes, it does.
What does the shell casing placards go in sequential? To what number do you stop?
I stopped at number 34.
Showing you State's Exhibit 71. Separate shell casing?
Same objection, Your Honor.
All right, can you ask him maybe a broader question that establishes that each placard is a separate shell or shell casing?
Supervisor Turner, did you take pictures of each and every shell casing?
Yes.
All right. And did you take them by each placard?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to transition your attention to State's Exhibit 101, capital, capital. Excuse me. All right. All right. In this photo, why would you have taken this photo and where was it taken?
That was taken in the inside of the residence.
Okay. And why would you have taken this photo?
I'm just showing an overview of what I actually saw when I walked inside the house.
Were there gunshot defects inside the house?
Yes.
All right. Utilizing State's Exhibit 114, capital, capital, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where you see those gunshot defects to be?
In this photo, the gunshots are behind the couch.
Are they, is it fair to say they're on the couch?
No, it's in the back of the couch.
What is that where the cursor is pointing?
And those are the gunshot holes.
Okay. How many do you see?
2.
Okay. Why would you have taken this photo in State's Exhibit 102, capital, capital?
Because I took a photo of the window from the front. I also took from the inside of the house, showing the damages from the inside of the house.
Showing you State's Exhibit 118, capital, capital. Do you see damages to the window in this photo?
Yes.
All right. How many defects do you see?
I see 4.
Showing you State's Exhibit 103, capital, capital. Do you see any defects to the home in this photograph?
Yes.
Where do you see it?
It's in the wall, just in the middle of the lamp.
All right. Is where the cursor is pointing, where that defect that you're describing is positioned?
Yes.
All right. Showing you State's Exhibit 108, capital, capital. What are we looking at here?
There's also a defect in the wall near the, I guess that's a horn on the wall.
Showing you State's Exhibit 105, capital, capital. Do you see a defect in this photo?
Yes.
Were there multiple defects inside the home?
Yes.
Were there defects downstairs?
Yes.
Were there defects upstairs?
I don't think so.
Turning your attention to State's Exhibit 110. Do you see any defects in this photo?
Yes.
And that is 110, capital, capital. How many defects do you see in this photo upstairs?
That's 3.
I am turning your attention now to State's Exhibit 113, capital, capital. Do you see a defect in this photo?
Yes.
All right. And is that defect where the state's cursor is pointing?
Yes.
Showing you state's exhibit 122, capital. Do you see any gunshot defects in this photo?
Yes, below the picture on the wall.
Showing you state's exhibit 124, capital. Do you see any gunshot defects in this picture?
Yes,
How many do you see?
2.
Showing you now state's exhibit 125, capital. Do you see any gunshot defects to the door in this photo?
Yes,
All right, is that defect where the state's cursor is moving?
yes.
Are all of those defects that you described noted, well, excuse me, are those photos that you took showing those defects noted in your crime scene record?
Yes.
Okay. And all of the defects that you saw, were there any placards next to the defects?
No.
Why wouldn't you put placards next to the defects?
Usually the investigators didn't request any for those, for this actual case.
The vehicles that were affected by the gunshot defects, what, if anything, does APD do anything with those vehicles?
Yes, what we do is we impound the vehicle and then we search it later if that's something part of the investigation.
Based on your training and experience, are 7.62 rounds larger than those that would typically go into a handgun?
Yes.
Based on your training and experience as a crime scene tech, are .223 caliber rounds larger than those that would go into a handgun?
Yes.
Earlier, you talked about the types of testing that is done on shell casing evidence. Do you recall that?
Yes.
You talked about super glue and black powder being used in that process. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Did you in fact perform any testing on the shell casings that were recovered from this crime scene?
Yes.
And what testing did you perform?
I did the super glue and a black powder.
And did that testing yield any results of any value to you?
No.
After such tests were run, what, if anything, did you do with that evidence, specifically the shell casings, once you completed?
The shell casings was turned over to APD Crime Lab.
And what does APD Crime Lab do, if anything, with those shell casings?
They do ballistic testing on them.
Are you involved with the ballistic testing?
No.
Supervisor Turner, you stated earlier that you prepare crime scene records. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you prepare one for this case?
Yes.
And did you create it at or near the time that you performed your particular part of this evidence logging?
Yes.
And would you recognize that crime scene record is shown today?
Yes, I would.
And I believe it is before you, it is identified as State's Exhibit 10 Kappa Kappa.
Yes.
And do you recall that being the exact crime scene record that you authored?
Yes.
Has it been changed in any way?
No.
Has it, does it fairly and accurately represent the work that you did and the writings that you put in there at the time that you authored it?
Yes.
And does that crime scene record contain all of the descriptions of the photos that you took on that day?
Yes, it
Does
does.
it contain all of the descriptions of the evidence that you collected that day?
Yes.
Does it contain all of what you did around or about that time on April the 28th, 2015?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this time, the state now moves to admit state's 10 capital.
All
Your Honor,
right.
I would object to submission. The testimony, or it would be cumulative of the testimony already provided by this witness.
Your Honor, I intentionally kept the witness from going through each thing for that very purpose, so that it would not draw such an objection, Your Honor. So trying to mince words, obviously.
Your Honor, the statement would be testimonial. It would be unnecessary. Photographs have already been admitted, and this witness has already testified. The record itself would be cumulative of everything that has been entered thus far and has been testified to. I would object.
And much like an autopsy report, Your Honor, it simply explains exactly which photo he took and what he did, and it's not cumulative for that reason, based on that fact. And it doesn't, he did not testify to everything contained.
It's admitted.
All right, I would like to direct you to your report, which is 10 Kappa Kappa, and ask you a few questions contained there. What is the crime scene date listed on that report?
4/28/2015.
According to your report, who's the on-scene crime scene, on-scene officer that was there, present, first responder there?
Adrian Pitts.
What is the crime scene number?
What is a crime scene?
Yeah,
number?
what is a crime scene number or identifier?
Well, the crime scene number for us is the actual number that we use to start our crime scene report.
Turn to page 3 of your report and just have a few more questions. On that report, do you see something by the mention of artificial lighting?
Yes.
What does that mean with respect to what you did in this case?
That's just a part of the camera that the set for that right there just shows that I use an actual bulb to take the photos because it's nighttime.
At this time, Your Honor, the state has no further questions.
All right, do any of the defense attorneys have questions for this witness?
On behalf of Mr. Williams, we have no questions.
Mr. Williams, Mr. Harvey? Okay, all right, thank you for your time. You are excused.
Oh.
And this is probably a good time to break for lunch. And ladies and gentlemen, we have some matters to deal with over the lunch hour, as is not atypical in this case. So I'm going to give y'all until, let's see, it's 1:30. Laura. All right, we're gonna need to take up some matters over lunch, and Ms. Hilton needs to be here for that. Is she readily available, or?
I'm actually, when I saw the email, I was sending word to have to come over, and she's available to come over.
Okay,
Trying to, there was also the matter of preparing and getting the correspondence. She was collecting all of the correspondence she had, and we had everything ready. And we're giving it to the court now too as well.
okay,
And so if we can address at lunch, as soon as she gets here, everything the witness's attorneys about,
Mr. Zachary's attorney?
yes, so that I could address the court regarding anything that we needed to address regarding this.
Okay, well, that's not what I wanted to address, but I need Miss Hilton here for it. Gotten a very interesting email. And I'm going to want to discuss it as a bench matter, but it is very difficult to have everybody huddle at the bench. So when Miss Hilton gets over for us to discuss that, I'm just going to ask that the media and the audience be excused, because you wouldn't normally hear what goes on with a bench conference. It'll be taken down for the record, but it's just too difficult to have a serious, involved conversation huddled around very little space. So why don't you, do you know whether the lunches are here? Why don't we take 30 minutes so that the defendants can eat lunch and then reconvene? Okay. And if the hard copies for the in-camera inspection are ready before then, can you just have somebody to deliver them to my chambers, please? Okay.
We combined them as Adobe PDFs. Is the court disinclined to receive them electronically?
So y'all gave them to me electronically, what, I think on Wednesday or either Thursday morning. And I said, this is incredibly difficult to sort out electronically, which is why I asked for hard copies. So unless they are amazingly way easier to sort through and set parts aside now, yes, I'd like them as hard copies.
So we are going to give the court hard copies, of course, but the
Well, you
court.
say of course, but you were supposed to have given them to me this morning.
So, Your Honor, what the court got last week was
Yes.
every email just in one combined
Yeah.
email. And what we have done now is actually sorted through, taking out anything that wasn't directly related to negotiations and combine them chronologically in a PDF as it related to each defendant. That's what we were providing. We were trying to
Okay.
clean that up.
Well, that's and I would like it at the lunch hour.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So we'll reconvene at 12:45.
He wears dreads that are in his head.
No.
Do you know if Mr. Based on the questions that were asked.
I'm going to object as to leading.
Sustained.
You're on the mayor's.
You can rephrase your question.
All right. Have you ever seen the pictures that were placed in front of you as States Exhibits 413 Yankee and 410 Yankee prior to Mr. Sharp showing them to you today?
No.
And do you know whether or not Trontaria Stevens is a member of YSL?
No.
No, I do have a few more questions. you testified that there was a banana clip that Mr. Travis described to you, correct?
That's correct.
All right. In your training or experience, is banana clip the type of formal terminology used to describe such things?
It's the improper terminology for a magazine.
When you describe a magazine, what do you have? What do you understand? Or what are you communicating to the jury?
In reference to this report with Mr. Anthony Travis, I believe he was talking about a rifle magazine, kind of similar to the one I have mounted on my vest.
How is it shaped?
In the shape of a banana.
And what is the purpose of this magazine or banana clip, as Mr. Travis described?
It feeds ammunition to the firearm.
Did Mr. Travis tell you at that time whether or not he knew the shooter to have emptied the magazine or the banana clip?
No.
And what kind of rounds would be put inside of a magazine for a rifle?
223, 762.
And what shell casings were found on the scene of the shooting, crime scene of 1428 Adele Avenue Southwest?
223, 762.
And when Mr. Travis described to you what he observed the shooter to do, did he tell you if the shooter got into the driver or passenger side of the vehicle?
I don't remember if he told me.
And based on your training and experience, about how many rounds can a magazine for a rifle hold inside of it?
With a, depending on the type of magazine, 223 magazine can typically carry about 30 rounds.
And about how many rounds, shell casings were found on the scene to your recollection?
32.
Do you know how many people were inside the vehicle based on what Mr. Travis communicated to you on that evening?
I do not.
She is
romantic.
Ms. Chardonnay, recross. All right. Thank you for your time, officer. You are excused. Call your next witness.
Right at this time, the state now calls to the stand crime scene technician Alfred Turner.
Well, good thing I had the poll, Anthony. Don't worry, guys. We are a little bit behind, but we'll catch up to current time. I appreciate y'all keeping the spoilers to yourself. Looks like they are currently on their lunch break, so whatever happens.
Can all of the attorneys do everybody a favor and have, when you know we're going into this sort of redirect, have your witness at the door ready to walk in, please?
Come on, state, get it together.
Thank you.
All right, here's the next witness. He is a crime scene expert, I believe, technician.
It's Alfred Turner, ALFRED TURNER.
Good morning, Mr. Turner. Are you employed?
Yes,
And where are you employed?
City of Atlanta Police Department,
And how long have you been with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
30 years.
And what is your official title at Atlanta Police Department? At the Atlanta Police Department?
I'm a crime scene supervisor.
And have you always been a crime scene supervisor?
No,
What was your title prior to becoming a crime scene supervisor?
I was a crime scene tech.
Okay. And what do you do in your current capacity as a crime scene supervisor?
What I do is I supervise a team of 5.
Why does he look like he's about to laugh? Is it just me?
He looks like he's about to burst out in laughter. I don't know why.
crime scene techs. And what I do is I monitor their ability to collect evidence, process evidence, and testify in court.
And what were your duties as a crime scene technician?
It was similar, except I wasn't supervised then, but I had a supervisor at that time.
And when or about did you become a supervisor at the Atlanta Police Department's crime scene technician department?
That was in 2015.
Do you remember the month?
I believe it was like August, maybe.
About how many crime scenes would you say you've processed in your 30-year career?
Maybe around 7,000, 8,000.
How do you ordinarily become aware that there is an active crime scene for you to process?
What we do is we monitor a radio on a main channel, and we are dispatched through the department by a zone officer.
And what does it mean to secure a crime scene?
Secure the crime scene is usually what the officers do. What they do is once they call us to a scene, then they actually stand by and just monitor the evidence and victims who may have been involved, and then they call us out to start to investigate it.
Why are crime scenes secured?
They're secured so evidence won't go missing.
And what is crime scene tape?
Crime scene tape is what's used to block off the crime scene, so we won't have crowd control.
Crime scene tech Turner, supervisor Turner, do you have a standard method by which you routinely process a crime scene?
Yes.
And could you describe that process for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Usually what I do is if I have a crime scene, I initially talk to either the investigator or the officer that's on the scene so I can get a kind of overview of what happened. And from that point, I either work into the crime scene and out the crime scene, or either with the information that they given from where it began to where it actually ends. And at that point, I'll start taking photographs, and then I'll start marking evidence, and then I'll start collecting evidence at that time.
Do you, about how long does it take to process a crime scene?
It varies depending on the crime scene. If it's something like a high profile scene, sometimes it can be days. Something like a homicide, maybe 3 hours. Shootings, 3 hours. Bank robberies, maybe about an hour and a half or so.
I'm pretty sure the jury knows what crime scene tape is. That was probably the craziest question Brown has asked so far. What is crime scene tape? I'm sorry, I couldn't hold that in. I'm like the witness on the stand. I couldn't hold in the laugh.
And in your current capacity as a supervisor, do you still process crime scenes at all, or is that not the case?
That's not the case. I usually go out to make sure the team is don't have any issues with anything, and make sure that we're giving the best job to the city as possible.
When you did process crime scenes, how did you determine where to start processing your crime scene?
Again, usually the officers will give us a kind of a run through of what happened. And then from that point, you can kind of see how the crime scene kind of go, by visual looking at it.
Earlier, you spoke about taking pictures at a crime scene. Do you recall testifying to that?
Yes.
And Is there a certain method by which you take pictures?
Yeah, you just basically take overall photos of everything that you see at the scene, and the evidence you take photographs of where the evidence was. You kind of take it far back, and then you take it close up,
Shout out to Rico.
so you can kind of pinpoint where it was.
We're looking for you, Rico. Where you at?
What do you do with the pictures after you take them?
I download them and turn them into our photo lab.
How do you go about the evidence collection process? Is there a certain way you store evidence?
Yes, we have a storage room. We also have a evidence room at the police department where evidence is actually taken, or our evidence can be sent to our crime lab or either GBI crime lab.
How do you take the evidence? Do you put it in your pocket and go to the lab, or what do you do with the evidence?
No, the evidence is bagged, tagged. It usually have the complaint number, the victim, the time it was collected, what's inside the bag, the time it was collected, and I have my initials on every piece of evidence that I collect. And then at that point, it's either process it if it needs to be processed. And then if it doesn't need to be processed, then we'll send it to either a crime lab so they can process it from that point.
Do you run any types of tests on evidence that is collected from the crime scenes that you used to run?
Yes, we print evidence. We have different methods of processing that we use.
What type of tests would you normally run on, say, shell cases?
On shell cases, we usually run, we'll print those with black powder. We usually super glue them first, and then we use black powder to process them.
What does super glue do for testing the shell case?
What super glue does is it actually lifts the prints up and kind of make them rise. And then after that, if they're on there, you can kind of see them, and then you can use the fingerprint powder to actually take the print off of it.
In your experience as a crime scene tech, have you ever gotten a fingerprint off of a shell casing?
Guys, I mean, this is interesting because, you're getting behind the scenes kind of a description on how fingerprints are lifted. That's pretty cool. They use super glue apparently, and a little bit of dust. But I'm sorry, it is so hard for me to keep it together. Look at his face, guys. Look at his face. I don't know why he looks like that. He literally looks like he's about to laugh. And I don't know if that's just how his face is all the time, but that is, I don't know. I've never seen a person that just looks like this. I don't know. Observation, but let's keep going.
No.
Why not?
Usually the casings are too small, but we try all the time.
Do you prepare, well, did you, in your former capacity as a crime scene tech, not a supervisor, prepare crime scene diagrams?
No.
Why not?
We used to do them when I started back in '93, but then it was taken over by the investigators. So the investigators or the officers do the actual diagrams now.
What is a crime scene record?
A crime scene record.
A record or report? What?
Oh.
Yes.
Okay, a report. A report is what we actually do when I take photos. I have to do a log of each photo that I take. When I take evidence, I have to do a actual log of every piece of item that I take. And then I actually have to do a whole narrative of what I did from beginning of the crime scene to the ending of the crime scene.
Why might you prepare crime scene records?
It's needed for court purposes. For one, it's needed for my records. It's one photo lab actually has one to actually make sure that the photographs match the picture that was taken. So every piece of item is used to show that all these things were documented properly.
Do you recall working on April 28th, Tuesday, April 28th, 2015?
Yes.
All right, and do you recall, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what, if anything, you recall about working that day?
I was called that a shooting occurred at 1428 Adel Avenue Southwest. And Officer Pitts advised that he needed photographs and evidence collected at that crime scene.
Okay. And to your knowledge, what is located at that address?
When I actually got to the address, I noticed that there was a bunch of shell casings in the streets, in the yard. A few, I think it was 3 vehicles had damages from gunshots, and the residents had a bunch of gunshot damages to the residents.
Did you see any people at the scene?
Yes, I did. I saw some other officers, and I believe some investigators was there, but again, that was in 2015.
Do you recall what time of day it was around or about when you arrived?
Around 4 o'clock in the morning, because I work on midnight shift.
Do you recall the weather conditions at that time?
I believe it was just kind of cool, but
Better question, was there sun up or was the sun down?
no, the sun was down. It was dark.
Was the crime scene secure when you arrived that day?
Yes.
Yeah.
By any chance, would you recall who secured it?
I would think that Officer Pitts would have secured the scene.
Did you go to the crime scene alone, or were you accompanied by anyone?
I was by myself.
Okay. So did you in fact process this crime scene that is under discussion at this time?
Yes.
What was the first thing that you did on Tuesday, April 28th, 2015 to process this crime scene that we're talking about?
Do you mean when I arrived on the scene?
Yes, sir.
I talked to Officer Pitts so he can kind of give me an overview of what happened.
And did you, as you described earlier, for this scene, put evidence placards down?
Yes.
And did you take pictures?
Yes, I did.
And did you collect evidence?
Yes.
And what evidence did you collect?
I collected 34 shell casings.
Do you recall what type or size of shell casings they were?
Yes.
Or is it not apparent to you at this moment off the top of your head?
I just didn't want to get the number wrong.
Okay. Would anything help refresh your recollection?
Yes, I can.
I'm going to approach the witness with three marks. What would refresh your recollection?
If I looked over my notes.
Okay. I'm going to approach the witness with what has been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 10 KK, and I'll allow you to look at this and see if your memory's been refreshed. I'm going to take that so that you can look at that.
Shout out to the spectacles. Maybe we can take them a little bit more serious now with the glasses.
Okay, there were 223s and actual 7.62 by 39, which is assault rifle shell casings.
As it relates to this crime scene that we're still talking about, how many evidence placards did you put down that day?
34.
And 34 placards went next to what evidence?
Each shell casing.
And did you take any pictures of these placards next to the shell casing?
Yes, I did.
And do you recall about how many photos you may have taken that day?
I think it was a total of 128.
Okay. Would you recognize those photos if you were to see them today?
Yes.
I am now approaching the witness, Your Honor, with what has been pre-marked as state's exhibits 11 capital to 138 capital.
Right.
Yes. And please take a brief moment to just look back over those. And when you're done looking at them, angling them away from the presence of the jury so that they're not able to see those exhibits. Yes, sir. And then look at me when you're done.
So it's like he's asking him questions about how they process the crime scene, things of the like. He's reviewing his own report for accuracy, sort of thing, refreshing his recollection. And yes, he is doing his job, guys, but it's just, the face is just a little odd. That's it. Reasonable observation. That's it. And we do cut up in the chat. We do. We like to have fun here. If anybody gets a little crazy, the mods know what to do. No, ignored it. Petty. Petty in the grass. Oh, Bison Bill. I might even put that one on the screen. He's going through the entire report, looking at the numbered pages on the bottom. You can hear him kind of whispering the numbers. It's a long report. You can kind of see the pictures. You know those little yellow placards that they put around on a crime scene? You could see some of those in the pictures. The fact that they're having him go through this novel on the stand is crazy to me, though. And the world turns. Turn the page. Try it again. And again. Are we getting to the bottom of this pile soon? Yes, Kennedy, there is a warrant out for Whittington West right now. This is a book. You cannot make this trial up. You can't. where your taxpayer dollars are going, Fulton County, right here. Turn the page. All right, almost there. Are you done? Look at that.
Have you had a chance to review those exhibits?
Yes, yes.
And, do they, what do they reflect?
They reflect the crime scene that I took photos of.
What is the address of that?
1428 Adale Avenue.
And where did you take those photos?
That was on April 28th, 2015.
And are those photos that you are now seeing as state's exhibits 11 Kappa Kappa to 138 Kappa Kappa fairly and accurately represent the crime scene of 1428 Adele Avenue Southwest as it was on the day that you were dispatched to that location on April 28th, 2015?
Yes.
Have they been changed in any way?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, the state now moves to admit state's exhibits 11 Kappa Kappa to 138 Kappa. Your Honor, and request permission to publish subject to your rule.
All right, those are admitted and you may.
Yes, Your Honor, and I will be only publishing just a few.
All right, thank you.
All right. Mr. Atkins, if you would publish state's exhibit number 11 Kappa Kappa, and Crime Scene Turner, you will see a populated screen behind you and on the laptop before you. So.
Okay.
I know he's not about to show the 34 pictures.
Now showing you state's exhibit 11 Kappa Kappa. Crime Scene Turner, can you, Supervisor Turner, excuse me, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it is that we're looking at here in this exhibit?
That was basically a photo of the street area on Adale Avenue.
You described earlier overviews of, you take overviews of pictures. Is this one such type of photo?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of this overview?
It's just basically to show the actual street and actually what the photo shows from a distance.
Now showing you what has been admitted in states 14 Kappa Kappa. What is being shown in this exhibit?
That's also an overall photo of Adale Avenue, and I was showing the actual residents from a distance.
Is this the opposite direction from the previous exhibit that we're looking at in terms of direction?
Yes.
What else do you see? Well, pause that. Turning now to states exhibit 16 Kappa Kappa. What do you see here in this exhibit, sir?
Again, it was just a close-up photo of the actual address with the vehicles parked in the yard.
And I am taking the cursor. Can you see that cursor on your screen?
Yes.
What address pertains to this building where the vehicle appears to be parked in the driveway?
That's the 1428 Adale Avenue.
Turning now to state's exhibit 20 Kappa Kappa. Is this the same vehicle that was shown in the previous exhibit?
Since we learned our lesson from last week, I'm skipping this. I'm not trying to get in trouble for nobody's.
The damage that possibly came from a gunshot as well.
I want you to look a little bit closer to the bottom of state's exhibit 31 Kappa Kappa, where you see this indentation in the vehicle where the cursor is placed. Does that tire appear to be inflated or deflated?
Appears to be deflated.
And do you, excuse me, right, you see that cursor?
Mm-hmm.
And does that deflate it? Excuse me, actually, I'll go to that. Right. Now showing you state's exhibit 17 Kappa Kappa. What type of vehicle are we looking here in this exhibit?
I believe that's a Dodge Charger.
And did you also notate this particular vehicle in your report?
Yes.
And why would you have taken special notice of this?
Because that vehicle was also parked on the sidewalk at the same address and also had damages to it.
And I am now, just a brief moment, let's take a second. Okay. Showing now States Exhibit 19 Kappa Kappa. Do you see this rear photo of this vehicle, same vehicle?
Yes,
All right. And is this just another such view of the vehicle, four quarters of it?
yes, just a different angle.
All right, showing you States Exhibit 23 Kappa Kappa. Why would you have taken a frontal view of this?
I took a frontal view because there's a damage to the front hood of it, where it's parked at.
Do you see where this cursor is moving towards at this time? All right, it's kind of delayed, but there we go. You see that area right there? It's darker than the rest of the concrete?
Oh, yes.
Does that appear to have been from the damage, or do you, to your recollection, was that there prior?
I'm not sure. I just took a photo of where it was parked, so I'm not really sure if it was there before.
Now showing you States Exhibit 24 Kappa Kappa. Supervisor Turner, what is this marking or hole, if you will, on the hood of the Dodge vehicle?
Also a damage from gunshot to the, I guess, front hood of the vehicle.
Now showing you States Exhibit 25 Kappa Kappa. Is this, do you see this indentation on this vehicle where the cursor is attempting to put? There we go.
Yes. That's it.
And what do you know that to be based on your training and experience?
And that's also gunshot damage right there on the top hood.
Are there two markings in the same vicinity on this exhibit?
From my experience, it looks like the gunshot went through the hood and kind of stopped at that top part.
Turning your attention now to States Exhibit 33 Kappa Kappa. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury why you would have taken such a photo?
And also this vehicle in Infinity was parked in the same driveway, and it also had damages to it as well.
Do you see anyone in front of the home?
Yes.
Did you get a chance to speak to them?
No.
All right. Now showing you States Exhibit 36 Kappa Kappa. Can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the damage that you observed to be from bullet defects on this particular vehicle that was there?
Yeah, we had damages from the passenger side front hood, and I believe it's a damage to the passenger side rear door, I believe.
Yeah, they tore this house up with that drive-by.
Is that a separate defect from the first that we just observed in the prior exhibit?
Yes.
And this is States Exhibit 38 Kappa Kappa. Now showing you States Exhibit 39 Kappa Kappa. Is this another defect that you observed on that day, on that morning, on the same side of the vehicle?
Yes.
All right. What view are we looking of the vehicle, and why would you take this?
And that's just show the rear of the vehicle, showing the tag of it.
And why would you have taken pictures of the tags of these vehicles?
We usually make sure that the tag matches the actual vehicle.
I'm skipping, I'm not risking it.
Cursor. Oh, okay.
It's not on mine, but
Oh,
yeah, but that'll be 3.
okay, all right. Is this a different photo or a different view of the same front window that had defects?
Yeah, it's just I think it looks more like a closer up photo, but same window.
Is this a different defect than the 3 that we just previously looked at?
I believe it was just higher. The photo looked like it was just higher up.
All right. What about this one in States Exhibit 47 Kappa?
This one.
And also just a little education bit too. If you look at the bottom right hand of the screen, it says State EX 47KK. When you hear him say Kappa Kappa, he's referring to the letters K and K. So that's what's happening.
Okay.
I'm sorry?
It's just one gunshot.
Okay. Is this a separate from the previous 3 that we just saw?
It was quite a few, so I'm not really sure.
All right, no problem. Okay, all right. Now turning your attention to State's Exhibit 48, capital. What are we looking at here?
This is an overall view of, once I took my initial photo of the actual street. This was to show you that the actual shell casings were out there, but without the numbers, you wouldn't have been able to see them. So the numbers actually show each shell casing where they were actually laying.
Is this an overview of some of those placards that were placed out there?
Yes.
Objection 403, cumulative, waste of time.
Thank you.
These are separate photos and they're all, I've actually truncated this considerably, so
Okay, well, get it.
it's not gonna be all.
Let's move through it as quickly as possible.
Sure thing, Your Honor.
Thank you.
State's Exhibit 49, capital. Is this yet another view over, a different angle of a similar view of the placards?
Yes.
Okay, again, is this a different view of the beginning of the numbers from which you started, with the placards?
Yes.
And that is State's Exhibit 51, capital. All right, showing you State's Exhibit 53, capital. Is this, what do you see here?
It was a marker number 11 of a shell casing.
Is it away from the rest of the shell casings or placards that you saw or put down that day?
Yes.
Okay. Showing you State's Exhibit 52, capital. What,
Same objection, Your Honor, cumulative waste of time.
All right, I mean, at some point, it certainly becomes that, so please, utilize the ones that are necessary to be able to tell the
sure, Judge.
incident.
I am
Not
going
that
to,
move on. Go ahead.
Honestly, I'm like y'all's mama. You know what? I'm having a proud moment of this chat right now because y'all know what 403 means. Shout out to me doing my job and teaching y'all about legal things. And shout out to you guys for actually absorbing it. This is fantastic.
I'm going to fast forward. And I'm going to point your attention to State's Exhibit 67, capital. All right, here we have State's Exhibit, capital. What are we looking at here?
Shell casing 1 and 2.
And do you recall which shell casings those were in terms of size?
There was 223s.
All right, showing you State's Exhibit 68, capital. Is this a separate shell casing from those that we saw in the previous exhibit?
Yes.
All right, do you recall what size this was?
I would have to look at my notes to be exact.
Sure. Between the two, excuse me. All right, showing you State's Exhibit 69, capital. Does this capture the shell, another shell casing that you discovered?
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 70, capital. You put down another placard. Is this a different shell casing from the other?
Yes.
And does it go in sequential order to what number?
Yes, it does.
What does the shell casing placards go in sequential? To what number do you stop?
I stopped at number 34.
Showing you State's Exhibit 71. Separate shell casing?
Same objection, Your Honor.
All right, can you ask him maybe a broader question that establishes that each placard is a separate shell or shell casing?
Supervisor Turner, did you take pictures of each and every shell case?
Yes.
Hey,
Did
come
you
on.
take them by each placard?
Yes.
All right.
Why don't you just do that?
Your attention to
Look at how Love's looking at him.
State's Exhibit 101, capital. All right. All right. In this photo, why would you have taken this photo and where was it taken?
That was taken in the inside of the residence.
Okay. And why would you have taken this photo?
I'm just showing an overview of what I actually saw when I walked inside the house.
Were there gunshot defects inside the house?
Yes.
All right. Utilizing State's Exhibit 114, Kappa Kappa, can
Wow.
you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where you see those gunshot defects?
In this photo, the gunshots are behind the couch.
Are they, is it fair to say they're on the couch?
No, it's in the back of the couch.
What is that where the cursor is pointing?
And those are the gunshot holes.
How many do you see?
2.
Why would you have taken this photo in State's Exhibit 102, Kappa Kappa?
Because I took a photo of the window from the front. I also took from the inside of the house, showing the damages from the inside of the house.
Wow. Look at
Showing
that.
you State's Exhibit 118, Kappa Kappa. Do you see damages to the window in this photo?
Yes,
All right, how many defects do you see?
I see 4.
Showing you State's Exhibit 103, Kappa Kappa. Do you see any defects to the home in this photograph?
Yes,
Where do you see it?
it's in the wall, just in the middle of the lamp.
All right, is where the cursor is pointing, where that defect that you're describing is positioned?
Yes,
Showing you State's Exhibit 108, Kappa Kappa. What are we looking at here?
there's
Gee,
also a defect in the wall near the, I guess this horn on the wall.
they lit this house up.
Showing you State's Exhibit 105, Kappa Kappa. Do you see a defect in this photo?
Yes,
Were there multiple defects inside the home?
yes,
Were there defects downstairs?
yes.
Were there defects upstairs?
I don't think so.
Turn your attention to State's Exhibit 110. Do you see any defects in this photo?
Yes,
And that is 110, Kappa Kappa. How many defects do you see in this photo upstairs?
that's 3.
I am turning your attention now to State's Exhibit 113, Kappa Kappa. Do you see a defect in this photo?
Yes,
All right. And is that defect where the state's cursor is pointing?
yes,
Showing you State's Exhibit 122, Kappa Kappa. Do you see any gunshot defects in this photo?
yes, below the picture on the wall.
Showing you State's Exhibit 124, Kappa Kappa. Do you see any gunshot defects in this picture?
So guys, I now understand why he's trying to do this. He's trying to show how egregious it is that all of these bullets went through this woman's house. The jury sees it, and the jury's going to remember this because they're going to respond to images and videos, but they're going to remember this. So I understand why he's doing it now. It is likely we're going to get some cross-examination on this witness, but let's keep going.
Yes,
How many do you see?
2.
Showing you now State's Exhibit 125, Kappa Kappa. Do you see any gunshot defects to the door in this photo?
Yes,
All right, is that defect where the state's cursor is moving?
yes.
Are all of those defects that you described noted, or excuse me, are those photos that you took showing those defects noted in your crime scene record?
Yes.
Okay, and all of the defects that you saw, were there any placards next to the defects?
No.
Why wouldn't you put placards next to the defects?
Usually the investigators didn't request any for those, for this actual case.
The vehicles that were affected by the gunshot defects, what, if anything, does ABD do anything with those vehicles?
Yes, what we do is we impound the vehicle and then we search it later if that's something part of the investigation.
Based on your training and experience, are 7.62 rounds larger than those that would typically go into a handgun?
Yes.
Based on your training and experience as a crime scene tech, are 223 caliber rounds larger than those that would go into a handgun?
Yes.
Earlier, you talked about the types of testing that is done on shell casing evidence. Do you recall that?
Yes.
You talked about super glue and
Sorry, guys, I was on mute. Political Maven, I was just answering your question. The woman that was on the stand last week with the wig, this is her house. So this was from the day that she had gotten shot. But let's keep going.
like powder being used in that process. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Did you in fact perform any testing on the shell casings that were recovered from this crime scene?
Yes.
And what testing did you perform?
I did the super glue and a black powder.
And did that testing yield any results of any value?
No.
After such tests were run, what, if anything, did you do with that evidence, specifically the shell casings, once you completed it?
The shell cases was turned over to APD Crime Lab.
And what does APD Crime Lab do, if anything, with those shell?
They do ballistic testing on them.
Are you involved with the ballistic testing?
No.
Supervisor Turner, you stated earlier that you prepare crime scene records. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you prepare one for this case?
Yes.
And did you create it at or near the time that you performed your particular part of this evidence logging?
Yes.
And would you recognize that crime scene record is shown in today?
Yes, I would.
And I believe it is before you. It is identified as State's Exhibit 10 Kappa Kappa.
Yes.
And do you recall that being the exact crime scene record that you offered?
Yes.
Has it been changed in any way?
No.
Has it, does it fairly and accurately represent the work that you did and the writings that you put in there at the time that you offered?
Yes.
And does that crime scene record contain all of the descriptions of the photos that you took on that day?
Yes, it
Does
does.
it contain all of the descriptions of the evidence that you collected that day?
Yes.
Does it contain all of what you did around or about that time on April the 28th, 2015?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this time, the state now moves to admit State's 10 capital.
Your Honor, I would object to submission. The testimony, or it would be cumulative of the testimony already provided by this witness.
Your Honor, I intentionally kept the witness from going through each thing for that very purpose, so that it would not draw such an objection, Your Honor. So trying to mince words, obviously.
Your Honor, the statement would be testimonial. It would be unnecessary. Photographs have already been admitted, and this witness has already testified. The record itself would be cumulative of everything that has been entered thus far and has been testified to. I would object.
And much like an autopsy report, Your Honor, it simply explains exactly which photo he took and when he took, and it's not cumulative for that reason, based on that fact. He did not testify to everything contained.
It's admitted.
All right, I would like to direct you to your report, which is 10 Kappa Kappa, and ask you a few questions contained therein. What is the crime scene date listed on that report?
4/28/2015.
According to your report, who's the on-scene on-scene officer that was there present, first responder there?
Adrian Pitts.
What is the crime scene number?
What is a crime scene?
Yeah, what is a crime scene number or identifier?
Well, the crime scene number for us is the actual number that we use to start our crime scene report.
Turn to page 3 of your report, and I just have a few more questions. On that report, do you see something by the mention of artificial lighting?
Yes.
What does that mean with respect to what you did in this case?
That's just a part of of the camera that the set for that right there just shows that I use an actual bulb to take the photos because it's nighttime.
Shout out to Wayo. I think it's Wayno. Wayno. Sorry that happened to you, brother.
At this time, Your Honor, state has no further questions.
It's about time.
Do any of the defense attorneys have questions for this witness?
On behalf of Mr. Williams, we have no questions.
Mr. Williams, Mr. Harvey? Okay, all right. Thank you for your time. You are excused. And this is probably a good time to break for lunch. And ladies and gentlemen, we have some matters to deal with over the lunch hour, as is atypical in this case. So I'm going to give you all until, let's see, it's 1:30. Laura.
Apparently something big is about to happen right now. So y'all tune in, pay attention. The jury is leaving. They've taken a break for lunch. They're supposed to come back at 1:30. It is 1:07 right now, so they should be back in about 23 minutes after we watch the debauchery. Okay.
All right, we're gonna need to take up some matters over lunch, and Ms. Hilton needs to be here for that. Is she readily available, or?
I'm actually, when I saw the email, I was sending word to have to come over, and she's available to come over.
Okay,
Trying to, there was also the matter of preparing and getting the correspondence. She was collecting all of the correspondence she had, and he had it ready to get it to the court now too as well.
okay.
And so if we can address at lunch as soon as she gets here, you know, there were other matters because I didn't call her permission to speak with the witness's attorney about.
Mr. Zachary's attorney?
Yes, so that I could address the court regarding anything that we needed to address regarding this.
Okay, well, that's not what I wanted to address, but I need Ms. Hilton here for it. Gotten a very interesting email.
Uh-oh.
And I'm going to want to discuss it as a bench matter, but it is very difficult to have everybody huddle at the bench. So when Ms. Hilton gets over for us to discuss that, I'm just going to ask that the media and the audience be excused, because you wouldn't normally hear what goes on with a bench conference. It'll be taken down for the record, but it's just too difficult to have a serious, involved conversation huddled around very little space. So why don't do you know whether the lunches are here? Why don't we take 30 minutes so that the defendants can eat lunch and then reconvene? Okay. And if the hard copies for the in-camera inspection are ready before then, can you just have somebody to deliver them to my chambers, please? Okay.
We combined them as a the court is inclined to receive them electronically.
So y'all gave them to me electronically, what, I think on Wednesday or either Thursday morning. And I said, this is incredibly difficult to sort out electronically, which is why I asked for hard copies. So unless they are amazingly way easier to sort through and set parts aside now, yes, I'd like them as hard copies.
So we are going to give the court hard copies, of course, but the
Well, you say of course, but you were supposed to have given them to me this morning.
So, Your Honor, what the court got last week
Ooh.
was every email just in one combined
Yeah.
email. And what we have done now is actually sorted through, taking out anything that wasn't directly related to negotiations, and put them, combine them chronologically in a PDF as it related to each defendant. That's what we were providing. We were trying to
Okay.
clean that
Well,
up.
that's,
What just happened? Did y'all see the bailiff come up to the camera and say, "You got to turn that off"? Wow, interesting. You can't even. We've never gotten this view before. What is going on?
and I would like it at the lunch hour.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You're welcome. So we'll reconvene at 12:45.
Interesting. Okay, so couple things that could be happening, and I've been monitoring Thugger Dailies. He's the best when it comes to updates, what is happening. So we are still in the dark about what that was all about, but apparently the judge had received an interesting email from someone, and it has to do with Miss Hilton. And she wants Miss Hilton to come through during the lunch hour so they can talk about it. Now, Miss Love was CC'd on the email that the judge just received, and Miss Hilton apparently this morning has been gathering correspondences that she's had with someone. I suspect that it could be about little D, because as you guys remember, he was arrested over the weekend. We never heard the decision on it, but he was arrested over the weekend and he is sick. I think he has sickle cell and pneumonia. You guys, we did a poll and 72% of you guys think that that was not okay, right? So he was in Rice Street over the weekend, right? Apparently his family was raising money via GoFundMe to get him an attorney. That attorney showed up at court this morning and was just like, hey, I want him released right away. He is sick. He will die in there. Apparently, he was transferred to the hospital at about 2 a.m. So we're still verifying what's going on with little D. But the reason why it's messed up is because we know that the state is forcing people to testify. But this kid is sick. He literally has sickle cell and pneumonia. So a person that has a compromised immune system is now incarcerated or was incarcerated over the weekend. Couple other things I've been waiting to show you guys. There is a rumor that Little Woody has a warrant out for his arrest as well. I was chatting with Thugger Daily about this over the weekend as well, because I heard about Little D, but I'm like, hey, do you have any confirmation on what's going on with Woody? Essentially, and one of you guys dropped it in super chat, so we'll read the super chat, but allegedly Kayla had a live, Little Woody was on it, and by accident, he had mentioned to Kayla that he had a warrant out for his arrest. Some people are saying that it's traffic related, something around the ATVs, a hit and run. There are so many rumors, but I don't have confirmation on that yet. And you guys know, as a former communications professional, we don't like fake news over here. We want concrete stuff. All right. I did want to show you guys this because Little Woody over the weekend did post this on his Instagram. And it is a prayer. Are you ready? Bow your heads. Woody says, Father God, we need you now more than ever. I pray that you answer our prayers and free Jeffrey and the co-defendants. The world has seen the treatment our justice system has done to lock us up and forced us to tell untruthful stories. The mistreatment is crazy. Wrong is wrong. We have sympathy for all the victims and their families as kids. Bad choices are made and punishment is acceptable. But this is a very different story. This is corruption. This is madness and very personal. God, you know our heart and mindset. You know our growth. Please touch the wicked and change their heart and release them. 6 men that's fighting for their life every day in that courtroom. They have family that loves them and need them. This isn't about justice. It's about power. And I pray that those who think they have more power than God realize the pain and suffering they are causing as well. I ask for forgiveness every day, and I refuse to sit by and continue to watch us hurt each other. It has to stop at some point. So, Father, in Jesus' name, we pray that you take over this situation and protect us all from these wannabe gods. Hashtag free Jeffrey. So we see that. Then he posted this. He also put this on his story. He says, I'm praying for you, little brother, And that is a photograph of one little D, right? And he says, and we call this our justice system. God has the power. I am with you. So a lot is happening on this Monday in the courtroom in the lovely state of Georgia. Lots of tea. And you know, we're gonna see if little D is going to be forced to testify this week with sickle cell and pneumonia. So I suspect that the email chain has something to do with that, because there's all eyes on this case. You know, we have talked about the conditions at the jail at Rice Street. I still need to get LA Pink on here. And then y'all are also telling me that there's more corruption happening with the jail system because the jail is hiring contractors because they don't have enough staff, enough COs in the goddamn jail. So they're contracting people out, then they're hiring contractors, and then the jail, you're gonna love this. Check this out, stick with me. They are not paying their bill. They're not paying the contractors. How in the hell is Fulton County functioning? There is nut juice on these floors. And we just put someone that is at risk health-wise in one of the filthiest jails in America. Yeah. The prosecution team did that. Crazy. So, you know, all these people, what, you know, all these people sometimes like, they're like, okay, your channel's biased. Is it? Is it? Because these are facts. Is it? Let me poll you. Is it? Could y'all type in "is it" in the chat with a question mark? Is it? We have fun over here. Like, we cut up, but we're also talking about serious corruption, serious issues, serious social issues, serious issues when it comes to justice. So anyway, that just made me hot. We are definitely not biased over here, chat. But let's see, I think we might have some TiVo time. I'm gonna bring us to present day time. They said that they are coming back at 1:30, and that is about 12 minutes. So what we will do is just read our super chats and get caught up. So thank y'all so much for all the support today. You know, our stream sponsor is Full Drinking and Half Thinking. He started us off strong with the 20 memberships, and then blessed your girl with a $100 super chat. Thank you so much. Full Drinking and Half Thinking, your stream sponsor. That is making sure that we have a forum to discuss these important issues and a place for y'all to learn and have fun. Shout out to Assault Avocado with the 2, says the damn queen is back. Let's go, y'all. We are back. We are back on this lovely Monday. Thank you so much, Assault Avocado. Shout out to Michelle with the 2. She says, shout out to Full Drinking and Half Thinking. Look, y'all are super chatting to shout out other people in the chatterhood. That's fantastic. Thank you so much, Michelle. Shout out to D with the 2. He says, let the shenanigans begin. I mean, guys, we cannot make this up. Every day, something in this case happens. Every day, something goes down every single day. I don't get it, but it goes down. So thank you so much, D. Shout out to LaShawn with the 20. LaShawn says, what has this state been doing this whole time? Time to stop this ridiculousness. Yeah, they really need to get it together. They really do. Thank you so much, LaShawn. Look at Full Drinking and Half Thinking. I think he had gifted about 30 memberships at this point. He gave you guys 10 more. Thank you so much. Shout out to Rockin' Robin LA. Has been a member for a month. Thank you so much, Rockin' Robin in Louisiana, in the deep South. Thank you so much. Really appreciate your membership. Shout out to Young Dro with the 10. Young Dro is actually who alerted us to this. Dro says, I was just on Kayla's channel. Woody called her and said there was a warrant out on him. She didn't realize that she didn't mute the phone call. She abruptly ended her live. So that's where this is coming from, guys. Apparently there was a phone call where Woody and Kayla were talking, and you can hear Woody say this himself, right? So craziness. But real quick, someone is making it rain in the chat right now. Shout out to the Innocent Bystander channel. This is also a content creator. He gifted you guys 50 AV memberships. Welcome to the community. He's making it bigger. Look at that. Gifting memberships. Shout out to DC who gifted another 50. But you know, there's 6,400 of y'all in here, and Innocent Bystander is gifting membership. So if you receive one, I'm still seeing it rain over here. I'm still seeing it. If you got one, please make sure that you say thank you to Innocent Bystander channel. Great brother to this channel. He's been hanging around in my community for months. So for him to do that it's sweet, very, very nice, very, very thoughtful, does not have to do it, but is showing you guys like that's how much people are invested in this community, this little media company that I'm building. Like how amazing would it be if I had a law and crime? Oh my God, that would be so cool. So that's kind of like my goal in the future. I don't want to just do YouTube to do YouTube. You know, I want to do YouTube to show what's happening in our criminal justice system and to expose it a little bit. But instead of y'all just watching to watch, I want you to learn something at the same time. So if I could take, you know, these $200,000 degrees and do something with it, it is to give back. And Innocent Bystander channel is one of the investors in that effort. So I want to thank him. Also, if one of the moderators, because this is a channel, his name's Mike. He's amazing. Mike in Tennessee. He's an amazing person. Also one of my clients. I've coached him on his YouTube journey. So if we drop the link to his channel, that would be fantastic. When y'all have some time, show some love and check Brother Mike's channel out. Thank you so much. All right, let's go back to the line. At the beginning, I just wanted to shout that out because he is also one of our stream sponsors. So I will be updating the banner in a second, but thank you so much, Innocent Bystander channel. We were around here. Shout out to Tessie, who's been a member for 6 months. Has it been 6 months, Tess? She says, good morning, Chatterhood. Good morning, AV. And guess what, guys? Tessie kind of named the Chatterhood. Like, I remember her saying that. I was like, oh, that's a pretty cool name. She named. The names must be named. She named the Chatterhood. Thank you so much, Tessie. Shout out to Miss L Boogie with the 5. She says, let's keep AV's likes respectable. You know what? Y'all got my likes looking fantastic. Have you noticed I don't lock people out anymore because you just know, hit the like button, helps me, it helps you. It personalizes your YouTube experience by putting this on the first page of your app if you're watching on your phone or on your TV in the morning as soon as we hit the live button. So thank you so much, Miss L Boogie. Shout out to D with the 5. D says, I wonder, will the state continue their pattern of intimidation and coercion of witnesses? Well, D, that was correct. It happened. As well as yelling and screaming at them while on the stand. I really hope we don't get any screaming from Love today, but one never knows. It's almost inevitable. It's going to happen. So we will see. Thank you so much, D. And you dropped that really early this morning, right around the time that we started. So the shenanigans were just beginning. Shout out to Brandy, who became a member. Welcome, Brandy. You're going to love it here. Awesome, awesome community. Welcome. Shout out to Queen Pretty, who became a member. Welcome to the squad. Shout out to Nikki. She gifted 1 membership. Thank you, Nikki. That was very, very sweet of you. Shout out to Navy Blue with the 2. No comment, no question, pure love of the game. Chi-Town, we caught this one earlier, gifted 10 memberships. Chi's been doing this a lot as well. They, definitely been gifted memberships and consistent with that. And you guys see, like, we're working together to build this thing. So thank you so much, Chi. Shout out to Carlton with the 2 who says, AV, you are stunning. Thank you so much. Sometimes we have some rough days, me and Luna, like she's sometimes has her little attitude issues in the morning. I'll be like, hey, time to go up the stairs. And she'd be like, I'm like, up. And she'll just be like, so I cannot wait to get the I Did These Crimes bandana. That might make me laugh it off a little bit more. I'm like, girl, if you don't get up them stairs, let's go. These are our mornings. We get up and running. So thank you so much, Carlton. Shout out to DC with the 50 memberships. We shouted that out earlier when it happened. So thank you, DC. Shout out to Anthony with the 2 says, love your updates. Season 2 episode question, witness number question. I know we need to start labeling it because we're starting to get to some really, really important witnesses, little D being one of them. But think about that. You're going through all this health stuff. They want you to testify so much. And the testimony is going to last hours. Little Woody's lasted days. Even Moontunks lasted days. So we're going to put a person that is sick, number one, in jail. And number two, you're going to put them through this, like, or at least wait till the pneumonia goes away. Jeez, like, we're not even doing that for this kid. So, I mean, at the end of the day, let's say he did some of these crimes. Okay, fine. But like, I do think that we could show people some grace when it comes to their health, so thank you so much, Anthony. Really, really appreciate you. Shout out to Kayleen with the 10. Kayleen says, I feel like this judge is all over the place with her rulings. She appears to me to be very wishy-washy and not confident. Is it me? Sometimes she's not paying attention. I caught that earlier. There was a point where she was not paying attention to what an objection was, and she needed to re-listen to the question. So she isn't always on point the way that she needs to be. And we're all humans, we make mistakes, right? But it's really important for her to be attentive when it comes to some of these questions, just to make sure that she's calling the balls and strikes, like she says, the right way. Thank you so much, Kayleen. Appreciate you. Shout out to Jason. This was not a super chat, but I thought it was an interesting concept. And this is what makes me so proud. Y'all know these legal concepts. You're learning them. That's amazing. When y'all were all talking about, oh, this is 403, before Doug called it, I was like, look at the chat objected. It was amazing. Anywho, Jason says, AV, at what point does the family ties or relationships between the defendant and state rise to the level of the fruit of the poisonous tree? Let's talk about the fruit of the poisonous tree. I learned about this in criminal procedure. It's like the second stage of criminal law, right? A lot of times we talk about, a lot of concepts that are centered on constitutional rights for defendants, right? You have you're being read your Miranda warnings. You also have concepts like knock and announce. So the police have to announce themselves. They can't just kick in the door, wave in the 4-4. Can't do that, right? The concepts of arrest warrants and how they're executed, all of those things. Now, fruit of the poisonous tree is really kind of centered on police procedure. But what needs to happen with that is a clean way to gather evidence. Now, in the way that they're gathering evidence, we call that the fruit, right? And then you have the poisonous tree. If there are parts of it that are tainted, it impacts the other pieces of evidence. So in the evidence collection, if one thing is done incorrectly or if there are mistakes made, it could essentially impact the other pieces of evidence that are set to come in as well. So it's a pretty detailed doctrine. I don't have too much time to go into it in a deep way, but it's a little bit different from the concept of, do these people know each other? Are there conflicts of interest? Atlanta's small, guys. It's smaller than a lot of people think. A lot of people know each other, and look at the legal system in Atlanta. How many times do we watch all these different cases and things where we're seeing the same attorneys in the courtroom? Attorneys that lead knows are in the courtroom. Judges that lead had been in the courtroom as well. It's so much smaller than we think it is. When you have small communities like this, there will be conflicts. And really the big conflict that we're talking about right now, and also just investigating, is the one with Demekion Garlington, who is related, I believe, to Detective Gaither somehow, some way, right? It's either Detective Gaither was dating or married to his aunt or something along those lines. But anyway, conflicts of interest happen. But when they happen, they need to be fleshed out early and on point and before trial starts. So I hope that helps a little bit, Jason, because it's two legal concepts that were kind of like this, So I did want to star that to talk about it later. But thank you so much. I'm just really happy that you knew what fruit of the poisonous tree was. It was good to see that. And they are set to come back at 1:30, guys. So we see a little bit of movement in the courtroom. As soon as they come back in, I will let us listen, but we're waiting for them to start back up any moment now. Thank you so much, Jason, again. Shout out to the Golden Lounge, who's been a member for a month. Golden says, as someone that suffers from sickle cell, I definitely feel his pain. If he doesn't get the proper medical treatment, his condition can turn out worse. And guess what? That would be an amazing lawsuit for his family. It would be, because it's like you're putting someone in danger to get what you want. Is that humane? And that's why today's poll is so important, right? Thank you so much, Golden. And I wish you a speedy recovery. I know that, you know, that could be it could be hard with health issues, but know that you've got a community here rooting you on. Shout out to Anthony again with the 5. Anthony says, any corroborating of jail conditions following Woody's testimony? Any corroborating jail conditions following? No, it's being exposed. You know, like I think it was 2-3 weeks ago, the Fulton County jail system went through a full-blown exposure. Like it showed, we learned about nut juice that week. And I think later that day that we watched that testimony where Little Woody is the one who told us that they call that nut juice, right? And then later that day, it was exposed that 4 corrections officers that were women were sleeping with inmates, sneaking in chicken pot buys, sneaking in phones, doing all types of stuff. And they got arrested. And now they're in the jail. It's crazy. But then we see how the jail commissioner is operating. I don't want to spoil it because LA Pink knows about this way more than I do. And I do need to text her and get that scheduled so she can get on here and tell you guys about what's been happening with this jail system. Her and her husband have been doing really good work for the community and exposing what's been going on with these jail conditions. Going back to your second question, Little D has cause for habeas corpus, citing inhumane treatment. I think you asked me this last week or the week before, Anthony, so we've been talking about it. I totally forgot what my answer was back then, but that actually might be what's been behind this delay. He might actually have grounds for it, right? So super, super interesting. Thank you so much, Anthony. And here he is again with the 10. He says, hi, AV, Lozano versus the County of Santa Clara. I believe there's another one the court stated detainees are entitled to adequate medical treatment. Not perfect. Can you elaborate? Yes. So what Anthony has done, look at y'all learning. He has pulled a case from California. It's a good site. We put the numbers in there, like attorneys look them up by numbers. When you drop this, I was actually thinking about pulling up the case, but in Westlaw and showing it to you guys. But then we'd have to print it out, break it down, and look for exactly what the purpose of the case is, or what the case stands for, what it proves in the law. But if the case says that, my understanding is that they are entitled to adequate medical treatment. It doesn't have to be perfect, but you know, the jail systems do need to provide inmates with proper medical treatment, right? They do. So if you have a sickle cell patient with pneumonia, which pneumonia is serious. I had it as a kid, I think like once or twice, a couple times, right? Pneumonia is not fun. And if you have a compromised immune system, or a lower immune system, that's dangerous. So when his lawyer stood up and said he could die in there, that's crazy, and thank God for Little D's family that went and raised the money to get an attorney to get him out, because they know that his health is not the best. So thank you, Anthony. Really appreciate you. Shout out to Billy, who became a member. Welcome, Billy. Gonna love it here. And then Billy dropped a 5. Then Billy dropped a 50. And we read this when you dropped it, so I'm not gonna read it again. But thank you so much, Billy, for your support. Number one, for joining the community, seeing that super chatting is safe, right? And for those that were here last week with the little debacle that we have, now I'm keeping this chat as subscribers only, and our moderators are armed and ready if anything gets crazy. So thank you so much, Billy. Really appreciate you. Shout out to Lady C with the 2. No comment, no question. Pure. Love it, the game. I love it, Lady C. Thank you. Thank you. Shout out to Allie with the 5. Allie says, can you please remind me who Little D is? So here's the thing, Allie. There are 2 Little Ds. One, there is Demekion Garlington, and you have Quindarius Zachary. So there are 2. They're from different places. One of them was closer to Woody, and Woody used to refer to him as his son. And the other one is down by affiliation, so to speak. Now, with this Little D, the one that we're referring to many times today is Quindarius Zachary. That is a sickle cell patient that we're talking about that was detained over the weekend, okay? Now, the other Little D, Demekion Garlington, his name is coming up today because of the Detective Gaither relationship. So that's why you've been hearing a lot about both little D's. Thank you so much, Allie, and I hope that clears it up. Shout out to Avi Body Treats, Thomas. Thank you so much. I always want to be cautious to not mess up your names. Thank you so much with the 20. She says, love it here. I'm glad you love it here. That makes me feel good. That makes me feel really good, especially after last week where worked so hard to be the #1 streamer in America. Yep, we did that, chat. We were #1 last Monday. And then the tail end of the week, something happened that we're not going to talk about anymore. We're not going to talk about it. We've moved on. We're taking a high road, right? But we all work hard to keep this community the way that we like it. I want y'all to joke. I want y'all to have fun, you know? We're going to keep it respectful, of course, but it's fun. It's a great time. It is a great time. So thank you so much. I'm glad you love it here. Shout out to Unrelenting with the 2 says, Rico is somewhere throwing a football over a mountain. Where is he? Where? Have y'all seen Rico yet? And me and my editor are having such a great time with these thumbnails. We're like, where's he at? We should put a little person with a question mark on it. When he sent me, I was on the floor crying. I was like, this is brilliant. It's so funny. But thank you so much, Unrelenting. Shout out to Chrissy with the 2. Chrissy says, crime scene tech looks like a low-paid actor. I couldn't get over that smirk. I don't know. Like some of you guys were saying, okay, maybe he's just nervous because some people do have like nervous laughter. Maybe that's what he was holding back. I don't know. It was just strange. You don't see that every day. So thank you so much, Chrissy. Shout out to Nene with the 2, our favorite Aussie. Nene says he'd be looking like Danny Glover. Yeah, he looked a little like Danny Glover for sure. And how appropriate too, you know, like with the whole crime scene thing. Shout out to Boss Man Bambino with the 2. He says, where is Rico? We're looking. We're still looking. We're still looking. Look at Billy. Billy's back with the 5. He says they're asking stupid questions because they really have no case and don't know what else to ask. Pretty much. You know, it's interesting because, you know, I think it was ADA Brown, when he was starting to ask some of the cumulative questions, that was a waste of time. But with the pictures, I see what he was doing. He was trying to get the jury to remember how bad that drive-by was. Because it's on my mind. Is it on you guys' mind? Put a 1 in the chat. If you, like, the pictures really impacted the way that drive-by was described. And put a 2 in the chat if it really didn't stick with you. If it stuck with you, put a 1. Put a 2 if it didn't stick with you. I'm seeing some 1s. Few 2s. Chi-Town has a 2. Miss Scorps, the 86 Scorps is a 2. Wow, a lot of 2s coming through now. 2s. Wow, look at that. It's raining 2s. The 2s are dominating. Interesting. Look at y'all. I love these polls because we can get instant feedback. And again, it's 1:38 p.m. on the East Coast. They were supposed to be back from lunch at 1:30. Still saw a little bit of movement in the courtroom, but hopefully we'll get an update on the untelevised part that was to go down that Simone Hilton needed to be there for. So we will see. I think it has to do with Quindarius Zachary and his health situation. But we will see. That's just my suspicion, not confirmed yet. Shout out to Anthony with the 5. He says Amazon, Black's Law Dictionary, chain of evidence, etc. for the jury, or read it for the record. Another 9 months. Yeah, it'll take, everything there takes some time. Shout out to Bonnie. I did see this when it came in with the 2. Bonnie says Woody did a hit and run. Now he got a warrant. Is that what it is? Because I know it was some. It seems to be traffic related. It seems to be traffic related, but we'll keep our ears to the ground today, guys. I'm waiting for confirmation. I do enjoy both chatting with Thugg daily, but also the fact that he actually is very careful with confirming things before he puts it out there. I really do like that about him because it's ethical, you know, dispensing of information. You know, I was talking to someone else last week and we were talking about how, like, you know, a lot of people get their news from the internet now. Like they don't go to news stations, they don't watch the news on TV, things like that. All right, we got Judge Whitaker back on camera. So we'll give them a few minutes. Shout out to Billy with the 5, says Riggs is being like Fannie and dodging a subpoena to testify. Yeah, interesting. Shout out to, thanks again, Billy. Shout out to Trina with the 2. She says, AV, you're doing a great job. Thanks. Thank you, Trina. I really appreciate that. Look at Kim gifting a membership. Thank you, Kim. Hannibal's been hanging out with us for 3 months. He says the best therapy is laughter. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. I hope y'all had a pleasant lunch, and the state has got their next witness in here. Let's go ahead and swear this witness.
Raise your right hand. You swear firm testimony you give today the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. All right, state your name. Have state your name loud for court.
All right.
First and last, and spell it.
All right. Officer Hill, Sean, S-E-A-N, last name is Hill, H-I-L-L.
Good afternoon, Officer Hill. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
Doing well.
All right.
Can you tell the jury how long you've worked with Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, sir. I've been an officer for a little over 12 years,
What year was it that you graduated the academy?
2013.
And how did you end up working for APD?
Long story short, I was military and I came into wanted to do law enforcement after I got the military,
What branch were you in?
Marine Corps.
And was it through a connection in the Marine Corps that you ended up working for APD?
Yes, sir. One of my coworkers in the Marine Corps came to APD when he got out and he recruited me to the department.
What did you do in the Marine Corps?
Uh,
Your Honor, it's foundational. Jury has to determine Officer Hill's credibility as a witness.
Sustained. I mean, overruled. You can go ahead and just briefly go through it. We don't,
Yes, Your Honor.
as relevant to his position as a police officer now.
Yes, Your Honor. I'll ask more pertinent question,
All
Your
right.
Honor, relating to that. Officer Hill, what skills did you learn in the Marine Corps that help you as an officer with the Atlanta Police Department?
I learned valuable skills, patience. I learned a lot of stuff in the Marine Corps.
And what, in non-military terms, what was your job? What did you do?
I was a communication operator, radio guy.
Now, Officer Hill, what zone and do you work in currently?
Zone 1.
And are you a patrol officer?
Yes, sir.
How long have you worked in Zone 1?
My entire time as an officer for 12 years.
Now, how many beats are in Zone 1?
It is 14 beats.
And how many of those 14 have you worked?
Every last one of them.
And are you assigned currently to a specific beat or all of Zone 1?
Pacific beat in Zone 1.
And which one is that?
113.
Okay. Now, are you currently post-certified?
Yes, sir.
And Officer Hill, were you post-certified on the night of April 27th going into April 28th of 2015?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe for the jury briefly, what type of cases you have handled working in Zone 1 over these 12 years?
Yes, sir. Anything from domestic violence to break-ins, car break-ins, burglaries, people being shot, damage to property. So anything you can think of, it happens in Zone 1.
And throughout the 12 years of working in Zone 1, have you got familiar with the neighborhoods in the different beats within that zone?
Yes, sir.
So I want to turn back to April 27th, going into April 28th of 2015. What beat were you working back then?
That was 110.
And what precinct, or what's the precinct location for beat 110?
It's off of Dunley Hollowell Parkway.
How close, or what's the address on Donnelly Hollowell Parkway for that?
Precinct is 2315.
And are you familiar with Club Crucial?
Yes, sir.
How close is Club Crucial to that precinct that you were working that night?
Maybe like a couple 100 yards.
Now, what time or what was your shift, or were you working that day? April?
Yes, sir. I was working that day, and my shift was at 10 p.m. that night to 7 in the morning the next day.
So you would start 10 p.m. April 27th, going till 6 a.m. April 28th?
Yes, sir.
Now, were you in uniform?
Yes.
And would you have had a patrol car?
Yes.
And back then, did you ever have a partner, or were you working your single patrol car?
Just solo.
Okay. Now, coming on shift that night, do you remember ever responding to any calls that stood out?
Yeah, we had a shots fired call, and I think a fight call at Crow Crucial that night towards the beginning and middle of the shift.
Rough ballpark, do you remember around what time that would have been?
Between 12 and 1 in the morning.
And did you respond to that call?
Yes, sir.
Did other officers respond?
Yes, a lot.
Now, when you're responding to Club Crucial, have you responded there before in the past?
Yes.
And what were you responding to on the night of April 27th going into April 28th? What type of call was it?
We had shots fired in the area, and we had large group of people fighting. That's what the call came in as.
And how extensive was your involvement with that Club Crucial call midway through your shift?
That night, my job was basically just to get everybody out safely. So I was out trying to get clear the parking lot and get everybody on the road.
Now, after responding to Club Crucial, did that impact how the rest of your shift would go?
Usually when we have incidents that happen at Crucial, they carry over into the neighborhood. So yes, we were on alert that night due to the shots fired in the fight that happened at Club Crucial.
Now, Officer Hill, after you responded to, or let me ask you this, that night, because you were in beat 10, would you show up on, or would you be 1110 on a CAD report if you were working beat 10 in zone 1?
Yes.
And would other officers you said that there was 14 beats in zone 1,
Mm-hmm.
they would it be reflective of 1 through 14?
Yes.
Okay. Now, after you responded to Club Crucial, did you ever have the opportunity to go to 1903 Drew Drive?
Yes, I responded to a call at 1903 Drew Drive later that morning, like around about 5 that morning.
After you'd responded to Club Crucial?
Yes.
Now, what area had you been to Drew Drive in that area before?
Yes.
And by this point, it'd be April 28th, 5 in the morning, about around that time when you responded to Drew Drive?
Yes, sir.
Back then, in April 28th of 2015, how would you describe that area that Drew Drive is within your beat?
It was a quiet area, nice, fairly new, renovated. So we didn't really get too many calls in that area.
What type of calls had you responded to in that area when you responded that morning?
Because
Objection as to relevance.
Your Honor, it's setting a background for Officer Hill's familiarity with his specific beat that night of the shooting.
Sustained.
Now, Officer Hill, when you responded to Drew Drive, how far was it from your precinct?
It's like a 5-minute drive.
How far is that from Club Crucial?
Same, about 5 minutes.
Now, when you got there, were you at a house, a residence, an apartment? What was there when you arrived?
It's both, but the actual 1903 is apartment complex.
And when you got there, was it light out or dark out when you first got there?
No, it was dark.
And I wanted to, or let me ask you this. When you first got there, who did you see or encounter?
The caller, Miss Battle.
Okay. And Was there anyone else other than Miss Battle that you interacted with when you first got on scene?
Not initially.
Now, Officer Hill, without mentioning what she told you, what was,
And I'm also gonna, I don't know, we haven't talked about this before, but please just refer to her by her last name, okay?
Okay.
And I don't know that you've done anything other than that, but
yes, Your Honor.
okay.
Officer Hill, without stating what Miss Battle told you, what was her demeanor when you encountered her?
She seemed like she was frightened, scared.
And did you talk with her outside or inside that apartment? If you remember.
I don't remember that at the moment.
That's all right. Now, after speaking with her, did you go anywhere within that apartment complex?
Yes.
Where did you go?
I went to her, well, the call, her apartment was damaged from a rear balcony. So when I entered the apartment, I went to the direction of the rear balcony. She pointed out where her damages were. And we was like in the living room area of by the balcony.
And was her apartment, was it on the first floor, second floor? Or...
First floor.
Now, did you know before speaking with Miss Battle what kind of call you were responding to initially?
Yes.
What kind of call was that?
It was a shots fired call.
Now, Officer Hill, I want to approach you with what's been marked as State's Exhibits 3 Lima Lima through 64 Lima Lima. Now, Officer Hill, if you can, do me a favor and flip through from 3 Lima Lima through 64 Lima Lima. And when you're done, just look up at me.
Yes, sir.
What are those? 3
Just
through 64.
photos of the damaged property and some of the shell casing that we recovered from the scene.
Are they a fair and accurate of the photographs in the scene that you responded to on April 28th, 2015?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to admit into evidence States Exhibits 3 through 64, Lima, Lima.
They're admitted without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Officer Hill, I want to start with 3 through 12, Lima, Lima. What apartment was Miss Battle's apartment? After speaking with her, you said you went inside. What apartment was it that you all went to?
Apartment 1122.
And so I want to publish States Exhibit 3, Lima, Lima first. Now, Officer Hill, you had said she was on the first floor, apartment 1122,
Yeah, yes, sir.
and turning to 4 Lima Lima. Is this 1122 the apartment you went to with Miss Battle that night?
Yes, sir.
Now, can you describe for the jury, what did you see when you went inside? I'm going to publish 5 Lima Lima, or I'll take a step back. You had first mentioned her back porch.
Mhm.
What was the damage that you noticed, if any, on Miss Battle's apartment porch?
You can tell that her back door was damaged, had glass shatter throughout the door. So when I went in, she pointed me in the direction, and I was able to see where the bullet made entry. And I just traced the direction and noticed that it went through her couch as well.
I'm going to walk through a couple of these photographs with you, Officer Hill. And
Okay.
it's publishing 7 Lima Lima. Can you orient for the jury? Do you see the damage you had just referenced in 7 Lima Lima?
Oh, yes, sir.
And where is it?
It's towards the bottom of the door or glass.
Is it where that blind is?
Damaged it. Yes, sir.
And once you trace that, can you show the jury on publishing 8 Lima Lima where that bullet?
Yeah. So the bullet, when it made entry through the door or the glass, it went directly to the couch cushion, like where the armrest is at, and it went through the pillows.
I'm going to publish 9 Lima Lima. Is 9 Lima Lima, is that the inside of Miss Battle's apartment door, 1122?
Yes.
And 10 Lima Lima, can you describe for the jury, is this the couch that you were just discussing with them about the bullet hole?
Yes, sir.
And 11 Lima Lima, where did you notice the damage in Miss Battle's couch in 11 Lima Lima?
Right at the bottom part of the arm cushion. Yeah, that's where the damage went, the bullet went through.
And 12 Lima Lima, do you see any debris or that you saw that night in Miss Battle's apartment?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury where that is?
It's right in between on the bottom right of the pillow, in between the green and red circles.
You direct my mouse, or you tell me, you talking about towards the right of where that clicker is?
Yes.
Now, was anyone else in the apartment with Miss Battle when you were walking through with her to see the damage?
Not that I seen though.
Did you ever become aware of any other apartments that were damaged?
Yeah, so after I got finished talking with Miss Battle, I walked outside where her balcony was at and just cased the area. And that's when I seen several other shell casings outside of apartment 1120.
Now, is apartment 1120, is that right next door to Miss Battle's apartment?
Yes.
Now, after you looked through Miss Battles and saw these additional shell casings, was the lighting better or worse in terms of natural sunlight by that time?
Still about the same at that time.
And so when you first came on scene, it was dark out.
Mhm.
And did you notice the shell casings as the lighting got better?
So as I waited for the ID set to come out, take pictures of the damages, by that time it became daylight. So that's when I noticed several more shell cases in the middle of the street.
Now, would you have been the officer who radioed for ID to come out to 1903 Drew Drive?
Yes, sir.
And did a crime scene tech arrive?
Yes.
Now, after realizing this additional damage, was anyone in apartment 1120?
Initially, I didn't know. So we did try to do a knock and talk, make sure nobody wasn't injured inside the home or possibly deceased. So I was able to get the maintenance man of the complex to let me in for me to do a welfare check of the home. After I did the welfare check, I realized no one was in the home, so we secured the door and exited.
Now, I want to talk to you about what you saw inside apartment 1120. So I'm publishing 13 Lima Lima. Is this the inside of the outside of apartment 1120 next door to Miss Battles?
Yes.
Now, Officer Hill, was there also, or can you describe for the jury what I'm going to publish 15 Lima Lima? Is this the outside of apartment 1120?
Yes.
And what type of damage was in that apartment?
This apartment had a lot more damage to the glass, the windows. You can tell that more bullets hit this home compared to Miss Battles.
I'm showing you 16 Lima Lima, and I'm going to turn to 17 Lima Lima. What is that at the base of the door outside apartment 1120 on the ground?
Appears to be a shell casing.
And is there any glass that you see on the ground?
Yes.
Is that from shattered glass from bullets going through that back patio door?
Yes.
And is that a close-up 18 Lima Lima, Officer Hill, with what we were just discussing?
Yes.
Now, is 19 Lima Lima, is this the inside of apartment 1120?
That's correct.
Publishing 20 Lima Lima, was there any damage in the kitchen area of this apartment when you went inside to inspect it?
Yes.
And looking at 21 Lima Lima, what do you see in this photograph inside the kitchen of apartment 1120?
The oven was damaged from the bullets.
Was anyone shot inside apartment 1120 when you were there that night?
No.
And Officer Hill, with 22 Lima Lima, is this a piece of debris inside that apartment?
Yes.
And do you know what type of, either what that is? Does that have any connection with bullet?
Yes.
What is it?
Like fragment from a bullet.
Turning to 23 Lima Lima, inside of this apartment, was there any defects in the walls from inside that apartment?
Yes, sir.
And did you do a similar to how you did in Miss Battle's apartment in terms of try to trace to the best you can where the bullets came from the outside in?
Oh, yes, sir.
I'm showing you is 24 Lima Lima. Do you see a defect in this photograph?
Yes.
Also publishing 25 Lima Lima. Do you see any defects in this photograph?
Yes.
And from your personal review, did you or did you not believe that these defects came from bullets?
Yes.
They did? Also showing you 26 Lima Lima. Do you see any defects here in this laundry room area of the apartment?
Yes.
And can you describe for the jury where it is?
It's right in the kind of middle of the picture, in between the cords, little hole.
27 Lima Lima. Was there any, and I'm gonna actually go to a better one of 29 Lima Lima. Do you see any damage to this other window inside like the bedroom area of that apartment?
Yes.
And is where the mouse is the area of the window that has the bullet defect?
Yes, sir.
Is this another angle of that same window in 30 Lima Lima?
Yes.
And do you see, Officer Hill, in 31 Lima Lima, any bullet projectiles or debris in this photograph?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury where that is?
So inside the left shoe.
And is it the all white shoes?
I'm sorry, yes, sir, the all white flat shoe.
And is it towards the toe or the heel of that shoe?
Towards the heel.
I'm gonna move. Is that what you were describing, Officer Hill?
Yes.
Now, Officer Hill, once you looked in apartments 1120 and apartments 1122, did you ever go outside into the street area at 1903 Drew Drive?
Yes.
And what did you see outside in the street, outside of those back porches of those apartments?
Several shell casings.
And by several, how many shell casings did you see roughly outside in the street?
I would say over 20 at that time.
Turning or publishing 62 Lima Lima, can you describe for the jury in general what this photograph depicts?
Yeah, so everywhere you see a yellow marking on the ground is where we recovered a shell casing from.
So are all of these yellow placards in the street outside of 1903 Drew Drive indicative of shell casings or projectiles in the street?
Yes.
Publishing 63 Lima Lima, is this another view of those shell casings in the street?
Yes.
Now, Officer Hill, while the crime scene tech was there, there's a number, or how many, well, I'll do this. Do you see that this is placard number 1 and 32 Lima Lima?
Mhm.
I'm gonna publish 61 Lima Lima. Excuse me, publishing 60 Lima Lima. And Officer Hill, what is next to the placard in 28 as depicted on 60 Lima Lima next to placard number 28?
Shell casing.
And so was there 28 placards that were crime scene tech put on scene outside of 1903 Drew Drive?
Yes.
And are walking back to now, while I'm getting that pulled up, I wanted to take a step back. When you were at Club Crucial, do you know what time that fight commenced before you went to Jew Drive?
Do I remember what time the fight started?
Correct.
Oh, we got the call around between maybe 1:30. So it happened before that.
And was, while you were out on scene, were any suspects identified from Club Crucial that you responded to?
Not for me, no, sir.
And if you had to ballpark, how long were you personally, on that scene? Was it 30 minutes? Was it an hour, 2 hours?
But it was between 20 and 30 minutes.
And were you able to do anything or take any steps to identify who was fighting at Club Crucial?
No.
Were you able to do anything to identify who was shooting?
No.
And that time of night, is Club Crucial crowded or not crowded?
Crowded.
And after there's a shooting, is it easy or difficult to gather information when Club Crucial's crowded and there's a shooting?
No, it's difficult.
Overruled.
You may answer, Officer Hill.
It's difficult at that time.
Why is it difficult? Why is it difficult to gather information in that environment?
Multiple people running, trying to get out the way, trying to get home, get safe. So a lot of times people are not trying to talk to us or answer any questions.
And is the parking lot of Club Crucial in close or not in close proximity to where people would come out if everyone was leaving the establishment?
Yes.
Is it close
It's
or
close.
not close?
No, it's close, yeah.
Did you personally speak to anyone at Club Crucial when you arrived?
No.
How often would you get calls when you've been working in Zone 1 over the past 12 years about shots fired or fights at Club Crucial?
Objection as to relevance.
Your Honor, there's multiple 2517 Donnelly Hollowell, which is the location of Club Crucial. Officer Hill, you may answer. How many times have you responded to shots fired or a fight at 2517 Donnelly Hollowell Club Crucial?
A lot.
And by a lot, is it 50? Is it 100? Is it 1,000?
At that time, maybe a few hundred.
Now, should be coming up momentarily, Officer Hill. So we started with placard 1, and then I showed you placard 28. I'm not going to go through every one, but I wanted to cycle through a couple to talk about with the jury. So, Officer Hill, do you see a shell casing in 33 Lima Lima next to placard number 2?
Yes.
And do you know what type of shell casings were on scene?
Not at that moment, I did.
Were you ever able to determine or learn what type of shell casings that they were?
Yes.
What type were they?
They were 9mm shell casings.
Was there any other type of shell casings that you found on scene?
It was, but I don't know. I don't remember what the other
That's all right.
casing was.
going back to placard number 4, which is 35 Lima Lima, where is the shell casing in 35 Lima Lima in relation to that vehicle?
Right underneath the tire.
And so were the shell casings that were in the street, were some underneath vehicles, some, were they scattered throughout Jew Drive, or were they not?
Yes, they were scattered out throughout the drive.
Now, when you since you've been working in Zone 1, at least in regards to night shift, when you come on at 10 and leave at 6 a.m., when do calls typically tend to die down? What part of the night?
Towards the end, so anytime after 4 on out, it tends to die down.
When's like the most busiest time on shift?
When we first come on, like around 10 and 12.
And when you got to the scene, roughly again, what time was it when you first met Miss Battle?
A little bit after 5.
Was there many people out at that time?
No.
Publishing 36 Lima Lima, is there another shell casing from the scene?
Yes.
I'm going to jump to .43 Lima Lima. In 43 Lima Lima, and while you were walking the scene, were some of the projectiles or defects from bullets close by to one another, or were they not?
Yes.
And is 43 Lima Lima show different projectiles or debris from bullets in close proximity to one another?
Yes.
I'm going to turn back to .62 Lima Lima. Using 62 Lima Lima, what was the proximity of the vehicles to where the shell casings were found on scene?
They were pretty close.
And how close were these shell casings to the apartment, specifically 1120 and 1122 that you responded to that night?
So apartment 1120, 1122 would be right on the other side of those black rails in the bushes.
To the on the right side of the
I'm
photograph?
sorry, yes, to the right side of the photo.
Like this, is this the black rail that you're describing?
Yes.
So if you were to walk, you see where my cursor is?
Mhm.
If you were to walk from this part of Drew Drive and walk all the way towards the camera angle and keep walking, would these placards from the debris or projectiles, where would they be in relation to both those apartments? Were they concentrated or not concentrated in a specific
Yes,
area?
they were concentrated in that particular area.
Now, did you ever look or try to find any surveillance videos at this apartment complex?
We did canvas for surveillance footage, but we were able to locate any at that time.
Were you able to ever find or locate any eyewitnesses when you were on scene?
No.
Now, did you ever come to learn who lived in apartment 1120 next to Miss Battles?
Yes.
Who was that?
I'm going to object to hearsay.
What's your response?
I'll ask a couple foundational questions before, Your
Alright.
Honor. Officer Hill, when you responded to this scene, or do you write reports in relation to the investigations that you work?
Yes.
Do you include information about apartments you respond to or victims in the cases?
Yes.
Why is that? Why do you include that information?
Just for future references, we list any owners or tenants that apartments were damaged or could have been damaged in the reports for further investigations.
And without stating anything yet, how was it that you were able to come to learn who resided in apartment 1120?
So in the apartment complex is two other officers, Atlanta police officers that live in the complex. They had a layout of the tenants that lived in the property, and they were able to give me the name of the tenant.
So they had a layout of the residents of all the apartments at that location?
Yes, sir.
And using that, were you able to determine who was listed as living in that apartment?
Yes.
Your Honor, may he be permitted to answer?
I'm going to object based on hearsay and confrontation.
And Your Honor, the effect on Officer Hill's investigation before leaving the scene?
Sustained.
Yes, Your Honor. Now, Officer Hill, after crime scene came, what did you all do with the shell casings that we've walked through here today? Did you leave them in the street? Did you take them somewhere? What did y'all do with them?
No, we collected them and turned them in as evidence.
And in the shell casings that were in the street, who was it that actually took those and transported them?
Myself.
And where did you take them?
So our property building, and that's where we take all evidence and properties.
Now, did you ever, after responding to this scene, what would have happened was there ever other investigators or APD personnel who would have worked this case after your involvement?
Yes, as soon as I do my initial report, it'll get assigned to an investigator and they'll take over the case from there.
So, and do those investigators conduct follow-up in cases to gather more information after you leave the scene?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And when you were working the night shift in Beat 10 Zone 1, how would you respond to multiple calls within a night?
Yes.
And after you respond and gather initial information, do you have to respond to other calls that come in?
Yes.
Did the owner of that home ever come in to report those shots and damage sustained at apartment 1120?
Not that night, not to me, no.
One brief moment, Your Honor. Your Honor, no further questions for Officer Hill at this time.
All right, do any of the defense counsel have questions for this witness?
And I thank you on behalf of Mr. Williams. We have no questions.
Okay.
Nothing on behalf of Mr. Stillwell.
Anyone else? No questions. All right, officer, thank you for your time. You're excused.
Thank you.
We ready for the next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls senior analyst Courtney Daniels to the stand.
All right.
Please raise your right hand. You swear affirm the testimony you give today the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Have a seat. State spell your first and last name for the court. Slide into the mic, please.
Courtney Daniels, Daniels.
And good afternoon, Ms. Daniels. Where do you work?
Verizon Wireless,
And how long have you been with Verizon Wireless?
10 years.
And if you could tell the jury briefly about your job duties and responsibilities.
I'm a custodian of records, so I handle testifying in criminal as well as civil cases. We also handle small claims, mediations, arbitrations, and other executive complaints that come in our office.
And you said that you're the custodian of records. What type of documents would be within your purview that you testify to?
So we testify to subscriber information, call details, text message details, text message content, any internet records that are available.
Okay. So first starting with call detail records, if you can tell the jury when you, the call detail records that are with Verizon Wireless, generally what time zone are those call detail records kept in?
Call detail records are based on where the user is located, so it's based on that time zone.
So for example, if you have call detail records for a phone based out of Georgia, would that be an Eastern time zone?
Yes.
And you also talked about you keep records with text messaging content.
Yes.
What time zone are those text messages usually kept in?
So text messages are, the time zone is based on the switch where these, which is the brain of the network, where it's located. So that's how we tell what the time zone is for the text message.
And the documents that you talked about that you may testify to, are those documents kept in the regular course of Verizon business?
Yes.
And is the information contained within those records made at or near the time in which the calls or texts are made?
Yes.
Specifically, we talked about subscriber information. Is that document kept within the regular course of Verizon business?
Yes.
And we talked about the call detail records, same question, kept in the regular and ordinary course of Verizon business?
Yes.
And then text message content, are those kept in the regular and ordinary course of Verizon business?
Yes.
With the call detail records, do you also provide cell site information?
When requested, yes.
Okay, and what is cell site information?
Cell site information tells us what towers were involved and the locations of those cell towers.
Now, with Verizon Wireless, do you have prepaid and postpaid accounts?
Yes.
If you could tell the jury what's a prepaid account versus a postpaid account?
So a prepaid account is where you subscribe for service. You don't have to provide any verification information such as social security numbers. You just provide a name that you like on the account, your address, and then we provide you a phone number that you pay for monthly before you use the service. Well, postpaid, you have a monthly bill, you have to provide your social security number, identification, the address that will be on the account, and you're billed monthly. So you receive a bill every month. You don't receive a bill prepaid. If you don't pay, you don't continue the service. Postpaid, you'll receive a monthly bill and continue that service until you tell us that you do not want it any longer.
And you said with prepaid account, you can come up with any name that you want.
Yeah, it could be anything that you'd like it to be listed as.
So someone could call it Mickey Mouse and they'll get the phone.
That's fine. Yes.
Now, I want to direct your attention to the reason for your testimony here. Did Verizon
Wireless receive a subpoena from both the Atlanta Police Department and the Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
Yes.
Your Honor, permission to approach?
You may.
I'm going to show defense what has been marked as State's Exhibit 469, excuse me, 464 Yankee and 464 Yankee Alpha and Delta.
All right, go ahead.
I'm going to first approach with safety exhibit 464 Yankee, 464 Yankee Alpha, and 464 Yankee Delta. Tell me if you recognize 464 Yankee, Yankee Alpha.
Yes.
And first with 464 Yankee, how do you recognize 464 Yankee?
This is the disc that I signed and dated after reviewing the content.
And we said reviewing the content, what content?
The cell phone records, call details, text message, content.
And is that the content that would have been sent to the requester after a request?
Yes.
Now look at 464 Yankee out. What is 464 Yankee out?
This is one of the explanation sheets that we provide for the call details, and it explains each column that's encompassed in the record.
And it's 464 Yankee.
This is the subscriber information for one of the phone numbers.
And do those items appear to be the complete item from what you reviewed and what was given to the Atlanta Police Department regarding this request?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state by the 10 to 16 states exhibit 464 Yankee, 464 Yankee Alpha, and 464 Yankee Delta.
They're admitted,
Thank you, Your Honor.
subject to issues that we have to deal with later.
Yes, thank you. I'm now showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1 Tango Tango and 1 Tango Tango Alpha. Tell me if you recognize 1 Tango Tango.
Yes.
And how do you recognize 1 Tango Tango?
This is the second disc of records that I signed and dated after reviewing.
And does that appear to be all of the contents that was given based upon a subpoena from the Fulton County District Attorney's Office?
Yes.
And what is 1 Tango Tango Alpha?
This is the subscriber information for the second phone number.
And with 1 Tango Tango and 1 Tango Tango Alpha, does it appear to have been any additions or deletions?
No.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender 1 Tango Tango and 1 Tango Tango Alpha into evidence.
Admitted and potentially subject to the same if we need to deal with that as well.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Senior Analyst Daniels, I want to first start with 464 Yankee. And 464 is specific Yankee Alpha. Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Now, looking at 464 Yankee Alpha, if you can explain to the jury, what are we looking at 464 Yankee Alpha?
So this is again, the explanation sheet for the call details with cell site information included in it, and it has each column and the description of each column.
And if you can just tell the jury briefly about each column and the information that would be contained in the call detail record.
Okay, starting from the furthest to the left, which says network element name, that is the switch name. So again, this is the brand of the network that communicates with the towers to tell it what to do and how to do that. The second column to the right of that column would be mobile directory number. So this is what our target number is, or what the requester asks for the number to be searched. Then you have the dial digit number. That's the number that actually was made to make a phone call. So if you dialed in 1-800-922-0204, that's Verizon's phone number. But if that's what you dialed in, that's what we would see on that column. The next column is the call direction. So this tells us, is it incoming? Is it outcoming? Did it get forwarded to voicemail? Was it routed, internally in the network? The next column is called seizure date time. So this is the time of the actual call starting. So as soon as the call started, that's when the time would start. The seizure duration is exactly that. It's the duration of the call, but it's always in seconds. The first serving cell site, so this is the tower that actually communicated with the switch that initiated the phone call. So that's at the moment the call started, that's the tower that hit on the call hit on the tower. The first serving cell face, so that's the actual, there's sections of a cell tower, and it tells us what section was hit on when that call was made. Then you have the last last serving cell site. So that's at the end of the call, where did that call end? What tower was it hitting off of? Again, with the last serving cell face, it's a different section of each tower, and that tells us where the call ended on that section of the tower. And then lastly, you have your calling party number. So that tells us what number initiated the phone call.
And now I want to show you what's been marked as 464 Yankee Delta. And while that's pulling up, let me ask you, for this record in 464 Yankee Delta, who was the requester of this requester? I'm sorry, what agency?
This was for the done by the Atlanta Police Department.
And when was this request made?
I was made on August 26, 2015.
Now, looking at 464 Yankee Delta, can you please tell the jury what? We can scroll over. What are we looking at 464 Yankee Delta?
So this is the subscriber information.
And what information is contained on the subscriber information sheet?
So you have the first column, which is, again, that target phone number that was requested.
And what was the target phone number in this case?
This one was 470-217-6080.
See my handy dandy board. And I'm sorry, one more time for me, the phone number.
Sorry, it's 470-217-6080.
And in the second column, column B, what information is contained in that column?
That is the account number for the account.
And column C?
It's the name that's listed on the account.
And what was that name?
Sean Hall.
And is this a prepaid or a postpaid account?
This is a prepaid account.
So is that same concept? Sean Hall could be the person or it could be any name that they chose?
Correct.
And when it says please forward to reseller, what does that mean?
The reason you see that there is if you look at the effective date, the request was made from January 1st, 2015 to August 26, 2015. So at the time of May 2015, Verizon Wireless no longer had that phone number. It was with a different carrier. So that's why you see from July 21st, 2015 to July 21st, 2015, it's with a different carrier, not with Verizon Wireless.
And how long did Verizon have this particular phone number?
A little less than a year.
And is that December 2014, December 9th, 2014 through May 31st, 2015 timeframe?
Correct.
And I want to briefly open up 464 Yankee. And we're not gonna go through this record, but I want to ask you a question once this is published. We'll come back to that.
All right.
Now looking at State's Exhibit 1 Tango Tango and publishing 1 Tango Tango Alpha. Looking at State's Exhibit 1 Tango Tango Alpha, what are we looking at in 1 Tango Tango Alpha?
This is the subscriber information for the second phone number.
Okay. And for this record, when was this request made?
This request was made February 11th, 2022.
And who made this request?
This was done by the Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
Okay. And looking at 1 Tango Tango Alpha, what is contained in column A?
Column A is the target number that was provided by the requester to search.
And what is that target number?
That's 706-578-0999.
And when was the search requested for?
The search was requested. Are you speaking about the time frame?
Yes.
The time frame of the search was from February 6, 2022 to February 11, 2022.
And looking at column D, what does MTN stand for?
That's the mobile phone number.
And is that the same number as the target number?
Correct.
All right. And moving to the left, to the right. When it says business name, please forward to reseller, what, if anything, does that mean?
That just means that this phone number, it's not a Verizon number, but it's one of our resellers that uses our towers for service.
And what reseller was this?
Track phone.
And when it says MTN effective date, what is that?
That's just telling us the start of the phone number when it was started.
And on this, does it have a name of a subscriber?
No, because it's a track phone, so it's not our customer.
Now I want to pull up one document in 1 Tango Tango. I would like for you, if you can, to please, what are we looking at in one Tango?
This is the text message content for the phone number that ends in 0999.
Okay, and going from left to right, if you can just tell the jurors, explain what information is contained within each column.
So the first column you'll see that says message arrival, that is the start of when the text message was sent. The final disposition means when the network actually finished the requested transaction. Doesn't mean that it was delivered or not, just that the request has been completed. Where you see SMSC, that's the switch for the text message. The message info just tells us information about arrival or it's outbound. The message final status will show us delivered or failed. The destination address, it sometimes will have like a website if there's like additional content in there that's not just words. Oh, I just lost where I was. Oh, I think where I was on message ID under G. That is just an indicator to us to tell us where that text message is going. The search MTN, again, is that target number. So this was for the 099 number. The originating MDN number is the number that started the text message. So if I send you a text message, my number would appear first. If slide over to J, originate MIN is an internal identification. It's not something for other parties. Terminating MDN is the person who received that text message. So again, if I send you a text message, my number is going to be originating, your number is going to be terminating. And again, terminating MIN is an internal number, has nothing to do with anything outside of Verizon.
And then what would be in the last column?
It would have the content of the message.
And the content column, does it have the content as it's texted on the phone or on the device?
Now that's information that we would not be able to confirm or deny. There could be things that are not transpired through the network, or there could be symbols that don't transfer over. So I can't say one way or another if it's directly like was texted.
Does Verizon Wires ever manipulate what's contained within the content column?
No.
All right. Court's indulgence for one moment. And we're just trying to fix one issue.
All right.
We're going to publish 464. Now, looking at 464 Yankee, is this the call cell site information that was provided pursuant to that 2015 request?
Yes.
Okay, and is the information within this document consistent with the information that you discussed, which was in 464 Yankee Alpha?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
All right. Do any defense counsel have questions for this witness?
No, I
Anybody else? No. Okay, go ahead.
Just one TT, okay? Or just one? Thank you, Your Honor. Good. No, oh, sure. Sure. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can I ask you some questions about what's now marked as State's Exhibit number 1TT?
Sure,
And if you need it, it's going to be displayed. If you don't need it, I just want to ask you a couple questions.
sure.
I'm specifically focusing on the text message content column. Do you know what I'm referring to?
Yes,
And you said something to the effect, I'm not saying this is a quote, but something like Verizon does not verify the accuracy of the content of those words, something like that. Is that correct?
in so many words.
Can you do me a favor? What happens, like if I was to send you a text and I asked, how are you? On the records, it may not come out like that. Is that what you're telling the jury?
That is a possibility.
And why, and if you don't know this, just it's beyond my capability, but why is that?
There could be a lot of factors, but I wouldn't have the factors to provide to you.
Do you know when, like, something is verbatim versus something's not verbatim? Do we have any type of, if you look at the records, any type of knowing like, hey, this is not accurate, but this one is?
Yeah, I would not be able to provide that. I don't have that information to
No,
to
I
tell
understand.
you.
It's beyond your, no, okay. So you just can't verify that column.
Correct.
How about the other columns? Are they fairly accurate?
All of the columns are fairly accurate, but I wouldn't be able to say with 100% certainty the text message content is exactly what was text.
That's what I was saying. Besides the text message content, the other columns,
Correct. They're
phone
all
number,
accurate.
duration.
They're
and-
all accurate.
Okay, it's just the text message column that you don't want to verify.
Correct.
All right, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, anybody else? I didn't hear from everybody yet. Any other defense attorney questions? No, shaking heads, no. Okay, any redirect? All right,
With the text message content, although you can't say that's what was put in the phone, the content that is there, where does that come from?
What I mean is that once a text message is sent through the switch, through the net, which is the network, it is then sent to the other party. When that message is transpired in our content detail, we can't say that there were symbols left out or symbols that are added because we use emojis or pictures in there. So I can't say, yes, there's the whole message, or no, it's not the whole message, because there are other things that can go on to make it where you can't read it, like it's not legible.
Thank you.
thank you, Robert. All right, Ms. Jill, okay, thank you for your time. You are excused. Let's take a quick bathroom break and then we'll get to your next witness.
And if you can approach on the bathroom break.
Okay, all right, well, we'll take a somewhat longer bathroom break.
May we approach at the bench with the member of the defense? So-
Sure. And yes, and if y'all are finished with that easily, y'all can go ahead and take it down. Yes.
I also have a brief evidentiary matter that I'd like to discuss outside the presence of the jury.
Okay. You want us to do that first? Or,
I'd like to approach.
okay. Uh, Yeah, I think a couple of the jurors are gonna come grab their things that they might have left out here, and I'm gonna excuse them for the day. So let's let them do that, and then we'll take the recess, and then we'll reconvene. Thank y'all. Didn't know that when I sent y'all out for the break. Thanks. All right, let's take a 10-minute or so recess and then reconvene. I've got these 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 kind of stacks of the correspondence between the state and various attorneys for co-defendants who've pled. And I really hate to do this to you. And some of them are really thin, so it's easy enough for me to just sort through it, but some of them are fairly thick, 2/3 of an inch.
I know, and that was the thing
And
down.
they are in, I don't know, because I've only just now kind of flipped through, but they don't seem to be in any kind of like chronological order. But it may be that, you know, something is like a string that started in 2022 and goes all the way through to 2024. I don't know, maybe. But they're all just sort of bound together as one. And it would be so much more helpful if I knew where one email stopped and the next one started.
Okay.
So can I give these back to you
Yes.
to sort of put in just a little bit more followable format? And then y'all can give them back to me in the morning. Okay, and if you can start with whomever the attorney for Mr. Zachary is, since he may be the first person.
He's not, he
He
wasn't.
won't be?
He wasn't, he's not one of these people. He did
Oh.
not plea. He was not
Okay.
a defendant on this
Okay.
indictment.
All right, great. Then we won't have to worry about that.
Can I ask you a quick question about that?
Yes.
I may have misunderstood Miss Love earlier, but when she was talking about giving you these communications,
Mhm.
I thought I heard her drop in a clause that said except for the plea negotiations.
I don't remember.
Did
her
you say that
saying
or did I mishear you?
Yeah,
Okay, great. Thank you.
yeah. Okay. Mr. Short, you had some sort of an evidentiary issue to raise.
Yes, Your Honor. I believe it's 464 Yankee. It's the historical cell calls of Demise McMullen. The witness identified it as a business record. Of course, we just saw it on this, you know, we saw a CD. But it was briefly displayed to the point that I saw it. It has added columns that 464 Yankee, as it is right now, has added columns that are not in the format that they would have been received from Verizon. That one added column is,
Hang on, can you pull it up so I can look at what he's talking about? Go ahead.
and so typically, I do the same thing when I get cell phone records. I add columns to identify the people that I believe are associated with certain phones. And it looks like that's what someone that was not an employee of Sprint did here. And
So I see on the screen right now, columns A through I.
so I'm referring to D, and there's one over on the far right that might be like J or K.
Okay.
M. So those are things that someone, as part of the investigative team,
All right.
added those.
Let me ask.
So we actually did, yes, and we are deleting those columns and adding them to and making sure that the correct column is there. I don't think myself or the Verizon custodian, because she observed these records or she reviewed them, she must not have caught that because we sent these to her so she can look through all of the documents. And so once we published this is when we noticed that we immediately put it down. And so all the other columns are the same as the historical cell site explanation.
Other than D and M?
Other than D and M. So
And so y'all are gonna withdraw 464Y and put in a substitute 464Y that does not include, or that shifts everything over 2 columns, I guess?
Yeah, so
Or what?
464 Yankee is what we thought was the entire Verizon records as returned. So we're going to take out this one document and replace it with the right. This one.
So it's only this one McMullen.
Cell site, yes.
Okay. Okay, let's try to be a little bit more careful, please. And we will, Your Honor, yes. Anything else on that?
And also we expect the evidence will come out.
I mean, it's not that this is correct. We do expect the evidence will come out that these are the Miles McMullen
Okay.
records, but we will make sure that it's the right records.
Okay, and actually, one thing you just said reminded me of something that I wanted to bring up. You had said you sent them to her to review, and that's great, but that just reminded me, we've had two sort of, I don't know, crime scene-ish type witnesses on the stand today. One of whom reviewed 60 pictures on the stand, and one of whom reviewed 127 pictures on the stand. And they actually did that pretty fast, but is there, I mean, would anybody have an objection to when we're talking about, you know, the actual people that took the photos who are also kind of professional at doing these kind of jobs? I don't mean like a victim of a crime and this is her house. I don't mean like that, but like, you know, the reporting officer to the scene. Would y'all have any objection, and this goes for everybody in the event that the defense ends up calling witnesses as well, to just being able to have that witness when they're waiting outside, go ahead and review them just to see, you know, hey, are you familiar with these? So that when they're on the stand, you can say, you know, you reviewed them outside at you know, everybody agrees and all of that's fine, but that might save 10 minutes, 5 minutes here and there.
So, Your Honor, actually, the witnesses that had reviewed them, they, in one instance, at least the 128 photos,
Yeah.
they'd actually initialed every one of,
Yeah.
like, they had reviewed.
Right, but
all
when
of them.
when they get handed to them by an attorney and say, can you, and I know that's like what, you know, the process is, but it is equally okay to say, you just review, you know, you just now reviewed these outside, you know, are you familiar with them?
We can
or
do that.
whatever. And I mean, obviously, if you give them to them and say review, they're going to do it again. But
Oh, I got
anybody have
you.
a problem with us, you know, maybe like cutting out a minute or two here or there just by doing it that way? Everybody's good with that? All right, let's, you know, from now on, and maybe it'll save us a day or something. I don't know. Okay. All right, I have listened to the entirety of the recorded conversation between the investigator and Ms. B. And she essentially, I guess I see where she got the idea that I, as the judge, had been the one that said she had to testify. Not really, but I get where she got it, because at some point the investigator says, so we'll let the judge know, or Miss Hilton will let the judge know that you don't want to appear. And it was in the context of appearing on camera. But I mean, I guess she took from that, oh man, they still gave me a subpoena. So the judge said I have to appear, when that's not in fact what happened. But there wasn't anything nefarious going on. It was just a kind of a misunderstanding, I guess, on her part. And the only other thing, just for, you know, I mean, she is reiterating very strongly everything that she put in the email that y'all all have access to, about that she wants everybody, prosecution and defense, to know that she does not consider herself a witness. I'm sorry, a victim. She does not consider herself a victim. She doesn't look at herself that way. It's a surprise to her that anybody thinks she's a victim, given that this was sort of collateral damage to her apartment. Her apartment wasn't targeted. If she is called to testify, I think she's very much going to make that clear from the stand. One question I have is, given that we already have the testimony from, I think it was Officer Hill, is there anything additional that this witness would be able to present to the jury that would not be cumulative of the officer's testimony?
Your Honor, I think that, and I'll have to confirm reading her, what she did tell them, but I think that she, one second, let me confirm something real quick.
Okay. like mine, yours on. If it closes all the way, does it like disappear? Because that could be something like that. Thank you. It's just the.
Your Honor, we can evaluate that
Okay.
and
All right, thank you, I appreciate that. All right, I'm trying to think if there was anything else that I wanted to tell y'all, but is there anything else that y'all want to tell me or that we can deal with right now?
I think, I think I briefly mentioned it while we were there at the bench, and the court said that that was something we didn't necessarily need to take up, but there may be, given certain evidentiary matters that we could not broach with certain witnesses, there may be
Okay.
a need to bring in.
Oh, yes, right, thank you. Okay, so, yes, there were, which officer was it? The officer that reported to,
Miss,
truck.
to Miss
Not
Bees,
Bell?
no, Miss, it
Okay,
was Officer Hill.
was it Officer Hill? I don't think so, I think it was before that. Oh, yes, who the neighbor was, who was in the neighboring house or apartment. And of course, there were hearsay objections, and I mean, it's a valid hearsay objection, and that's why it was sustained. But out of one side of defense mouths is a lot of, can we move this trial along? The state's taken too much time. Why does the state want to present all of these witnesses? And then the state had apparently cut a witness or two, hoping to just have this officer testify to who lived next door. And now the state needs to bring in 1 or 2 or 3 more people. And it's fine. It's a valid hearsay objection. And maybe, I don't know whether the state had talked to the defense about, hey, we're trying to cut down on, the time that this trial's taken. We're thinking about having the officer testify to who lived next door. Would y'all have an objection to that? Are you going to make us do all of that? And then we'd know beforehand. So I don't know if that happened or not.
We had not done that thing
Okay.
right there. We had provided a list that had people that had other people on there.
Yeah.
And so we can make it plainer.
Okay.
For instance, with I think that we had mentioned a few days or weeks ago regarding some of the maybe some crime scene technicians that we were going to eliminate and have some officers testify about, but we need to bring in, because if there are certain objections, they're just that are
Okay.
sustained.
So, maybe let's short circuit some of this in either talk in person or over email or with a representative or something. When you've got an idea like that, like, okay, I can eliminate 3 witnesses if there's not a hearsay objection to XYZ. And then defense attorneys, y'all can let the state know what your position is. And if your position is, we don't care about saving 5 days of testimony, we're going to make the objection, that's fine. Y'all can do that. But then they'll know ahead of time, and they won't maybe even attempt to get that in the other way. So I don't know, thank you for bringing that to everybody's attention. And yeah, just in future, if there's going to be a potential shortcut, I appreciate you trying to think about it. Just let them know beforehand, and then they can let you know, is that going to be one they're okay with or not? Okay.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
And we had the outstanding issue about AS not wanting to be videoed. I don't know if we want to take that up now or if the state's prepared now or
I
later?
don't know. I think, were y'all gonna get further information and get back to me?
Yes, we were.
And
gonna
you're
get-
not ready
No,
on that
we-
yet?
no, we-
Okay, I know it's only been a couple of hours.
Right, we,
Okay, and do we know when they're gonna be this week, a month from now?
I'm checking because my partner, not the
Somewhere in
court.
between?
But no, as the matters that we were bringing up to the court earlier regarding longer people have shifted our,
Right, because I don't know who was up here, but y'all all heard there was an expected witness. Was it Turner? Who was it that you said hurt their back?
there were two, and Detective Thorpe hurt his back.
Or,
And obviously, the other witness that ended up at Grady this morning.
right. Yeah, so, right. So there has been some, as of, I guess, today, information learned by the state that's going to require some shifting around of witnesses. So do you
And we, and
still expect AS to potentially testify this week, or will they get moved?
they may get moved. We were, I mean,
Okay.
we also want, as we're trying to find out certain statuses.
Okay, so I guess maybe just let us know first thing in the morning if you have further information or not.
Yes, we
Okay.
can do that.
All right, and with regard to all of the things that were due from everybody, including Ms. Abbasi was going to give me something. Are those on their way to me?
So yeah, we have the brief, we have to file the brief,
Okay.
but we have the brief written, yes.
Okay, okay.
And let's see what else.
Laura.
And I think that we are. Let's see what else we did. I'm recounting everything. We're gonna work on these. We are still cutting out the court asked us to see if we could pare down the list of co-conspirator statements that we had given, and we were still
Still working
paring
on
that
that.
down.
Okay. So I guess as you know of, if you've been through 3 pages and you at least know that,
Okay.
like what is in and what's out for those, just kind of pass it along to the defense, as y'all know, so that they can start to focus on what objections, if any, they want to make to the stuff you do want in.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor,
Yes.
because of that need to rearrange witnesses this week, does the state anticipate any witnesses this week that were not on the witness list circulated last Friday?
Your Honor, in light of the timing of all of this, of course, we've all been in the same place, but that is possible. So we are, first of all, we need to find out that information about the status of the longest witness that we had, because we want that person up as quickly as we can get them. So until we get that information, we cannot commit to whether that's going to change things and put people in, but it is likely that we will have to bring in people that we were not going to bring in for this week.
Okay.
Because-
So yeah, it sounds like it's just as likely as not that it'll be a different list of witnesses. Can you get that together tonight and get it to the defense?
Yes,
I
and
assume- Do you know like which kind of set of acts you're gonna go to?
they're all dealing with the set of retaliatory shootings that occurred after January 10th. And it's possible that another co-defendant that entered a plea, after I speak with this person's attorney, I can confirm that, but it's possible that one of those people will be testifying. But
Can you let them know by like 8 o'clock tonight?
yes, as
If
long as
it's
we
not
can,
the people you put on before, like who you think it is gonna be?
yes, and yes, we need to
Okay.
find out this. We really need to find out one status of one person.
Okay. Well, and I guess if you don't know for sure what the status of that witness
We'll
is,
assume.
just go ahead and, give them the fallback set of witnesses.
We can do that.
Appreciate that. Okay. So are there other matters that we can deal with?
If we could be allowed to, as soon as the court permits, we want to start alerting certain people if
Okay.
there is the need to,
All
and
right.
to find out those statuses.
All right, well, the answer can be no, but you can also send one of the like 6 people that you have in court right now off to do that while you stay around and deal with potential evidentiary issues. Right? Yes.
Give it, I'm probably the one that's going to be pointing
Okay,
out the ones
then-
that need to be.
Then you go and let somebody else deal with evidentiary issues. There may not be any. I don't know. Why don't we just take the 2 more minutes and find out if there's an answer to the question? Are we ready to deal with any other non-jury matters right now? I really need y'all to get that way soon though, because we keep having these unexpected non-jury hours. So let's get ready fairly quickly to deal with some evidentiary issues. Okay?
I'll say this, and I believe the court was copied on it. Mr. Steele filed after their review of the evidentiary item. So we just need an opportunity to look through
Yeah.
that
Yes.
filing and we can work through that.
Okay.
Okay.
You added more? Okay, great. All right. Okay, yeah, anything else right now?
I found that last witness interesting, so I'm getting cases for you, and I put it in writing just so everyone's alert.
Okay,
And I put it from me, but I did discuss with everyone on the representing people here, representing the accused here.
right.
The last witness said that column in 1 TT, she could not verify its accuracy, and she's a records custodian, which has to verify the accuracy, that it comes in the normal course of business, and it is how they handle it, and it's accurate. And I have a couple cases, but I'm looking for more. But I'm going to be objecting to that column. I just wanted to give you, if you want to take that up now, but I am looking for more cases, but that will be an objection. And that was preserved, I know, by we went to the bench and we had specifics on the text messages, certain words, certain messages were not relevant, but I wanted to make it encompass that entire column.
Okay, so the objection at the bench was that in terms of the content, we hadn't hashed out
Right.
whether
And now I'm objecting.
whether everything was going to come in or not. And it sounded like that with regard to authentication, as long as she testified to authenticate everything,
And
it
that's
would,
my
that objection, that wasn't going to be made. And I've kind of already admitted it for, Although I think all that's been displayed so far is maybe 1 page worth, is
Yeah.
that right?
And you blacked out. This honorable court ordered it blacked out. So there's
Okay.
no, I'm not trying to go backwards. I'm just
Okay.
saying in the future, we would like to exclude based upon that testimony, the text messages.
All right, and do y'all want to respond right now or at all, or?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
We believe that the testimony of the custodian was she cannot verify what actually gets transmitted into the document, but the document as it is what Verizon gets, what Verizon produces, and that none of the people at Verizon manipulate what is in that content column, but it's solely because of transmission. She even gave the explanation. An emoji might not come through because of however the language changes. When I say the language, I mean like the technical language changes, but whatever is in the record is what has been transmitted and produced into the record. And so
Is what Verizon has.
is what Verizon has, and Verizon produces what it has.
Yeah, so I mean, I think to that extent, it is authenticated as the records Verizon has. And with the sort of caveat that what is shown in the content column may not be precisely what it was my understanding, she was saying it might not be precisely what the ultimate recipient gets because it doesn't pick up, it may not pick up something like a symbol or an emoji.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
So I don't think that that column is not properly authenticated. I think it is. It's just that you all will be able to make whatever argument you make about whether they should believe anything about what is said for the content of that. It is what Verizon gets from the switch, whatever the switch is.
She would, and obviously Miss Winfrey would be the best person, but the way I have it is Miss Hilton asked Miss Daniels, the witness, and the content column talking about what we're talking about. Does it have the content as it is texted on the phone or on the device? And Miss Daniels said, no. That's information that we would not be able to confirm or deny. There could be things that are not transferred through the network, or there could be symbols that don't transfer over. So I can't say one way or another if it's directly like what it was texted. That was on
Right,
direct.
and then following up, we got further detail that it sounded like it was things like symbols and emojis, but that what is shown on there is what Verizon, that comes from the switch/network, essentially. So
Okay, I'm just, I just want my record, I guess, to be accurate. But I asked on cross-examination, I said, can you do me a favor? What happens if I were to send you a text message and I asked, how are you? On the records, it may not come out like that. Is that what you're telling the jury? And her answer is, that is a possibility.
yes,
That has nothing to do with an emoji. That's the words.
I heard that too.
She said there could be a lot of factors, but I wouldn't have the factors to provide to you. I'm not able to provide that. I don't have that information to tell you is what she said.
Okay.
So I would like you not to admit that column.
Okay, well, it's somewhat problematic that you're only making the authentication objection now after the witness is gone.
I'm not trying to, I thought we made it.
You made a relevance, well, not you, but you, the defense team made not even a relevance objection, but made an objection to essentially the kind of thing I understood it to be not as to authentication of anything, but as to should something nonetheless be excluded content-wise because of some other objection, like we've been hashing through with other people's phone calls and interviews and all of those kind of things that are otherwise objectionable. And I'm sorry, that was the way I understood. I think I even said so not authentication. This is just going to be authentication here.
Well, I don't believe that that
I mean,
witness,
apparently you didn't mean that, but I didn't.
well, I
know
don't,
that.
no, I did not, I wanted to hear from the witness. That's why we would not stipulate. And the witness, I don't believe, laid a proper foundation before this honorable court for text message content. And I don't believe it's waived.
Your Honor, I believe that argument would go to weight and admissibility. She said that these are the records that Verizon gets, these are the records that Verizon produced pursuant to the subpoena that she received, and that this is the information that was given from Verizon. Now, whether or not defense counsel wants to challenge the content inside of it based upon what she said, they can, but the records themselves is what came from Verizon. I think she was clear in. I'm saying that I can't tell you for a fact that this is what was put into the phone, but this is what was transmitted from the switch, and this is what was produced. And again, no one has changed what was in the content column, but this is what is produced directly from the records. And it was probably authenticated because there was no authentication objection at the time in which the records were tendered and admitted. And these records have been provided to defense counsel, I believe, since 2022. So that column is there. So even when she began talking about it again, doesn't change the fact that the records themselves are authenticated.
I mean, I really do think that if there was gonna be an authentication objection to that column, even, that you could easily have alerted the court to the fact. And I know you were examining her about, well, is the content going to be exactly this, or, you know, is this something that if displayed to the jury and it says, how are you? It may or may not have actually said, how are you? But with regard to it being the record of Verizon, you should have said, I've got an authentication objection to this based on what she said.
I don't know, I'll look at a waiver issue, but
Okay.
I don't believe, they put up the witness, it's their burden, and the witness did not come through on that column, in my opinion, and we voiced an objection.
That's the part I guess I'm having a problem with, is the we voiced an objection part, because you did not say that you had an authentication objection when we were up here at the bench.
Okay, so whatever was said at the bench is said at the bench, and then we blacked out, we mean the court blacked out, and now I don't believe that there's any reason to say that it's waived, because it was blacked out, not discussed, and the witness did not lay the foundation, in my opinion. And
they may not be able to. I'm just saying, the time to make the objection is when we still have the witness available.
well, then, I mean, the witness was examined, she said on direct, then on cross, and then on redirect, and I don't believe that portion, when a records custodian comes in and they say, I cannot verify the record, this is what I have, but I don't verify it, then they have failed.
Well, she's verifying that this is the official record of Verizon.
But I can't
She's just
verify
saying,
the content.
I guess we can't verify that the content is exactly that the content but I mean, this is what she could have clarified if we had known that this was an objection.
Your Honor, I believe she did. I think she did clarify, because when the question came on cross, what she said is, this is the content that is given from the record, from the switch. So this is.
We know what that means. She said network at some point, but I mean, I don't know.
Your Honor, I can, if we need additional clarification, I can see if she's available to return. But again, she confirmed that the records that are entered are the records that are produced. That is what has to be authenticated. The content inside of it, she explained, as a Verizon custodian, I cannot say this is what was texted in the phone. However, this is the documentation pursuant to what has been transmitted that comes in. She gave further explanation to explain, I'm talking about emojis might be missing, But I also asked her, does anyone at Verizon change what is in the content itself? And she said no,
Right.
because that is the record as produced. So she authenticated the record. If there's
Right.
a challenge to the content,
I
that
mean, I guess it honestly is more like Mr. Steele hasn't referred to it in this way, but if there is a column that, and if it is all that could possibly be missing is an emoji or a symbol, that's one thing. But that's, I mean, part of her testimony suggests that. Part of her testimony suggests it may be more from the, if I text you, how are you today? And you can't say whether the record's going to reflect that or not, then maybe it's something more than the emoji. And this is something that could have been cleared up potentially if we still had the witness. But if it is, if the contents of the content column can in no way be relied upon to be even close to what actually got texted, and I'm not saying that that is the case, but I'm saying I don't think it's 100% clear about that, then it's essentially would be like a relevance objection to that column, regardless of whether it is the document, the official document from Verizon. So while Mr. Steele has said it's an authentication objection, I mean, is that essentially what you're saying, is that if we don't know whether anything about that content is accurate, then why should that ever go before the jury?
Of course, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
But I think that that could be an argument, and when the contents come in, there will be corroborating evidence around the relevant content. I think that that's something that can be addressed on a text message by text message basis once we get to that portion of the identified text messages in the relevant portion of time.
Well,
And I mean, if we need to recall the Verizon wireless custodian, we can do that. I can see if she's available tomorrow morning.
I mean, it's ultimately up to y'all, but you hear the arguments being made. Okay. All right. Anything else today? No. All right. Okay. So we're gonna, I guess, adjourn court a little bit early for today, but please, just like Friday, please continue to work on this case together and separately, because there is clearly so much still that needs to, that y'all need to get together on and address, and let me know about, so that we can sort out whatever issues remain and not have to only do it on the fly. Okay. All right. So I'm thinking 8:45 tomorrow for all of us. All right, I'll see y'all then.
And did the court give you till in the morning you wanted these?
You can just give those to me first thing in the morning,
Okay.
and by first thing in the morning, I mean 8:45.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right. Good afternoon, sir. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name's Kevin Collins.
And Mr. Collins, where do you work?
I work Rankin County Sheriff's Department dispatch.
All right. And you say dispatch. Explain to us just a little bit about what dispatch is and what you do as part of your job responsibilities.
Basically, we take all the incoming calls from the county and the community, even some from the cities for emergency situations, and we dispatch proper personnel, whether it be medical, fire, law enforcement.
And how long have you worked for Rankin County Sheriff's Office in that role?
I started in the Sheriff's Department February 7th, 2022.
Okay. And before February of 2022, did you have any experience working in that role in any other, for any other departments or agencies?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen about that?
I started with Hinds County Sheriff's Department in June of 2007. I worked 2 years at the city of Flowood, and then I worked Yazoo County E911, a couple years at Mendenhall Police Department, and then the last 6 years before I came to Rankin County, I was a supervisor at the city of Florence.
And you talked about some of your job duties and responsibilities. As part of your responsibilities and duties, do you dispatch fire services?
Yes, we do fire services.
Do you dispatch police?
Yes.
EMTs?
That is done through Pafford.
Okay. Who contacts Pafford in the event that EMTs are needed?
We transfer the caller. In the perfect situation, we transfer the caller to Pafford so they can ask the proper questions.
Okay. And I understand that over the years, maybe some of the training requirements have changed, but whenever you became a dispatcher, what were the training requirements in order to become a dispatcher?
Within the first year, you had to go through a 40-hour basic certification class plus a 8-hour ride along with each department that you dispatch, whether it be fire, law enforcement, medical. In every continuous year, you have to do 48 hours in 6 different subjects for every 3 years to recertify.
So did you do those initial requirements back whenever you started?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you ride along with those different agencies that you dispatched?
Yes, I did.
All right. And have you kept up your continuing education hours throughout the years?
Yes, sir, I have.
And who are you certified through? Who keeps up with that?
Board of Standards and Training through the state of Mississippi.
Okay. And you said you worked at Rankin County since February of 2022. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you guys work in shifts, or how does your schedule work?
We do. My shift is 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. and we do a 3-2 split, which is like 1 week we'll work Monday, Tuesday, and then the Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and then the next week we will work Wednesday and Thursday, and it just alternates the following weeks.
Okay. How many dispatchers work at a time for Rankin County?
There's 4 of us at a time on duty.
And how do you guys handle calls that come in to, say, 911?
If it's an emergency situation, then, we've got this thing where we'll snap our fingers and somebody else will pick up on the call. That way one of us can get all the information we can while the other one's dispatching it out.
So is it possible that more than one person can be listening to the call at the same time?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to take you back to March 19th of this year, March 19th, 2024. Were you employed as a dispatcher with Rankin County at that time?
Yes, I was.
And that was as a dispatcher?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you working that day?
Yes, I was.
Do you recall receiving a call from an individual by the name of Mr. Heath Smiley that day?
Yes, I do.
And what was the reason for Mr. Smiley calling 911?
He called because he had been shot. At first, he said he had grazed the neck. Once during the middle of the call, he then stated that his wife was also shot dead on the floor, and I continued to talk to him until deputies arrived on scene.
And do you recall the address that Mr. Smiley was calling from?
Yes, it was 214 Ashton's Way.
Okay. Is that address located in Rankin County?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Mr. Collins, how would you describe Mr. Smiley's demeanor whenever you first picked up the phone that day?
He was very distraught. At first, I thought I was speaking with a female. It wasn't until I found out his name that I knew it was a male. And then I just continued to get further information from him, what I could. He couldn't even, when I asked him the address the first time, he couldn't even tell me the address. I went off of the 911, which gave us, I believe, 215 Ashton Way. And then later on during the call, I verified with him what his address was.
Okay. And you mentioned that Mr. Smiley stated that he was grazed and that his wife was dead. Did he tell you anything else?
He also advised that his stepdaughter had shot him and that he had taken the gun from her and she ran out the back door wearing, I believe, a gray shirt and jeans and went over the back fence. I got a description from him that we could pass along to our officers, and that's most of it, except he did also advise that she had been going through some things and was on medication trying to deal with some stuff.
Okay. When someone calls 911, are those calls recorded?
Yes, they are.
And do you know whether or not those calls are kept in the normal course of business by the Rankin County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Do you know whether your call with Mr. Smiley on March 19, 2024 was recorded?
Yes, it was.
And do you know whether or not that call was kept in the normal course and scope of business by the Rankin County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you listened to that call before?
Yes, I have.
May I approach, Your Honor? Mr. Collins, I handed you an item. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir. It's a disc of the recording.
And how do you know that's what that is?
Because I initialed and dated it.
Okay. Have you watched or listened to that call before?
Yes, I have.
And you said there are some initials on there. Are those your initials?
Yes, sir, they are.
Whenever you listened to that call, did it appear to be altered or edited in any way?
No, it did not.
Okay. Your Honor, at this point, we would move this disc in as State's Exhibit 1.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Be admitted as one, all purposes.
May I retrieve the disc?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Collins, you mentioned that you listened to this. Is this a complete call recording of the call with Mr. Smiley that day?
Yes, it is from beginning to end.
Okay. Your Honor, may I publish this for the jury, please?
Yes, sir.
What's the location of your emergency?
Okay, calm down for me. Give me your name again. Heath Smiley. Heath Smiley? Yes, sir. All right, mister, what's your phone number you calling me from? Did she hit you? Yeah, I got hit in the neck a little bit. Okay, so it grazed your neck? Yes, sir. All right, and what's her name? Carly Gregg. Carly Gregg? You still have a gun on her? From her, she ran. You took it from her and she ran? Yes, sir. She was screaming something at me I couldn't understand. I locked the door. She's out. What's going on? Which way did she run off to? She ran into the backyard and went over a fence. Ran into the backyard and went over your fence? Yeah. What is she wearing? T-shirt, gray shirt and some jeans. Gray shirt and jeans? About how tall is she? 5'2". About 5'2"? What color hair? Brownish, brownish and short hair. 5'2" with back door, she opened fire on me. And was just screaming. Okay, just calm down for me. We got everybody headed. She what? She killed her mom. She killed her mom? Yeah, that's what I'm screaming about. Where's the mom? When I do that, she tried to kill me. Where's the mom? Sir. Okay, your address is 215, correct? 214. 214. His address is 214. Okay, sir. Where is your wife? She's dead on the floor of my stepdaughter's room. She's on the floor in your stepdaughter's room? What's your wife's name? Ashley Smiley. Ashley Smiley? Was there any problem with it, sir? Sir, I need you to speak with me, okay? Can you go outside the house and speak to me? Okay. Okay. Now, was there any problem going on with is it your stepdaughter or? It's my stepdaughter and her mom. I don't know what's going on. The stepdaughter's been in therapy for a little while, trying to work out some problems in the home. And that's stressed. Okay, and you say your wife has been shot? Open the door, the cops are here. Okay, sir, I'm gonna let you speak with them, okay? Okay. Speak with them, okay?
No further questions, Your Honor.
Does the defense wish to use the projector for cross-examination?
The defense has no cross-examination.
All right, you may step down, sir. Are you going to use that with your next witness?
Yes,
sir. Before we go to the next witness, any jurors need a restroom break? All right, state may call its next witness.
State calls Deputy Hunter Lewis, Your Honor.
you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Have a seat. Just yourself up to the microphone. Do you understand that you're now under oath and your answers will be sworn answers of the penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. Would you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Hunter Lewis,
All right, Hunter, and where do you work?
Rankin County Sheriff's Office,
All right, and what role do you work at the sheriff's office?
patrol.
All right, and as a patrol deputy at Rankin County, what do you do on a daily basis?
I answer 911 calls and assist the public when they call for assistance.
Okay. How long have you been in law enforcement? Anywhere other than Rankin County, or have you been?
Places.
Okay, where else have you worked?
I worked at Hines County, Flowwood.
Okay. And where did you start? Did you start at Hines County?
Yes.
Okay. What kind of training did you go through in order to become a certified police officer?
Went to Mississippi Law Enforcement Officer Training Academy.
Okay. And approximately how long was that training?
12 weeks.
All right. As a patrol deputy now at Rankin County, do you complete any kind of ongoing training or continuing education?
I do.
And tell us just a little bit about what kind of training you go through.
We have to do annual training yearly throughout the year.
Okay. And what kind of topics does that annual training cover?
Just different aspects of the job.
Okay. Is it related to patrol or is it investigations? Tell us just a little bit about it.
Patrol.
Okay. Now, I want to take you back to March of this year, specifically March 19th, 2024. Were you employed as a patrol deputy at Rankin County on March 19th, 2024?
Yes, sir, I was.
All right. Do you recall receiving a call for service at 214 Ashton Way?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. Is that in a subdivision or where is that?
It is.
What subdivision is that?
It's in Farmington Station.
Okay. Is that in Rankin County?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. Did you respond to 214 Ashton Way?
Yes, sir, I did.
Whenever you arrived at 214 Ashton Way on March 19, 2024, were there any other law enforcement personnel there whenever you arrived?
No, sir.
So were you the first one there?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Whenever you arrived on scene that day on March 19th at 214 Ashland Way, just tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you observed whenever you got there.
When I arrived, the door was locked, but I could hear somebody screaming and highly upset on the inside of the house.
Okay. Did you later find out who was inside the house?
Yes, sir, I did.
Who was that?
He's Smiley.
At any point, did Mr. Smiley come outside or tell us what happened next?
Yes, I knocked on the door several times, announced who it was, and then he opened the door.
Can you describe Mr. Smiley's demeanor that you personally observed?
He was hysterical, highly upset, crying.
Okay. Whenever he came out, tell us what happened next.
He fell to the ground on the porch just outside the front door once, and then I asked him where his wife was. He said that she was inside on the floor.
What information, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Deputy Lewis, what information, if any, had you been provided by dispatch?
Just advised that been 2 people shot inside the residence.
Okay, so you stated that Mr. Smiley came outside, then you spoke to him briefly. Then what happened next?
After I spoke to him, I went inside to check on the other party. Bedroom.
Okay, and then did you do anything to Miss Smiley whenever you encountered her inside?
I did. I initially checked for a pulse, and I couldn't feel the pulse, so I lifted the towel to see what kind of see what had happened, and that's when I noticed she had been shot in the face.
Okay, you mentioned a towel. Tell us, we haven't heard that before, so tell us what are you talking about? You
Into the bedroom, she was laying flat on her back with her arms crossed with a towel over her face.
How were her arms crossed, if you recall?
Across the top of her chest.
Okay. And did you later confirm the identity of the female inside?
I did.
And who was that?
Ashley Smiley.
Okay. After checking Miss Smiley's pulse, what did you do then?
Then went back outside. I radio dispatched and asked them to have medical come on in, and went back outside to where Mr. Smiley.
Whenever you got back outside, were there any other law enforcement officers there at that time?
There.
Okay, and who was that?
Deputy Dustin Smith.
Okay. And once you returned back outside and encountered Mr. Smiley again on the front porch, what happened after that?
He told me who had shot him and gave me a description of what she was wearing.
And who did he tell you shot him?
His step.
By her name?
Carla Gregg.
Okay. And what did he tell you she was wearing?
She was wearing, I can't recall exactly what he has told me.
And then after that, what did you do next with that information?
Radioed to the units that was responding.
Did Mr. Smiley ever say anything about a gun or anything like that?
He did.
Okay. Tell us about that.
He advised that the gun that was used was laying on that counter and there was one live round in the cylinder.
Did he say what type of gun it was?
357.
Okay. And then what did you do after that, if anything?
I let the other officers know about the weapon and then had the crime scene taped off.
Okay. And so how long did you stay out there that day?
Until I took possession of Miss Smiley.
Okay. And after, at some point, did investigators get there? What happened with that?
When they arrived on the scene, they started taking photographs and processing the scene.
Okay. Now, Deputy Lewis, as a patrol deputy with Rankin County, do you wear a body worn camera?
Yes, sir, I do.
And tell us, when do you activate your camera?
Anytime dealing with the public.
Okay. On March 19th, 2024, whenever you responded to 214 Ashton Way, were you wearing body worn camera that day?
Yes, sir, I was.
And did your body worn camera, in fact, did it record what happened whenever you arrived there on the scene?
Yes, sir, it did.
Do you know whether that body worn camera footage is kept by the Rankin County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir, it is.
Since March 19th, 2024, have you reviewed that footage?
Yes, sir, I have.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor? Sure, Counsel Officer. Deputy Lewis, I handed you an object. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is that?
It's a copy of my body cam footage
How do you know that's what that is?
because I initialed it after I watched it.
Okay, so you watched that and initialed it.
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. That the footage that you watched on there, is that a true and accurate depiction of what your body cam recorded on March 19th, 2024 at 214 Ashton Way?
Yes, sir, it is.
Had that video been edited or altered in any way?
No, sir.
All right. Your Honor, at this time we would move this in as State's Exhibit 2.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Be admitted without objection, S2.
And Your Honor, I would ask for permission to post this to the jury.
All right.
Yeah, go back inside. Sheriff's Office! Sheriff's Office! Hey, come outside for me. Hey, come here. Hey, where's your wife at, buddy? Where's your wife at?
She's dead on the floor in that room.
She where? Sheriff's Office! Hello? That's, I need medical here. Well, I need you to get. Hey, where's your son wearing? Hey, can you tell me what your son's wearing? Hey, I need you to talk to me. What is your son wearing?
He was in jeans and
Grayish t-shirt, she's got short brownish hair.
So jeans, a gray t-shirt, short brown hair.
She ran into the backyard, I tried to follow her, she jumped the fence and ran. She shot me in the neck.
But
It's okay,
does she still have the gun?
it's on the kitchen counter, I think there's one live round left in it, I'm still under. I went in the back door, she tried to shoot me.
Hey, I need some gloves. Hey, he's saying that she ran towards Magnolia Place. Are you sure? He's grazed, but he's 10-2. It went through his shirt.
You got me right there.
Magnolia Place had a gated subdivision.
She ran over the side back towards my vehicle. She might have looked around this way.
Might look back going back towards the pond right there.
Hold on just a second. Look.
She does not have the firearm. The firearm is here at the house. He's been grazed, but he's 10-2. She's laying in the floor with a towel. She's. That's all right. That's it. So. Look at this glove. Will you take that tape right there and just go to the string from my car to those strings? Actually, go for the mat box. It's a 357. Does she have any kind of, what's her name? What? Carly Gregg. Carly Gregg? How old is she? 14. She'll be 15 next month. Okay. She jumped the fence, he said. She didn't go out the back door. No, we got one. She's not. The back door is locked. She did not go out the back door. Careful, that's what he's claiming. Gray shirt, blue jeans, short brown hair. Hey, y'all do be advised, there's several firearms in the house. But the one that he's saying was used is laying on the table, but that doesn't mean she's not on it. We don't know that she